for each empire as they are unlocked, and you can decide which one you want to you want to push forward. And then also, I think this is a very good vehicle to introduce seasonal content on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Because we have people love events, and there's a lot of feedback from the community about events. Is that one? I think people love Crimson Harvest, people love Winter Nexus typically, but also they're quite repetitive, right? A lot of the elements, that you make fits for the, they're a little bit like this, a little bit like that, but there's a lot of repetitive content there. With this is going to be seasonal content where they can dynamically inject new content, which is not going to be unlike event content, and that's why I like it so much.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, they have been leading up to this with the events that we had recently. So the kind of scheme on how this is going to work sort of showed a little bit already. What I like especially as well, we're talking about the old content, let's call it evergreen content, the missions, for example. Why haven't they been revamped? Why have they not been removed and replaced? And I think that is one of the unique features of EVE, actually. I cannot remember any, or a lot of significant content that over the years has been removed. Well, there were, these events which are obviously time limited, and then maybe the year after, if we're lucky, they're back. But I think this is a feature of the game, and what I've seen in the recent events as well is that this content is actually being included in the event. So if you are a mission runner and that's just the thing you want to do, there's nothing wrong with that.
Mm-hmm.
And you can now participate as well. My understanding is it's going to be the same thing with the campaigns.
Yeah. Plus additional content that if you get tired of one thing, you can run other stuff, and I think it's going to be impacting a lot of different playstyles anymore.
Okay, on that note, this is actually super important. Man, the things you say trigger so much.
Please.
Important things. So when I played the last 1 or 2 events, there were things I would normally never do, especially not on stream, because I would have a hard time to sort of talk through this, because it's kind of slow content. It makes you more or less of a chit-chatter rather than...
I'm the master of slow content, man. I do spreadsheets.
I got to learn from you. You do spreadsheets. Okay, so I would obviously do first the exciting things, like run the new event sites and whatnot, and then the event was designed in a way that once you hit the ceiling, as in you could do 5 different stages for the new event sites, for example, to get the most amount of points for doing whatever you're doing, and then it would slow down. So if you would continue with the same thing, you would get less. And guess what? I hopped into a mining boat, I spun up my other 6 alts, and yeah, we did a little bit of mining. And it felt super efficient, and I did something I've usually not on my my plate or my program. Same thing with faction warfare. So after the mining was done, I was like, okay, I still have one third to go. What do I do next? And then I check. All right, how about faction warfare? All right, well, I was just sitting in Tristan's there, but I relearned how the mechanics are, and I enjoyed it. I even got somebody warping in who shouldn't have, and then it's pushing people. Not pushing is the wrong word. Like hinting people at other things you could do.
Nudging. Yeah.
Nudging.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Two non-English speakers helping each other with.
Or you use the German word. Schieben.
Schieben. You want the Swiss German one? No, let's not go there.
No, let's not go there.
Okay.
Yeah, but so you collected a lot of LP. Do you farm a lot of LP first when you play?
So I made a stupid mistake. There was also learning involved, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
So I would just do that in a system that was not contested, and I got 0 L. You get 0 LP, and I noticed this only later. But one of the bars went up, like the completion thingy. So I still got something out of it. Eventually, I went to the more dangerous systems, the front lines, the contested ones, and oh boy, there's some LP together. I still have to find out what to do with it, but that's a content for another time.
I want to bring it back a little bit to FanFest. So
oh shit, yeah, we're here.
We're at FanFest. There's the camera, if you can see it in the background, this is all the nerds hanging out and doing the EVE history stuff behind us. For example, there's a Vanguard data team right there. There's a tattoo booth there where CCP Jotzen got tattooed. Wormholer, by the way, yesterday.
Yes.
If you missed it, find the clip. There's a clip of him showing it off.
Okay, and chat, you need to make Crashnap's tattoo a Varger.
Crash
that's your
Naps
mission.
to get a Varger.
Yeah.
Write messages to Crash Naps to get a Varger.
Ping him in Discord, Varger.
Speaking of Crash Naps,
Oh shit! I should have done it.
yeah, we
Here we are.
we went out last night.
Yes.
We went out around town in Reykjavik, and Crash Naps was live streaming the entire thing for I think 9 hours. I was hanging out with him for a couple of hours there in a cocktail bar. It was overall craziness. It was the first time where I really, did an entire evening here at FanFest, hanging out and drinking with people. Usually, we have the morning segment of this, but yesterday, I'm actually very proud of my achievements there, and it was absolutely insane. The entire town, if you go out here in Reykjavik during FanFest, the entire town is Eve nerds, and you go to all of the big bars and you go in there, there's, dozens and sometimes hundreds of Eve nerds, and that's so special. Have you done that in the past?
Yeah. I was, so when I arrived, I had like 2 days where nothing was scheduled, so I did it at that time. And I went into I think it was called the laundromat.
Yep.
And
classic.
So I went there because
WoW guy died. Nope.
A bunch of
nope.
different Discord.
This is the EVE Online Fan Fest. It's basically similar to BlizzCon, and they had it this week. So I'm just getting caught up in what's going on. It'll in EVE Online. We'll probably finish the rest of it today, and then I'll be back to leveling my Warlock in World of Warcraft tomorrow.
Groups who are like, hey, we're here, we're there, and you just go to a place where you feel like, okay, I want to talk to these nerds, walk in, and the server said, oh, you're part of that group. They know us.
You look like a nerd. You look like a nerd.
Frickin'.
Yesterday at the pub crawl bar, I almost didn't get in.
Oh no.
Yeah.
How so?
I got to the door. I was with everyone else, and the door guy was like, "Where's your EVE FanFest badge?" And I was like, "Dude, I left the convention, went to the hotel, I left my badge. I'm now a civilian out of town. I don't need a badge to get in." Turns out, for the pub crawl bars, you need the actual badge. And long story short, I finagled my way in there. He asked, "Okay, so which company is throwing the party?" And I was like, "CCP." And he's like, "Nope." I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, Fenris, that's right. Oh my God." Yep. So then they let me in, and I had a very epic night. Thank you for everyone that was partying last night with me. That was an epic night.
Yeah. I had to carry him a little bit earlier, so thanks for making first carry.
Carry him a little bit.
There's one other phenomenon I've sort of observed.
Okay.
You
Very fake news. Hey, Turd, what's up?
Somewhere in a bar. In my case, it was Lemis at the first first night, and there's kind of like a gravity, and just the room was full of Eve.
Yeah.
At some point, there's just it's crazy.
Also, the groups, they just keep getting bigger. So I like the term gravity, because you start out at one bar with like 3 Eve nerds.
Best day ever. What happened?
It turns into 10 Eve nerds, and then
You get laid, Turd?
go to the next bar, and the groups just.
Did it
merge.
finally
At the
happen?
end of the night, it's just a big horde of like 500 Eve nerds, like raiding the city of Reykjavik.
Yeah, and you also get to exchange a lot of things, not just the conversations. You almost everybody you walk up to has some sort of like Eve or merch for his corporation, for his brand or alliance, or it's absolutely crazy.
What happened?
I thought I will have more space in the back. Going back home, turns out that's not how it works.
First, they ran a poll. Yeah, I just got the message. They ran a poll on what tattoo Crash Naps should get, and the results were 100% Varger. Unsurprisingly, guys. Very good. Now we just have to put this law into effect. We have to find Crash Naps.
Yeah, we're gonna enforce the.
Yep. It will have to happen. It will have to happen. All right, we are minutes away from empires at war. We've already picked my mini.
Okay, I gotta get
said he's
my
gonna get his
thorax.
Good luck on picking your thorax.
Sure, don't leave me.
thorax.
Don't leave me hanging in suspense here, dude. What happened?
Okay, what's the mechanics? How do I cheat to get the ship I want?
You asked him, is it random? And he says, yes. And then you peek into the bag, and then you grab the right one. But presumably you can spot the thorax from a distance. So
How
I'm
high is the
very
bag?
good at.
Do I need my subsystem?
Right. You might be challenged because you can't look into the back.
I'm challenged. There you go. You heard it.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, how about you find CCP Jotun and he carries you on his shoulders, and then you look into the bag, and then you pick the right thorax bag.
I'm gonna thread CCP Jotun's skincare routine on whoever holds the bag, and I get the whole thing.
Can you tell me about this? You keep referring. I keep hearing people referring to skincare routines in CCP Jotun. I'm not in on the joke.
You haven't seen Crash Naps running around sweating like I don't know the term, and then he got the skincare routine.
Right.
I know.
That was yesterday. Yeah. Speaking of the devil, look at who's coming in there. Handsome CCP
Did we say the name 3 times?
Yeah, we said the name 3 times, and he came up.
Not completely though. Okay, we're safe.
Welcome. Okay. All right. Wrapping up. We are seconds away now from going into Empires Evolved. I cannot wait to see what's happening. You guys will all be able to fight for the empire of your choice. You're going to be part of campaigns. You're going to be collecting points. You're going to be getting new drones, I think. You're going to be getting a tax break, which is like my wet dream. So we're going to go to the main stage where we will see Empires at War, and we'll see you back here afterwards.
Let's go.
Come back.
Her burglar's leaving me hanging in suspense here. I can't believe it. Can't believe it.
There are 4 sides to every story. Here to tell all of them. Give it up for FC Diegetic and FC Burger.
FC Diabetic? FC Diabetic?
Yeah!
Diegetic.
Hi, everybody. It's already noon, so we're awake and happy and excited. I'm CCP Burger.
I'm CCP Diet. Oh, FC.
FC. I'm FC Burger.
Diegetic. You
FC
almost got me.
Burger.
And I am FCJS.
Yes. JS is our. We decided to add him to this little panel of ours to talk about,
so
about
it's
narrative. And this is my energy drink. And I'm not going to tell you why I need that energy drink, but it's a very comfortable sofa. So we're here to kind of have a little conversation about empires and how we've been evolving the empires. I mean, the 4 empires are kind of the core of the history of Eve, the canon of Eve, and
C-Mac, it's amazing for someone that tries to pretend that he's not interested in EVE Online. It's amazing how fast you get here for my EVE Online streams.
Have 4 empires to kind of develop a game, because you always have to kind of develop 4 things at the same time.
You must have alarms set off, like your phone, like your watch.
Yeah, and so we kind of gravitated towards kind of all the factions and kind of more unique things. But as of lately, we've been wanting to kind of go back and take a look at kind of these 4 core pillars of Eve.
Yeah, but when they send notifications, it tells you what I'm doing. So as soon as as soon as I'm streaming EVE Online, it's like you're here a lot faster.
So maybe if you kind of Diegetic, if you maybe go a bit into the role of the empires in Eve.
Yeah, absolutely. So the reason we wanted to return to these 4 empires and give them focus is because they are at the heart of New Eden's story. So I identify this as being that they are our main superpowers, but then they're also the first identities that we serve to all of you and anyone else who joins the game. People may go on to be like, actually, I want to be a Garistas person, or I'm more identifying with my own personal alliance. But initially, we give you this choice of these 4 empires, and we've done that since the start of the game.
Yep.
And then in terms of
I'm glad that you have notifications turned on, C-Mac. I hope everyone else in chat does as well.
And beyond, these 4 empires are always at the heart of that, I think.
Yep.
And so we really wanted to give them the attention and the love that they deserve, and make sure that we had a really strong idea ourselves of who they are and why they do what they do.
there is a bit of a challenge with kind of the empires today. Like we have empire selection right at the beginning of the game, and it's like the first big decision you make when you create a new character. And sadly, that decision, you know, it matters on a meta level, but it doesn't really like have the impact that you know it should. So we have players spending all these like dramatic cognitive coins on reading up on the empires, and then you just play the game and you can fly whatever ship and things like that.
Yeah. But I think also in addition to that, 'cause
That's what I
really
tell it
true,
to say.
You might choose an empire and then go in and be like, oh,
He knew
no
what I was
way,
streaming today.
but actually, those other people, they more make sense of my
Are you
ideals
trying
now
to
that I
Are you trying to tell me that you were feeling sorry for me and you were like, oh damn, Aladar's alone, I better go keep him company? Is that why you're here?
know more about them. And I hear a lot of stories of people being like, oh, I made a Kaldari first, and then I started playing the game, and I had to restart and make an Amar. And I think thinking about how we present them,
Every
and
grandpa
making
need-
sure
hey,
that
settle
it's
down.
such a rich world and environment, and that when we, even outside of the game, present things
I don't even
about
have
the Empire,
kids.
it's strong enough that people can have a really good idea of what they're doing and why they're doing it.
Yeah. And our goal now with Exordium and military campaigns is actually, and this is a spoiler, we actually wanna move the empire selection back. We actually don't want you to pick an empire right at the beginning. We won't do it in this expansion in Cradle of War, but this is something that we're seriously looking at. We want to move the selection of an empire to a point where you're ready to like really make that call. We want you to try out, and get the taste, get the smell of the glory of the Amar, and get like the roughness and the harshness of Minotaur, and get the, the freedom and the joy of Galente, and get the, I don't know, what does Kaldari give you?
Honor.
Honor. Stick up your ass. Money.
Money and honor.
Money and order. Who wants money and order? Come on. So, and actually on that, so one of the things that we've been talking a lot about, and I'll get to JS in a bit, like, don't worry.
I'm learning too.
Yeah. So one of the things that me and Diegetic have been talking a lot about in the last kind of couple of years is like, how do we actually make the empires, how do we strengthen their identity? Who are they? Like, how do they, what makes them tick? What is the flavor? And
What makes
in
them
all honesty,
tick?
like, there's a lot written about the empires, and there's a lot kind of, outside the game about the empire, but when you're in EVE, you don't necessarily always feel their presence. You don't always feel kind of like, ooh, shit, I'm in Minotaur space. How cool.
Yeah.
So we wanted to so we've been going through a lot of work, kind of mapping out how we see the empires and how we and where we want to push them. Like, what are the things that we want to kind of squeeze, and what are the things we want to change, and what are the things that we want to kind of shake up a bit. So you're about to see what I think is a PowerPoint, is a masterclass in PowerPoint. I've never PowerPointed this heavily in my life, because initially we were going to show you our crazy mirror boards, but I think everyone would get like hungover before 1 o'clock.
Even if you hadn't been out last night.
It's too wild. So we PowerPointed our ass off.
Yeah.
So strengthening the identity of New Eden. So maybe if we start with kind of the core identity, the values of the four empires.
Yeah, and this for me is always, this is like, we're also narrative designing our asses off here. Like, when we start thinking about characters, about factions, about places, I always want to start with, like, what are the core elements that make up that identity? Yep. And I think for a faction, values are the best place to start from. Like, everything you see builds up from that. So maybe we can show them.
Yeah. So if we start with Amar, I'll maybe
Yes.
get you to read through these, because I'm horribly dyslexic.
Yes, so for the Amar, we decided their core values are faith, order, and obedience. Faith is pretty much a given. That was not a controversial one to work out. But then looking through their history, how they relate to it, reading all the scriptures, everything we'd published about them in the past, we think that what they value the most is a strong sense of order And then what they expect, I think, from the people within that order is obedience. Obedience to your holder, obedience to your empress, obedience to the Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Kaldari.
So Kaldari were probably in some way the easiest to do because they think they're very vocal about their values. Honor, duty, loyalty is the Kaldari catchphrase. But when we were breaking this down, I think a great discovery that you made was bringing merit more to the fore, which isn't something they say out loud as much. But I think when we look at the Kaldari, especially if you're new to the universe of EVE Online, there can sometimes appear to be a clash between this state identity and this corporate identity. And I think the power that marries them is the focus on merit, on value, on like the way that you elevate through this state structure is by demonstrating your merit within your mega corporation.
Yeah.
You getting all this, C-Mac?
The Galente, yeah. So freedom, obviously, Galente love freedom. They're always talking about it. It's their favorite.
Yeah.
And equality comes quickly after that. But then the other thing we pulled out was prosperity.
Playing WoW?
When you look at the Galente, you're often looking at things like Quaif.
I appreciate the view. You should be downloading EVE Online and trying,
these are
you know,
private
to play for free.
capitalist organizations. Why did they have such a strong
But I
Galente
understand
identity?
you
I
would
think it's
probably
because the
rather wait until they come up with a newbie zone so you don't have to constantly worry about getting killed. Did I die? No, of course not. I'm just tired. I'm bored of hardcore, to be honest. I'm bored of pressing 1 over and over and over again.
promise of that freedom and equality is that it is also a path to great prosperity. Now, some people might interpret that as personal prosperity, others might interpret it as the prosperity of the society, but that promise of a prosperous future, I think, is key to the Galente.
Yeah. And then, of course,
Have you tried EVE Online
Yes.
before? Let's just
and
win.
The Mimitar, I think you can most see partly how we worked this out was by contrasting their opposing faction. So
Hey,
where
Pickle
the
Pike, what's
Amar
up, man?
have faith, the Mimitar have pride.
Yep.
Where the Amar demand obedience, the Mimitar praise ingenuity. And instead of order, they're more interested in solidarity.
Yep.
And I think that solidarity can occur at a clan level, a tribe level, a republic level.
it's actually very interesting. Like if we just kind of stop here at these values, JS, I mean, you're working on Vanguard, you're working on the backstory of Vanguard. And
Don't
of
worry,
course, we
tomorrow
all
I'll be
work a lot
back to
together.
World of Warcraft in order to level the Warlock.
How do these value, like how do you use them when you're kind of thinking about Vanguard? Because you're not
I gotta get it to
directly
70 as
working
soon
with
as
the
possible.
Empires, but the Empires have a huge influence on the work that you do.
So we've tried to create, we've created this idea of like Avalon, which is a newly created sort of Vanguard collective, and part of what they've done in creating this collective is they've sort of created this new kind of monoculture, and so we've tried to sort of pull on threads from sort of various factions, so of various empires, sorry. And so I think the Amarian Empire is probably where we've sort of taken the most from.
Yeah.
You're going to see when you see the new Vanguard suit, which is looking amazing, by the way. We're working on it right now. That sort of.
Now you get a better
it's
pick.
very-
Yeah, I was
it's very
happy too.
Amarian Coded. It's kind of a little bit kind of lyrical. It's got a little bit ceremonial. Because I spoke earlier about how.
Do I like it 3?
but-
I'm hoping there's rumors that the Sharks might take a defenseman at 2, in which case I would gladly take Stenberg. But I also think that there's a good chance the Canucks might try to move up.
Reading about Thanatos agents and all this kind of stuff, all these really cool kind of stories, and like the Templars from the sort of from
No
the
more
sort of,
Swedes. Well, he might be
Days
the
of
he might be
Dust.
the one who's
So,
left.
Yeah, there's a lot of kind of like Amari stuff in there, so yeah, I think that's probably the sort of like the main influence, but then also trying to figure out what's the uniquely Vanguard thing that we can kind of add on top that sort of ties them all together as war clones.
Yeah. It's actually very exciting to use Amar as a catalyst for Vanguard because, it's if you're building a sci-fi world, it's very easy to just default to Kaldari. And, it's also quite easy to kind of default into more the I don't know, the Minotaur, you know,
Yeah.
the drama and.
I think it's like a nice pairing because the Vanguard are like super brutal, and you know, as you saw yesterday, like they burn alive, and you know, so it's like it's a nice pairing to take this kind of super brutality thing and combine it with something a bit more like
divinity
religious. Yeah, because then it kind of elevates it and gives it a bit more sort of meaning, and then sort of, you know, burning up then becomes this kind of sort of like almost religious act of sacrifice. And so we're kind of replaying with all of that kind of, all those themes with the Vanguard.
And like this work that we're doing here with the values, and we're going to continue this, this actually opens up a lot of these ideas. Like this is stuff that you don't really think about unless you go through this work. So, diegetic, oh yes. Did you see this animation?
I did. I didn't want to call it out because it was too cool.
Yeah, Chase Reed.
Yes, once we start with values.
I think he's going to be a really good offensive defenseman. I don't know if he's going to be as good as is it Versteeg all around, but he'll probably be the best offensive defenseman.
Then we look at how do those values express in the behaviors, the actions.
I'm going to be honest, though. I don't know how keen Vancouver is to take another American defenseman at the moment, though.
The aesthetics of these different factions, and that's what we call tone.
Yeah. So we start with the Amarians.
Yes, so obedience leads to hierarchy, order leads to a sense of austerity, and of course faith leads to piety. And these again want clearly the expressions of these values out in the world.
Yeah.
Yes, the Kaldari, controversial statement, quite stern.
They could
quite
just replace.
corporate,
They do
extremely
have
dominated.
a young defenseman that is a good replacement for
Yes,
Quinn
with
Hughes,
the
though.
Galente prosperity leads to aspiration.
The Canucks have some
Freedom
pretty solid
causes
young
them to be the
defensemen.
most eclectic and diverse, and the interest in equality gives birth to a righteous.
I think, to be honest, they need to get rid of Besser. They need to get rid of some of their older forwards like Besser and Pedersen, and get draft picks back, like first round picks or something like that for next year's draft, because next year's draft is going to be really, really good.
Desire to bring justice to the cluster. And solidarity from the Minotaur leads to self-determination. Their ingenuity is why they're so adaptable. I think people sometimes like to look down on the rusty Minotaur ships, but I think these are people who managed to build a fleet out of scraps and then have it challenge the most established empire in all of New Eden.
But that Z
and of course,
Boom
pride is
Boom
that they are
kid is
proud.
really
That
good.
one's pretty,
Like, he's going to be a really good defenseman for the Canucks.
So actually, on the rust,
He's like a
in
poor
Minimal,
man's
because
Quinn
I come from
Hughes.
architecture, and I've always viewed the rust not as a scrappy thing. I've always viewed it as like there's like you know, there's like power in it, because you're basically using the natural state of the metal to you know, guard it from oxidation. It's like core 10 steel. So rather than like spending time, you know, painting your ships, you're using the way of the nature. You know, this is the correct state the ship should be in.
Yeah, I think that's a really insightful way to see it. There's an embracing of like what works and what you can do at a mass scale, and then thinking in non-traditional ways about it. Like they're not gilding gold over their ships.
Yeah. All right. More animations. Whoa.
And so finally then these tone help us give rise to what are the actual goals of these empires. And I think this is something that feels like, well, we all know the goals of the empires, but it's actually something that we rarely codified or talked about in the past. So it was really...
I mean, the Canucks will give them Demko for a first-round pick. If what the doctor said is true and that they've discovered what the problem is with Demko and why he's getting injured, I mean, he would be a massive improvement, right? So apparently they've found out what is causing Demko's injuries. How's the Warlock? He's level 62 right now. So after I'm done watching these videos today, tomorrow's stream, like, it's going to be nothing but leveling that Warlock as fast as possible to get him to level 70 and geared so that I can start raid logging it.
great to go through this with the Amar.
That's the
from their
goal.
hierarchy, the desire to maintain order becomes a strong goal. Their austerity gives rise to the reclamation, and their piety, the desire to spread their faith even beyond their own borders. With the Kaldari, obviously the return to Kaldari Prime is a core idea within them. To prove that they are the strongest and the greatest. It gives
Kaldari are the
is born from
strongest and
their
greatest.
Culture, and
That's why I play
safeguarding their
Kaldari.
culture against outside influences.
For those of you that are Eve players, is there a really good place to like learn about the Eve lore? Like, where would I'm guessing there's YouTube channels I think that I've been pointed out to and stuff like that before, but I have to like I want to learn about the Eve lore. Like I know the very basics about how people came to this universe originally and stuff like that. I know there's like a starting zone where humans first entered or whatever, and it's kind of like a pilgrimage to go there. We'll have to do that one day, but
comes rise from their dedication.
Definitely.
For the Galente, prosperity for all from their aspiration, the spread of democracy from their eclectics, and to bring justice to the cluster from their righteousness. And for the Mimitar, their pride is what gives birth to the reclamation of their heritage, which I think we're seeing very clearly demonstrated in one of our first military campaigns. The desire to secure a glorious future is born out of their adaptability. And the liberation of all Mutari, of course, is one of the founding principles of the Republic.
So these goals, I mean, they kind of vary from very kind of, things that you can do, kind of almost like physical things, and to all the way to very kind of subjective, dramatic goals. Like how do we use this as a tool to play?
Yeah, I think with the campaigns, as we said, absolutely there's a lot of drawing from these goals as inspiration for that. But then also when we think about, well, how do they behave in any given situation, it can sometimes lead to surprising results, I think. But also there's a strong sense of clear direction. And I think when we talk about like the fact that these factions have all been at war for a long time, it's important to think about, well, why are they at war? War is expensive, war is costly.
why are they at war?
Why continue to dedicate yourself?
Didn't they promise no more wars when we elected them?
Part of the answer to that.
I thought they promised when we had the last election, they promised no more wars. Why did we get into these wars?
In the empires. And the contradictions are actually kind of, that's where a lot of these stories happen. That's like where a lot of the kind of the meat, the meat on the is on those bones here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is something you did a really good job of focusing us on, and it's an important part of how we design characters often. So it was really great to then bring that thinking into the factions. I think when we look at these contradictions, we see the flavor, the uniqueness, what brings these factions alive, and also what often defines the sub-factions within them. So if we were to look at, for example, the contradictions on the Republic, we see Republic unity versus tribal autonomy, tradition versus ingenuity, liberation versus building the future. That's basically the brutal versus Sabiesta divide.
Definitely, and it's fun actually with the sub-factions because, you want the empire to kind of encapsulate, like it needs to take up a lot of space and it needs to live on forever. So we need to be careful with the empires themselves, but the sub-factions we can really push them, to the boundaries, and we can make them very extreme when we play with them. But that doesn't mean that we can't take the empires and take them a bit further.
Yes.
And part of the thing that we're doing here with mapping out these contradictions is to give developers more freedom in pushing the bounds and making them a bit more extreme and creating kind of the periods of drama. And this is something that we're hoping with the military campaigns, that we can have a moment where where Kaldari leans more into competition over honor, or where cohesion kind of vanishes for a period in Galente, and this is something that we wanna play with way more.
Yeah. And I think it's also actually one of the things that I find so exciting about the Vanguard lore that you've been developing. We were just talking before about them as how they have these elements of sacrifice and these legacy from perhaps a more faith-based approach, but then contradict that with their sort of cool punk attitude.
Yeah, Pickle Pike, there's a huge, well,
Yeah, that's definitely how we've...
in EVE Online, they have 2 expansions a year. Now, obviously, they're not quite as huge as what they have in World of Warcraft, because they have one every 2 years-ish. But there's a new expansion that's coming out, and it's actually got a lot of really cool stuff in it that when I first started playing EVE, like 6 months ago, I was like, they need to do this for new players. They need... And it's like they were watching my stream. Like I said, one of the big things for people that have never played EVE Online is they hear that it's this game where as a new player you just can't catch up, and you create a character, leave the space dock or whatever, and immediately get killed and the game's over, which is totally not true. But people are scared that, you know, it's a PvP game, even though the area that you start in is relatively safe. But now they're actually coming up with like a safe zone for people to come and play EVE Online. And you can play totally for free. You've always been able to play for free. But you can play the game for free and learn the basics of the game in order to then progress and eventually, if you want, leave that zone and go to a zone that is still very safe, but you could get attacked. Or even further and go into areas where there's like no guards and stuff like that. So basically they're coming out with a zone that is the same as like Tearsful Glades or Mulgore or something like that, where you'd start like a World of Warcraft character and you don't have to worry about people like PvPers or Alliance coming by and killing you. Same sort of idea. Something they probably should have had in the game years ago, but they're bringing it into the game, and I think it's actually going to help bring in a lot of new players. There's some other cool stuff that they're bringing in as well, but that one to me I think is a pretty big deal.
We've been sort of thinking about them, and then it's really exciting. It's going to be an exciting.
But yes, there's a new expansion.
Introduce them into
that means into other content as well.
Of all the pre-existing kind of structures.
And right now, what they're talking about is in EVE Online, there's 4 different factions. That you choose one to join once you create a character, but in reality the faction that you join doesn't really mean anything. Like you can still join any corporation or alliance or whatever, right, if you join that particular, you know, so it's more just for like role player lore, but they're now talking about making it maybe a little bit more significant, and you not having to make your decision as to who you join until after you've learned how to play the game a little bit.
And but yeah, like we've been writing some.
We didn't make much mining and stuff, so I felt like I had to pay to progress and kind of left it there. Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can actually like very quickly learn how to make enough ISK in order to pay for your account. So you can do that. Like I have no doubt that if I started a new account today, I could make enough ISK relatively quickly in order to pay for my monthly subscription with in-game currency. If you know what you're doing, I just pay it's $20 a month if you want to pay for the account, like World of Warcraft, but they have massive discounts. Like if you pay for a year in advance, it's like $8 or something like that. Like it gets cheap very quickly.
Because we got in trouble last time because we forgot to put a Caldari one in, and everyone was like, what does this mean? You know, why have Caldari been left out? But we just ran out of time. So yeah, so this time we're really sort of like looking into the empires and how they might want to use the Vanguard and start to sort of build.
Oh, and also Pickle Pike, they've got a new game coming out. It's in development right now. But you can actually, it's in pre-alpha right now, and they're bringing it into beta, and it's going to be put on Steam and everything like that. So you're going to have tons of people playing it. But it's an FPS game. It's like an FPS extraction type of game, but it kind of works in sync with EVE Online. So if you played EVE Online, so imagine like the planets you can go visit. Down on the surface of the planets, there's players basically playing another game, which is an FPS extraction game where you can like, get stuff, but you can also, there's ways for you to basically trade some of that stuff to people that are playing EVE Online and the same vice versa. So it kind of works together. And I think maybe eventually down the road, they're going to make it so that the two games like might even just be one game where like you could be a player and you go to a planet and then you just say, okay, I'm going to go down and fight in the FPS version of the game. So
Vanguard
that
and
might be
Empire
down the
might
road.
be, a
Long-term
fun
goal.
example this week was that I heard that the Caldari like to gamble. I really hope that's true. but so it could be that, for example, that Caldari are just treating the Vanguard deployments almost like these Hunger Games.
20 hours a
that
week?
You can't kill 100 guys in.
I mean, if you know what you're
one
doing, you
session.
could.
They're just paying Vanguard to do these like feats of heroism or sort of feats of craziness.
Yeah,
Sort of gambling on it.
I forget the name of it right now, and I'm sure everyone in the room in front of me remembers it, but there is an ancient form of dueling in the Caldari culture.
Keep in mind with EVE Online, you can also make money like out of game as like while you're not playing as well. Like I do a lot of trading. That's become one of the main ways that I make money is by buying and selling stuff at buying stuff low and then selling stuff high elsewhere. So I'll buy all the stuff and then I'll pay a hauling company to haul it somewhere else, and they'll be doing that while I'm offline, and then I get it, whatever, a couple days later, log into game, immediately post all the stuff, and
About that later.
Okay.
I'd love to see a mode, a 1v1 PvP mode or something, basically.
keep in mind if you've only got 20 hours a week, like you're probably, if you're trying to basically just pay off your that's 80 hours a month. You're going to be spending a lot of your time just like trying to make ISK. I mean, if that's what you like doing, then that's what you like doing. But you are probably going to be starting like starting off spending a lot of your time making ISK. I would learn how to do exploration though. Because you can start doing exploration like right away, like day one, basically. Learn how to do that. Learn how to stay alive and, stuff like that. And, you could probably make enough money to pay for your account. I know there's YouTube videos of people doing it. Like you can go watch their YouTube video and get an idea as to what they're doing to start off. And they have like these challenges where they see if they can, how long it takes for them to make enough money to pay off an account. So you can get an idea as to how many hours they put in for it.
Ooh, life design. But one thing is about, there's one thing kind of talking about the empires and kind of, building these maps and kind of doing endless paperwork, but we also need to show it. And yes, there's a lot of amazing stuff written about the empires in different corners of the universe and outside the client, inside the client. But you don't want to force people to read whole heap to kind of see and feel the empire. So we've been talking a lot about like how do we take these values, these goals and things like that, and how can we kind of echo it more throughout. So. And of course, like we do a lot of things. We do a lot of art. There's different nebulas in different regions. We have, unique. We have music that kind of is dedicated to each empire. And we're in the midst right now of actually redoing a lot of the empire music to give them even more identity. But one of the things that I want to talk a bit about is we've actually been playing with this idea of giving each empire their own kind of header font. So. When you do missions for the Minimatar, you actually get this kind of Minimatar-esque font here. And,
font.
And I know that like Minimatar used to be like, hand script and stuff like that. It's very difficult to use that as a header font because when you get a scribble M that always looks the same, it kind of breaks the immersion. But there is something quite exciting about this font here, where it's kind of, it's a monospace font, and you have odd M and a strange R. And
What I really love actually about this Minotaur font, and I know that's a sentence I wouldn't say in a lot of rooms, but is the way that it speaks to the same thing you were talking about with the Rust. Like, it's the best, quickest, most adaptable, most applicable solution is the one that Minotaur will go to. They're going to iterate, they're going to find the best thing, and then they're just going to go with that. Sometimes with a unique aesthetic, but with also a disregard of putting form over function.
Yeah.
And I think this speaks to like a simple, straightforward computer script that you can imagine displaying on a Minotaur terminal in the front of a Rifter.
Yeah. And then Caldari, this was it was kind of a surprise to all of us that we ended up here, because we all kind of came into this work thinking we would definitely end up in kind of a Helvetica, very kind of US military, very kind of straightforward. But we wanted like a bit more sci-fi element to it. We wanted to keep kind of the militaristic feel. So we ended up with this awesome font. The Amarian one was probably the easiest one. Like, that was probably the most straightforward. It kind of echoes the old kind of Amar typography, and so that's a good one. And then the Galante one, we wanted to go full on Art Deco. We wanted to embrace kind of, the raging 20s. It's very French, it's very American. There's a dance between Art Nouveau and Art Deco in it. And there's like there's pride, there is prosperity, there is like, there is freedom and
it's an age of liberty and prosperity, and boom, that never expects to see a bust.
There is nothing bad here. Everything is great. Everyone is happy. That's what we wanted the Galante font to say.
Can I just say as well, this was actually, as someone who spent the last 6 months trying to learn 23 years of history and spin off, like a new kind of culture from that history. This was I remember we had this presented to us internally at the studio, and it was just okay, it suddenly really kind of made things clear, so something like a font can actually be especially if you like fonts like I do, it can be really helpful.
And we're distributing it around space, and in Cradle of War, we're kind of starting to introduce it in small places. So when you warp for the first time into the Galante Federation, you get welcome, freedom, happiness. Everything is good. Nothing bad will happen here. Says this font. And if you warp into a different system, the font tells you it's okay.
Does it do this now?
Is here.
If you warp into these systems, does it actually do this now? I don't know if I've ever seen this or noticed it.
It loves you. It will force you to do things that you would never do. But the Lord tells you to.
It's a font that demands respect.
Demands respect.
Yeah.
I'm a bit hungover, so yeah. But one of the things we also wanted to do, and we were very, very, very adamant about, is that, EVE Online the empires they aren't ours. The empires are way bigger than Fenris. And the empires, they control, millions, billions of people, and trillions of people. Yes, exactly. So we wanted to make sure that if you wanna really echo your empire, that you can. So all these fonts are actually Google fonts. So anyone can use these fonts, and these are the names of the fonts on Google Fonts. So if you want to build, your applications or your
Iceberg
third-party tools using these fonts, you can. And this is something that we've been talking a lot about internally, is how do we actually give you
Are young Canadians not drinking? I think in general, a lot of younger people don't drink nearly as much as people of my generation.
To make the things that you build feel more like EVE. People keep on mimicking our UI, they keep on mimicking our stuff, and this is a step in that direction. So how can we make sure that these things are just this is just Creative Commons, it's free to use, anyone can use it, and
Iceberg font, huh?
This shouldn't be. We shouldn't. We need to unleash the empires. I think it's a really cool thing. But symmetry, and it's a very interesting topic. And for the longest time, this was a very challenging thing for us.
Yeah.
When we designed new ships, we always ended up doing like four of the same in a way, to make sure that every empire would get kind of, the same thing. And it's really difficult because it basically means that, introducing a new ship meant that we had to spend 4x time in doing it. So we actually we started leaning more into kind of individual factions. So we've been talking a lot about like how can we embrace asymmetry, and I think there are some very great examples where
Better now I have it.
asymmetry is embraced in the game, and that's given us the confidence of kind of leaning more into asymmetry. Can you?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's so fascinating to me about asymmetry is that's what drives story. Like a stable situation has no change. And story is what comes from change and conflict. And I think that our forebearers did a fantastic job of building that fundamentally into the empires themselves. So rather than create 4 empires with the same size of empire and the same shapes in the mirrored locations, we have extreme differences, like the Amar Empire containing significantly more space. If we look at just the Amar Empire worlds, let alone if we also encounter the Amatar Mandate and the Khanid Kingdom, the number of stars they have significantly dwarfs, say, their opposition, the Mimitar. But then that invites the question, well, why are the Mimitar such a significant threat then to the Amar? And it's not just a case of, say, like a massive force comes in and gets defeated by guerrilla warfare. The Mimitar pose a serious threat to the Amar at home through their military strength. And so then that leads us to make decisions about, well, how are they organized differently internally? What does it mean that the Amar has this proto-feudal, not proto, I guess super-feudal structure that governs it? How does that lead to a difference in the availability of empire resources versus the sort of more scrappy, dynamic, and often more mobile infrastructure that the Mimitar rely on? And so that's a really powerful storytelling tool. But then we've also been leading into this a lot more with our event design and how we put choices into your hands, something we like to do as much as possible. I think the shipcasters, the Shadow Wars and the development of the shipcasters was a huge example of this. Great shout out to the team that worked on that. And we saw people scrapping over these different sides of the same story as they developed towards the same goal. And then more recently, the Race for the Hives, where the Calente didn't even get a Drifter wormhole. And that's led to interesting storytelling. That obviously bled into what's come after, including the presidential campaign we just had.
The factions really don't play that huge of a role.
Because, like, I don't want to say that.
The biggest, I guess, drawback, is where you spawn in space. That's about it. But it's not too difficult for you to get to where, like, the main hub is. Caldari is often looked at as the easiest one to get started because you're closer to Jita, which is the main trading hub. So
We were slaves to the empires, but they were definitely like.
Which has its, bonuses and negatives, right? Like, you're going to have more people there. So if you're starting off new, it's easier for you to maybe go there and sell stuff if you are looking to make money. So, but there also more players means more potential threats. So
They were holding us back a bit, this having to create symmetry. And we're really embracing it in Vanguard. Like, you're not really, you're just embracing the asymmetry. Like, if you need the laser weapon, it's Amar. And you can just use them more as a tool, as a vehicle for storytelling. So
yeah, and I mean, speaking of asymmetry, the Vanguard started, like, the situation that the Vanguard are in right now is that they have essentially one ship or one small group of ships that are sort of on the run. The Aegis are hunting them down, and they're just making these tiny little deployments, trying to steal bits and pieces to to try and build back this kind of warclone legacy that existed previously. And so it does have this very like rebellion kind of feel to it at the moment. So yeah, and then there's also this asymmetry between the relative power of warclones in space versus on the ground. The ground is very much their domain. They're incredibly powerful fighters on the ground. But in space, they are completely weak and completely vulnerable and sort of on the run. And so, it's going to be interesting over the next few years to sort of build this up and to see them grow and to see what that becomes. But yeah, for now, asymmetry is our friend. It's like
who are these gentlemen? They are
straight off the bat, and then
some of the developers for CCP, or now known as Fenris, whatever they're called, Fenris something. So they developed the games EVE Online and EVE Vanguard. Whoops. So they're just talking about
different directions that we can
how
go.
they're going to be changing, how things are going to be changing a little bit lore-wise in the game.
Speed through this part
Yep,
to make sure we get through. So I was noticing the clock. But one of the key examples we wanted to give of how all of these thinking comes together was how we wanted to refresh the Gallente through the Gallente election.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually just going to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Like, I love Gallente. Like, my character is Gallente. I've loved my Vexor my entire life.
Yeah.
I gave you a design problem like 8 months ago.
No, all three of them are developers for the gaming company. I'm not sure exactly what his position is. I know he introduced and they talked about it. This guy here is primarily with EVE Vanguard, and this guy here is with EVE Online. I'm not sure exactly what he does.
And the design problem was basically diegetic.
But they're talking about lore and how they're going to be.
Can we make them awesome, please?
Yeah, and I think
They're like medium gray.
Maybe
the problem
they're
we have
talking
is
about
that
how
the
they're going
Gallente
to
are really cool
trying to make the
if you go
lore
off and
a little
read
bit
a lot about
Yeah.
them. But where's that stuff in the game? Where's
more
it in your
important in the
regular
game.
experience? So if you'll go to the next slide. So again, this is some deep narrative design thinking. I won't go into the details too much, but there's a concept called optimal novelty, which is the idea that if something is too familiar, it becomes boring and humdrum. And if something is too unique, it's exotic and alien and difficult to connect to. And this is backed up by neuroheuristic research. I'm happy to talk to anyone about after the presentation.
Let's get into neuroholistic research now.
I got deep on it.
We learned about
So
astrophysics.
this caused us to want to analyze the Gallente as
What
an
were we
example
doing
of a
yesterday?
specific trope, the Galactic
Hematology.
Federation trope that we see throughout science fiction.
Let's get into it.
So I analyzed 8 different examples of the Galactic Federation from different media and looked at what was the traits that the Gallente had that were unique to the Gallente within that group. This was based on the feedback that we'd received through surveys, through stalking you all and social media places, that the Gallente could come across as a bit too...
Basically,
humdrum,
he's
a bit
talking
too
about the different
standard,
empires
as
in
an
the
example
game.
of this
So
trope.
What you
imagine
did, you just took a look at
undead as opposed to orc or troll or
factions in all
whatever.
the IPs.
Yes,
But in
exactly.
EVE Online,
So
aside
basically
from
kind
where
of
you
who are
start
the
off, there's no
in,
bonus,
you know,
there's no
Star Trek,
racial
Star
bonuses
Wars.
and stuff.
Yeah, the Federation were a big one, and they even called the Federation of Planets, the Galactic Republic in Star Wars, the Alliance, and the Council in Mass Effect, and on and on. And so looking through all of these different groups, we found there were 3 primary things that were unique about the Gallente, which was their focus on automation and drones, their politically divergent member states, and that they had these multiple planets of origin. And these 3 traits are also what is unique about the Gallente within EVE Online. And so we really wanted to lean into these more in the future storytelling.
So basically the points, we took the point every time another Federation shares the trait.
Yeah, doesn't share the trait.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the more points you have, the more unique you are. Like, so I think the only one that we analyzed that was also focused on automation was Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it didn't work out very well for them. So that gave rise to the selection of these 3 candidates, each of whom is a unique response to these core values that we established at the beginning of equality, freedom, and prosperity, and each of which had a different take on those 3 core unique elements: automation, multiple planets of origin, and the diversity of the Federation. And then we gave all of you the choice as to who to select, and it was shockingly close, which is fascinating.
We actually thought that this would be like a kind of a niche thing that, you know, few people would participate.
It was one of our biggest events that we've done. It was fantastic to see so many.
We didn't really know who was going to win until last minute.
Oh, absolutely.
Did you guys see the video of the 2 fighter jets colliding today in the U.S.? I guess they were at some air show or something like that, and 2 fighter jets collided.
Like, it was a
crashed.
few days before we announced that it started to feel like Moreau's victory was solidifying. And it's been really great to have Roden now as this almost victor character in the background, being pretty salty about the result.
Salty tears. So yeah, putting power into players' hands.
Yes. So all this we've talked about, everything we're doing to define this. This isn't about us taking control of the story. This is about us figuring out what the playing field is so that all of you can have as much control of the story as possible. Yeah, and the election of Alex Moreau is a great example of this. Of course, we've done this in the past with like the Amar Championship, with our live events like Tabitha, and how that then played into the Race for the Hives. And I think we're really excited to keep looking for ways to do as much sandbox storytelling as possible. I was asked recently, you know, what is the difference between working on EVE Online and a different game? And for me, it's the difference between building a beautiful dollhouse and making Lego blocks.
Yeah.
And we want to give you as many different kinds of Lego blocks as we can.
And that's always our goal. Like, how can we give more control to you all to tell your stories and use the empires as a backup to make them deeper, darker, harsher, cooler. All right, I think we're actually we have run out of time, sadly.
Can I
Okay,
ask,
what is the
can I
next
say
thing
one
about?
I just wanted to ask everybody. So, so my title on Vanguard is creative lead, but actually my job has been way more like archaeological, I'd say, than creative. And so like I've been talking, you know, so if you are somebody who cares about war clones at all, for sure, but if you care about the impact of war clones on the main EVE game, I really want to talk to you. I've been talking to a bunch of people in the community already on Discord. I'm just CCPJS or FCJS now on Discord. Just add me and tell me who you are and what you're interested in. And because you know, I'll chat to you, and you'll just be like, you should go dig over there, and maybe go dig over there a bit as well. You know, CCP Helmar gave me his copy of the source.
I kind of want them to hurry up and get on to the next subject.
Gather as much information as I can. So if you're somebody that has,
I don't know what the
information
next
and wants to
topic
share
is
it
though.
and wants
Hold
to
on, I've
talk
got
to
the
me
schedule
about
here
what
actually.
I'm doing, then please do reach out.
Yeah. And hunt him down. He's great.
Yes, hunt me down. Yeah.
So apparently the next is
Diegetic.
some of the new like
JS,
artwork / graphics
everyone.
that is
Thank
coming
you
up
all.
in
This
game.
was great.
Oh, and
Have a
come
great
find me in the
FanFest.
bar.
And then they'll be doing a Frontier keynote. So the Frontier keynote I definitely want to watch. And then they're going to be talking more about the EVE Online expansion.
All right, Ernst. We heard a lot about the lore behind the different empires and where they're going and what it means to be. I saw different fonts for each empire. And crazy. How did you like that talk?
I'm actually quite excited. I'm not much of a lore guy. That would
If
be
you-
chaos. Kind of.
Could you imagine if this guy came up and said, I don't give a shit about the font?
It feels like we have to pick it up.
First
So
in
in the
color, I
past,
know,
when-
dude.
when somebody
That's what he
would pop
actually.
up-
He's not
pop
gray, and I was confused.
in the stream, hey, I want to start playing EVE Online. What faction shall I pick? The answer was
It would have been funny if they would have filmed like when the camera went to him, like if they had a special, like just one camera that he was always on, and it was just black and white. That would
really
actually have been
matter. Just
funny.
go by the pictures, maybe, or maybe you like the vibe of any of these.
Missed
And,
opportunity.
actually, super excited because there was a gap. I saw Exordium, and then at the outside of Exordium, these four other regions for each empire. And I was like, how are you gonna have like you select an empire on the character selection, and then you go to Exordium in this neutral space, and then you go to your empire? Makes all sense now. We go to Exordium, presumably, or that's what I guess is through the epic arc, we will learn about the empires, and then we make an educated decision, also based on will we feel okay being part of this sort of whatever setting you're putting it in. You know, being in Amar,
Yep.
being Galanti, Kaldari can mean all kinds of things. So I took a bunch of notes. So this delayed empire selection is glorious. It makes all sense now to me. Super happy about this.
What's your favorite faction?
Okay, can I
I don't think he
answer
cares.
the first faction I picked and why?
Yeah.
When I first played EVE Online before I quit for good the first time. That was Kildari, and you know
Okay.
why?
Yeah.
It would you know.
No.
Okay, that
Tell
would
me.
have been scary.
Yeah.
I was talking about that
Close to the
situation.
Vegeta.
I read this gaming magazine, and it was the first faction that was explained to me in that article about this game, EVE Online. And since I don't really like to read too much, I was just like, yeah, Kildari, that's it. Now I will probably get told a bit more about what choices I actually have. what
You're gonna
it
get
means.
told how old you are that you were reading gaming magazines, dude.
Oh, boy, I mean, I get that every day.
Do those exist still? Oh.
They do,
Yeah.
but I don't do.
Yeah, they
trade
are
rights
they are
much anymore,
changing
so I
that
don't
info
need
so
to
that
buy
you'll
them,
be able
and
to
then
choose
there's
after you
internet,
learn the
so-
basics
But
of the
so
game.
Kildari
I
was your
really
initial
like the
pick, but
idea
what
that
do
they're
you find
bringing in this
nowadays?
new starting zone. Can't remember
Actually,
what they called it, but
I didn't.
I think that'll be
I
a
already knew
really
it was
big deal
bad
actually for the
after
game.
that. When I came
Okay.
back to EVE after I finally quit, it was Amar mainly because I wanted to do lasers. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I like lasers. What was your first one?
Galente, definitely. So I mean, I always go into these games, even in Civilization, I always pick the ones that are, more freedom, republic. You know, the
I think
that
it
sort
went
of feeling.
Caldari,
So
and
going
they're the
in,
ones that are
I picked the
missiles, right?
Galente.
Or drones?
It evolved.
I was like, hey,
more and
that's
more
cool.
Into Caldari, just because you guys know I live in Jeddah, right? We have it back there. I live in Jeddah, so it's.
Hey, Saviak,
at
thanks,
least back
man.
then it was still Caldari space. Let's see what happens. Let's see.
Just to be clear, we are finishing up the Fan Fest, which will probably take up the rest of the stream, to be honest, because there's several hours of this video and then an hour and a half of another video I want to watch. And then the next several streams will be World of Warcraft because I'm trying to speed run my character up to 70 so that I can just play it once a week. And then once we get it up to 70 and it's like at that state where I can just play it once a week called raid logging, then all the other streams for the week will be EVE Online. So that is the goal. So if you see me playing World of Warcraft tomorrow, don't freak out and be like, oh man, he's already quit EVE. That's not what's happening. I need to get that character up to max level as fast as possible so we can start playing EVE Online regularly. So
What happens?
that's the plan.
For me, it makes sense to pick a new character, go into Caldari, and just go. But I think for things like faction warfare or for the lore and for the background, I would still go Galente. But my favorite ships, I said that earlier.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of weird. This is across.
Blah, is that for World of Warcraft's info? I just want to do the raids. That's all. That's why I'm raid logging.
Yeah.
We need to be able
They'll
to,
only
you know,
play
be able to
that character
switch
once a week.
Empire. No,
In
probably
the future, probably not. But also, like, I don't think they can. I don't think it can matter too much in the game because not everyone can have a character for each faction. You know, there's going to be always one character players, and they want to experience all the ships. They want to experience all the skills. So I think in the end, it's impossible to make it to push people too far into one corner because some people are just not going to care.
Yeah,
you know?
but I think the campaigns are perfect for this, though. You can apparently just join any campaign and then, push for more drones or better drones or get the tax relief in MR, which is kind of interesting. thing to talk about. Right now, it seems like Cheetah got sort of strengthened to be the main hub or the thing where people go, even more so than before. And yeah, what's going to happen if there's a tax break in Amar?
If this has tax implications, as I said yesterday on stage, right, then this could definitely at least pull a little bit of the tax of the trade volume towards other factions. If even if it doesn't have a huge impact, I think it's a really good experiment, because I think so far Fenris has never in the history looked at individual taxing. They've made changes to taxing, but it's never been faction specific or very diverse. So I think if they try it here and it has an interesting effect and people actually like that, then we're going to see a lot more of this in different areas. And that's how I see this entire military campaigns thing, as they are now able to try so many different things. They're going to see what do players like, what kind of content do players want to interact with, and then build more on top of that in the following seasons.
And it's also really cool that by engaging with a certain campaign, maybe more than other campaigns, it has a consequence and it helps making it stick. So this feels really like we have much more of an impact on the world. When I compare this to other MMOs, that's a theme park on rails where this is what's going to happen. The story's going to happen like this, and the end game is there. And with Eve, even the type of sand seems to be now part of what we can choose, which is mind-blowing. I love this. So as I said at the start of this segment, I'm not really much of a lore guy, but I might get into it. But one thing for me,
I keep saying I'm going to get into lore, and then
and I don't know how the new Epic arc is.
I get busy actually playing the game.
I hope it's going to be not just reading a thing in a notepad.
Do you play epic arcs in game?
Yes, I do.
Regularly?
Yeah, my standings need fixing. Not regularly. I like the Pirate faction ones because they also kind of pay a little bit and they're a bit faster, and there's a bit more risk to it. Yeah, they're cool.
They hinted yesterday on stage that we might have new ways of fixing standings with this military campaign. So this might fix a lot of things for people that are trying to get back into certain standings, or fix what has been broken in the past. So I think that's going to be cool. The last epic arc they added was the mining epic arc in November.
That was a super short one, though.
Very short. Yeah, I don't usually run epic arc. It's not, as you can imagine, it's not really part of my content, right? Also, I don't hurt my standings very much. But that one was, it was very good to introduce the new gameplay, but it wasn't very long. So I hope this one's going to be, introducing more the faction and a little bit more and heavier on the lore side.
Yeah, no pressure. There was actually one really funny thing with that mining epic arc. You haven't played it, and when you are there day one.
No, that's not
day,
Warlock
right
Industries. Warlock Industries is a
weird things happen. So apparently, one of these epic arc locations spawns so close to a gate that
neither one of them's.
warp to the gate anymore.
That's Oz.
Put them into the epic arc. And
The economics guy.
Yep.
So what
He's
do
got
we
a
have next?
fairly
We're talking about art. Yeah.
big channel
wait.
where he
What's that? Not-
basically talks
Yeah.
about the economy
I
and
like my 3D mouse though.
buying and
this-
selling
this
and
is
stuff like that. Like he's
The
basically
first
like a
one of the first things I do. when there's new
stockbroker
content, especially
in
new
EVE
sites.
Online.
Yeah, I'm gonna get my 3D mouse ready, and it is absolutely mind blowing. Just
What does that do? A 3D mouse?
it just lets you you go to the tactical camera.
Yeah.
Okay, a quick segment. Please allow us to use the tactical camera in the abyss again. FC, please. All right, that one is from my chest now. So you in tactical camera.
Yeah, I know that. Even I know what that is.
Detach the camera, and you can fly it with that little
Okay.
knob in all kind of.
Is that what Warlock uses in his videos?
Yeah. He was talking about it.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
It's really cool. Also in these big battles to just fly through the ships like this is absolutely amazing. So just a few days ago, there was this low-sec capital site of Warpath, the current event called Mayday, and man, you should have seen this. This is 2 Titans on grid, doomsdaying each other, purple nebula around it, and the sun shining through. I was just flying through this thing. I'm going to be probably having goosebumps when this starts, so I'm super excited for this one.
So you're then somebody that plays on high graphic settings.
Yes.
Oh, of
yes,
course.
yes.
I don't understand the like. I see from a PvP performance perspective why you go per potato mode. I can't do it. Like I go full on trader mode. You know, Control Shift F9, which just turns off all the graphics. That's what 90% of the gameplay is for me, because I'm just hanging out in Jita and I'm trading. But when I actually do content in space, max graphics. Because I mean,
No,
that's the
mine's
reason
got to be
like,
max as
if
well.
if my ship doesn't look amazing, why should I play this game?
Yeah,
Game's
well,
too
and
beautiful
especially if
to-
you're presenting the game in a way, as in, playing it on a stream.
Yeah.
I believe. Okay, questions are sometimes good. So if you play Eve zoomed out and just the overview and the little.
And
Couple
you
of
have
dots,
to sometimes.
yeah,
I
you
get
have
it.
to sometimes
Yeah, you have
to get a grasp on where to go and not to die. But even though that generates questions, it's not immediately like putting people in awe. But if you play in a almost not completely first-person perspective, don't do that. You will get seasick. It is so much more, engaging and cool. There's so much happening when you zoom in. Guys, zoom in. Try it yourself.
And the PSA for new players, you can turn off the rumble of the camera. Rumble is on by default. You know, like
EJK?
FC, please default off. the rumble makes you crazy, and also the scrolling direction. The first things I go new client or new account, I always change invert scrolling direction and turn the camera bob off, because it's just, I mean, you can't do that.
It's probably also that from a technical standpoint, more movement on a stream, more bandwidth used, less quality broadcast. It's really, so yeah, I'm a nerd. And I do spec a system based on how many clients of Eve can I run, max fidelity in 1080p
Okay, but
at 60 FPS.
Not a fan of the
that's how I
skins
stream.
resources
on-
better
on
applied
stream.
elsewhere. I mean,
Absolutely, yeah. If you need the specs of my rigs,
they
We'll
did
talk
talk.
about you.
I
Spend
believe
back.
in the
and they're
first day
bigger
they
than
talked about how
Warlock's
they were
PC
going to
then.
be
He said
spending a lot
yesterday on
more
stage that his PC is actually not
upgrading
that
the
big. He's just recording
the
all the big
servers and
battles
technology
in
and stuff like that.
slow
So
motion. You know,
presumably
just
we
like
should
that.
see
he
a
has time
improvement.
after the shit happened to squeeze this and make it smooth. But when shit actually goes on, if you want to have a somewhat,
Excuse me.
like, I don't want to call this playable in an FPS kind of sense.
Yeah.
But if you want to have a few frames per second, you need a beefy machine and a good CPU.
We
I have a beefy
are
machine
going
and
to be,
CPU.
Handing over to the other team after this next
I want to see
segment,
beautiful
right? And then
graphics.
hopefully we'll see you back on camera later. But if you have then a little bit of free time this afternoon,
they
what are you
got-
going to check out? Are you going
they
to do
got a
more
few more
panels and
minutes.
more stuff, or are you going to walk around and paint some minis or play some board games?
So I want to put myself back in time, checking the walk-in stations.
Right. They have the
situation.
Crucible experience. So for those of you that don't know, like to the exact right of us, there are, I don't know, maybe like 10, 15 PCs here, and they have the Crucible state of EVE Online on these PCs. So you can go in there and actually try walking in stations. And, have you tried it? You haven't tried
Oh
it.
no, but we have to make this popular to give a signal, right?
Wait, what's
it's,
this?
It's not. It's a lot of nostalgia. Yeah, it's a
It'll
lot.
help.
I remember playing EVE Online with walking in stations. I never heavily used it, but it's definitely interesting.
So yeah, I'll go there to sort of warm my heart. And if I
Do you
feel
think
too
they'll ever
hot,
bring
I'll
that
go over to
back?
the Frontier guys, and then my blood is gonna freeze.
And maybe you can take some pictures and then post them on your Discord so people see what walking stations.
Oh yeah, but I need to do more. I suck at this. I came here. I created a Discord channel called FanFest 2026.
Yeah.
Let's not do it
And
again.
then,
You
I
don't care
know,
for the
I'm just
walking in
the
stations?
moment guy. I always like, I go to dinner with my wife, and what happens? Well, no, stop. You can't touch your food yet. We need to first take some pictures. And I'm like,
Okay.
it's hard.
Yeah.
We're working.
You're not. I honestly. I
Hey,
saw
Paulinon, what's up, man?
the Instagram game
07?
yesterday of some other streamers. We're behind Earth. Like there's a whole world out there. Do you have an Instagram account?
No.
No, me neither, man.
I
We're old.
need, yeah.
Yeah.
So we need to probably apply to some group to help us to figure these things out. Laura knows these things, right?
He does. But I'm afraid every time I talk to him about marketing, I get afraid because my head explodes. But also I just noticed, why did they put the old guys together and the young guys together, huh? This is discrimination.
Too much
First?
promise before they even came. Yeah,
Is it-
isn't
are
there
you-
that
am I
meme
not
about
allowed
how
to call you
that
old? I'm
door
sorry.
never opened or
No,
something?
that's perfectly fine.
Like you
I
walk
feel-
around in your room, but
okay.
you never could actually go into the
This is
station because the
experienced,
door never
uh,
unlocked.
Commentator team, right? You get the kids back in a second here.
Yeah, and I got an excuse for being slow, so that's fine. I got an excuse for this to remember things, right?
That's good.
No, I didn't draw any weird pictures in here, contrary to popular belief. So here we are. But yeah, I'm going through this. Let's see. There were a few bits we missed.
We're
4 minutes.
yesterday a meme that I loved about the Thursday was the bald.
Okay, they got
Caldari.
like a
Did you
minute
hear about
left
that?
of talking.
In the security panel. Apparently, you used to be able to spot botters by the fact that they were bald Caldari characters, because that was the default when you created your character. And so back in the day, it was very easy to spot them. And now, when you create a new character,
Randomized,
the
is it?
appearance of the character gets randomized, which for the security team now makes it
kind of,
more difficult to find botters. And so they ended their presentation yesterday by saying, never trust a bald Caldari character, because they're probably a bot. And I don't want to generalize, right? There's probably many
So
bald
Urs
Caldari
is
characters now being
a
offended.
bot.
I think I have a few myself, to be
Urs is a
quite
bot
honest.
confirmed.
But,
He's not real.
Yeah, remember out there, don't trust Caldari bald
Yeah.
characters.
I'm so happy I picked Amar. My guy's bald as well, but
Okay.
he's
Oh, you
Oh, I
just-
thought he said he played
just keep it in.
Caldari.
I'm
it real.
keeping it on brand.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Well,
Right.
you know, I had to actually. So that's 2 years. No, 3. I don't remember. 3 years ago, I still had hair. So there are bits out there on stream where Urs
Really?
has hair, but at some point it was just like the whole maintenance and you know, getting a bit thinner. And
Yeah.
I was like, you know, fuck it, I don't want to.
You can get some cool hats here. So at the merch booth, I wanted to get one of those nerds hats from the Nerds show. I really enjoy that. And today we saw it on stage already, the new Fenris merch. So with the wolf.
Yeah.
So if you missed it yesterday, the whole that was during the keynote, I think, right, where Helmar explained the story behind the Fenris and how the sun sets into the mouth of the wolf and then it comes
Okay,
back out.
Yeah,
They're just
Re-
babbling now. I'm
regurgitating wolf.
skipping ahead.
Is-
Art director.
Sorry if you were deep into that, but they were just kind of mumbling until the next presentation. I think maybe I need to skip them every time they come up because
Please welcome
Mumble
to the
about shit.
stage the most picturesque of developers, FC Kokke and FC Sea Slug.
why is there so many people in the crowd? I don't know. They're watching the development of the game, I guess.
Hello.
How's it going? Hi, everybody. I'm FC Sea Slug.
And I'm FC Kokke. You are the senior
I am senior.
3D artist. So I'm FC Kokke, art director for EVE Online.
I think they're just like wasting time until the next presentation can get fully prepared. So
Wonderful to
I think
see
that's
you
the
all
whole
here today.
purpose of them being there.
It's missing the sound. We're going to dance to that.
Yeah, that had some good audio.
So we are here on behalf of Team Trilambda, also known as the art department. Now the team consists of 15 people.
Here's the guys
Some
that
of the
are
artists have been
in
working
charge of
on
making the
EVE,
game beautiful.
for close to 20 years, and some even more. Now, I've been on this journey with you for over 18 years now. First as a concept artist for 8 years, and directing EVE Online after that. Now, we care deeply about the art in EVE and everything space-related. So, it's not just because we love spaceships, it's because art is serious business. So
The
EVE has come a
graphics
long
really
way
are
since
amazing
its
in the
birth
game.
In 2003. As you can see in these beautiful classic old images. But we're often so focused
Yeah, they do a great
on
job.
what's next, it can be easy to forget where we came from. Now, if we look back in time at a very high level, you can see the modernization effort has been considerable. We've done some very big graphical updates in the past. For example, the Trinity update in 2007, which introduced the new graphics engine Trinity and some major ship upgrades. This was the first step towards modernizing EVE. Now, we've done countless VFX updates throughout the years: explosions, fire and smoke, cloud, fog, weapons effect, and the list goes on and on. It's super cool
What
stuff.
do you got planned this year?
Now, we updated all the nebula backgrounds to deepen the immersion and gave you a better sense of scale and location in the universe. And the UI has gone through quite a few iterations throughout the years. And in 2022, we introduced the Photon UI. Super cool update there. And the UI team has been, well, the UI discipline is constantly working on evolving the UI. And now they're looking into updating the HUD. And they've been showing that here on FanFest now and having some good conversations with you. That's looking super promising.
Wait, hold on. Let's go back to that.
Planets have been updated.
This is what's coming to the game? Oh, okay. So it's definitely, there's some other changes. Well, but that does, it's kind of a little bit more of a standard like MMO, like with different rows and
FanFest
stuff
now.
like that. I think that looks good.
Having some good conversations with you. That's looking super promising. And planets have been updated more than once, now looking more beautiful and detailed than ever. And we also updated all the stars in EVE to these beautiful, detailed fireballs. And another big visual update we did was creating models for all the turrets and missile launchers in client, accompanied with all the mechanics of functioning weapons. This was a super cool project to work on quite a few years ago. And we've delivered loads of ship updates. We always love creating spaceships. Now, this is by no means a full list of graphical updates that we've done. What projects we work on this front is often dictated by time, what might fit the direction EVE is going at any time, or what parts of EVE are in need of attention. So please be patient with us. This work will always continue. Now, with that said, our work is focused on two main pillars: modernizing EVE, it's pushing the visual forward, just projects like we looked at. And the second pillar is expanding the universe, building new content. Hand it over to you.
So let's take a look 1 year back in time to FanFest 2025 and see how the universe has evolved since then. Shortly after we last met, we added the new smoke and fire visual effects to EVE, and these kind of help you better visualize the state of a ship in space in a more immersive way.
That was cool.
And at the same time, we added some life to the hangars through a collection of drones, or bobs as we call them. And these little guys have a lot of potential to be used throughout EVE in fun and meaningful ways. Then we have the lighting and modernization. Another ongoing modernization project is the lighting and VFX pass on ships.
How long have I been playing now? About 6 months, but I did see the videos. Like when I started playing, I watched the FanFest videos from the previous year, so it was like 6 months. So I did see what ships looked like when they were damaged before, and saw the after, and I was like, oh, that's actually a really cool effect.
And we started this initiative a while ago with the frigates, but this time it was adding life to the ore ship line. Now these ships have more appropriate lighting, VFX states, meaning that they act differently between warping, being docked, or flying in space. This is one of those slow burner projects that we try and jump on whenever we get the chance. Another renovation we looked at recently was updating our mineable asteroid library. These space rocks had not been looked at in a very long time. But the mining theme of Catalyst was the perfect avenue to slot that in. The quality of the assets was lacking. Their age was showing quite drastically. But in the top row, you can see the older 3D models, while below are their higher-res counterparts after getting a proper sculpting and a proper modeling pass. So, more crunchier details. The way asteroid belts appeared in the past is that rocks would just scale with the amount of ore that they contained. So, but now we have proper size classes between small, medium, and large, along with the scaling. So the size of the rock is more appropriate to the amount of ore in each chunk. We used a lot of procedural methods to shade and texture the asteroids, and we experimented with lots of different presets to work out the proper feel for each mineral type. And now, whenever you're mining, asteroid belts make a more immersive background as the detail and texture quality holds up a lot better. But we have a strong foundation to build on, solid pipeline to expand our library of beautiful rocks, which we intend to keep adding to down the line.
The lighting is pretty nice.
Beautiful.
Pretty rocks.
Pretty rocks. Now, those were some of the modernization projects that we did last year. And then there's the second pillar we're responsible for, which is expanding the universe. Now, we always work with game design teams for major expansions. And sometimes these projects are very heavy on the graphics side, and Catalyst was definitely one of those projects. There was new gameplay mechanics that we'd not done before, very heavy on the VFX front, and a ton of new assets to create asteroids,
Congratulations,
ships,
T-Mac.
environments.
David Ebby's just an
and also
idiot,
some
July
strange
rating.
space phenomena
That's all.
that we needed to figure out how to present. So we started prototyping and sketching out early on and trying to figure out how to finish this project. And we found out quickly that concepting ferrofluid proved to be a fairly tricky task.
I'm going to go to the washroom really quick, guys. I'm just going to let this run. Be right back.
Managed to work our way around it. And it's a phone video there. I was so excited in the office, like, I just grabbed up my phone and ran around the office. We have ferrofluid. It's super cool. And so these came out super good. And we found our way through this chaos. And the final version of the Catalyst was quite spectacular.
Thank you. So cool to see it on a big screen. Anyway, as you know, without spaceships, there is no spaceship game. Catalyst era introduced a total of 9 new ship hulls, and one of them being the Pioneer. It was a plan to bridge the gap between the Venture and the mining barges, especially for alpha players and new bros, since the price jump between the two was very hefty. Here you can see some early sketches of the Pioneer and its variants. We ended up making the business end somewhat modular. This let us change it quite drastically between the Tech 2 and Consortium versions, while keeping the main hull and booster areas pretty consistent. So it's kind of like swapping a bucket shovel for a grapple on a hammer or an excavator. That was kind of the idea. But here's a ship that originated in the art department. It originated as a concept exploration to make a ship that was very effects focused. This beautiful looking ship also ended up kind of inspiring its own game design, which was very cool, to be the Explorer's gold standard. The idea behind the sphere on the back there was that it was supposed to serve as like a high-tech fuel converter that would let the pilot be deployed for longer and possibly even interact with wormholes. The spinning rings were then inspired by the common hacking structures, which further solidified what the Odysseus was all about. So let's take a quick fly around these ships and see what they look like in space.
Woo!
There you go.
That looks so cool.
Super good.
Beautiful.
But next it was the carriers. So these ships did not only get a visual update, but also a balance pass. We don't touch the numbers, but we make things look pretty. When we modernize Eve ships, we're trying to stay really close to the DNA of the original character. These ships are so well known by now that we want to keep the magic alive whenever possible. Here you can see some early sketches and concepts from the process of designing the Nidhoggur. And sometimes it can be trickier to achieve a proper redesign rather than making a new ship from scratch. We battle with how much to change. Have we changed too much? Have we changed too little? How do we make an old, weird, asymmetrical design look interesting when you have more details that you can add to it? Well, a new ship is a blank canvas. And here you have the Nidhoggur, Thanatos, Chimera, and the Archon. Now they show appropriate scale,
C-Max
and they feel
really
a lot
jacked
better,
about these new
bigger
ships.
when you get up close and personal. They got new models, higher density textures, and proper lighting, VFX, animation states. And they also got a cool little feature that now when you deploy your fighters from the tubes, you can see the same fighters come out.
It's really cool, actually, when you can see the fighters come out.
We tried to stay really close to the original designs as they were really strong already. And now they just read much better. They feel bigger, they feel stronger. And at the same time, just beautiful pieces of art.
Okay. So in the coming weeks, in Cradle of War, you will be able to get your hands on a few more exciting new ships.
C-Mac, hold on.
What a
C-Mac, here they
beautiful
are.
Line of ships. Tech 2 carriers.
C-Mac's been talking about these
when we
non-stop.
design these, our philosophy with the Tech 2s is to do a design upgrade of the Tech 1, make some cool modifications that make the Tech 2 feel a little more aggressive and powerful. As you can see here with a sleek Galente carrier, Gaia. Now the front end has become symmetrical and stronger for a beautiful silhouette. And it's just mighty cool ship. Love it. And here you have the Ymir, a brutal looking Minotaur carrier, taking inspiration from the Kumak on the front. looking quite aggressive. And here we have the godly salvation. Oh, it's so nice to look at it here on the picture.
Yeah, it's way nicer.
Yeah, looking awesome. Really like it. Team did a really good job on this. And finally, the Tech 2 version of the Chimera, the almighty Simurgh. Now this was the biggest model change of the 4 ships. Aha!
Smart.
Smart man. Yes. As you can see, like this gentleman said, there we go. So pilots that have been with us for a while can see that we took inspiration from the old Chimera that was missed by some players. So now we have best of both worlds, current Chimera and the Simurgh. Now let's take a look at these in action.
That's cool how the fighters come up. They're drones.
Thank you. We're very proud of these. They are quite pretty. But there was a buzz for Cradle of War as well to expand the Navy destroyer lines. Here you can see the Talwar, the Corax, the Alcos, and the Dragoon Navy issue with their respective Tech 1 parents. This is something we know how to do. We've done it before, so all these ships got a proper model pass, which includes new armor platings, some attachments, silhouette changes, and other cool parts to kind of make it look bigger, stronger, a little bit more aggressive. They got faction boosters, animation states, along with the classic lighting and VFX updates. And as you can see, the Navy issue camo patterns. So you can be invisible in space. So here are the first 9 hulls from Catalyst, with 8 more coming in Cradle of War. So 17 new ship hulls since last FanFest, making a pretty sick collection, if you ask me. They're all quite nice. We're very proud of them.
Yes, give it up.
Yeah, I think the Avs are probably the favorite now. Pickled Pike. We've got the second best player in the world and the best defenseman in the world. It's not to mention a whole bunch of other really good players as well surrounding them. Pretty solid lineup.
Oh. What was that? What was that?
So another big task for Cradle of War was the new air trade hub located in the heart of Exordium. The goal was to create a feeling similar to when you arrive at Cheetah for the first time. It's a grand scale, lots of activity, a spectacle. So everybody remembers when you warp to Jita for the first time. It's huge. But here on the left, you can see the size comparison to Jita.
Yeah, Carolina's good. They got a really good defense, and they got Frederick Anderson in net. So, and they got some guys who can score goals as well. So.
That's the air station from the new player experience.
I think they're going to be pretty tough.
That is the trade up,
I think they'll probably win the East.
That's Jita. It's a proper evolution of the older air stations, a grandiose structure perfectly placed for lighting and backdrop. And if you look at it from above, you can even see it makes a full Fibonacci spiral. So design, like through and through, very cool. The level of detail and sense of scale of the structure is quite captivating, and it helps you immerse yourself into the depths and details of Eve. And
yeah, Buffalo's got a good
also
team too.
Feels somewhat more friendly and neutral, contrasting the stronger, darker styles of the empires. It's a beautiful addition to New Eden to welcome new players and should help them get a sense of scale of the world they're about to embark on. But on that note, a new station needs a new hangar.
Wait, hold on. Is this the new station that new players are going to see?
Level of detail and sense of scale of the structure is a spiral. So older. Above that is the trade up. You can see in the heart.
What was that?
Is that what this is? Yeah, I think that's what I'm checking. Polynom C. I think that's what this is. It'd be cool for a new player to see that relatively quickly as soon as they get into the game, right? Make it pretty grand and stuff like that. It's kind of like when you're playing other games and the first time you see a capital city, it's like, wow.
Air trade hub located in the heart of Exordium.
Okay, it is. It is the new main.
The goal was to
it
create
is
a
the
feeling
hub for the
similar
starting
to
area.
When you arrive at Jita for the first time. It's a grand scale, lots of activity,
Very nice.
A spectacle. So everybody remembers when you warp to Jita for the first time. It's huge. But here on the left, you can see the size comparison to Jita. The small crab-looking thing down there at the bottom, that's the air station from the new player experience. Above that is the trade hub, and the pink blob-looking thingy there, that's Jita.
So it's not quite as big as Jita, but it's
of the older air stations.
It's a
grandiose structure, perfectly
bigger
placed
station
for
than they would
lighting and
normally
backdrop. And
see
if you look at it
first.
from above, you can even see it makes a full Fibonacci spiral. So design, like through and through, very cool.
Well, the first capital that I entered was Thunder Bluff, actually, because I played Tauren. But yeah, I was like, wow, this is pretty cool. And then I don't know if I remember the first time I saw Org specifically, but I know I probably was like, wow, this is pretty neat.
Detail and sense of scale of the structure is quite
Keep in mind, I'd played several other MMOs at this point, so I'd seen like the capital, like the big city or big towns in like Dark Ages of Camelot and stuff like that as well, right? So,
and it helps you immerse yourself into the depths and details of Eve.
But Eve Online is such a beautiful game that when you first see Jita or you know, some of these large
the stronger, darker styles of the
ships and stuff like that, you're just like, wow, that is pretty impressive.
It's a beautiful addition to New Eden to welcome new players and should help them get a sense of
this new starting zone is a great idea. I'm glad they were watching my stream when I suggested it.
But on that note, a new station needs a new hangar. These are big, grand-scale projects that require a lot of attention and time, and at any point in time, somebody from the team is going to touch on it, like the entire team. So it's important, like there are lots of important elements at play that need to work together. Here you can see some early blockouts of the hangar. So once we figured out the floor plan, we took the old air hangar, cut it up into pieces, and rearranged it in a new way, along with making some new models, of course, to get it all to fit together. From there, when they've been cleaned up and prepped, we take them into Graphite, which is our in-house authoring tool. There we apply textures, add lights, blinkies, flying drones, smoke, all the stuff that kind of makes it come to life.
Blinkies?
And one of the goals with the hangar as well was to take lessons learned from the Upwell and Deathless hangars and apply those lessons in a new setting. Creating the hangar, the workflow is starting to get a lot tighter, which is unlocking ways for us to address the other faction hangars down the line. But that's something that Goggi is going to talk about. These are some big ideas.
Yes. Okay, so let's take a look at what we've been cooking behind the scenes, where we plan to take EVE in the future. Now, I have a disclaimer for all you here and all of you on the internet looking. This is just a disclaimer. The following are just high-level concepts, something we're exploring, not committed to any release as
No
of now.
promises is what he's saying.
So one of the problems we want to tackle in EVE, that EVE is a massive universe and parts can feel repetitive at times. Hangars and stations, perhaps mostly so. Now the scale of the universe is definitely there, but the lack of variation can bring the scale down in some aspect. Now, dynamic universe is a theme that we've been working with for a while.
Or are you going to be able to like
the
design
department.
different keep stars and stuff like that? That would be cool.
So how do we breathe more life and variation at scale into EVE? And how to do it in a meaningful way. Because we really want to emphasize the feeling of discovery, arriving at a new destination, seeing something completely unique, or even arriving back at the same place and seeing that it's evolved or changed somehow. So the visual surroundings should tell you a story. So as an example, the same hangar or station could create very contrasting feelings. Now we have all of these different graphical elements at our disposal to help create these different atmospheres. Lighting changes, color changes, various VFX, clouds, fog, animated assets, drones, and the list goes on. So the same asset can transform into completely different experiences. For example, empty versus an active place. Or thriving versus decaying. That's some cool contrasts to play
Hold on, I
around
want
with.
to do a before and after again.
So the same asset can transform into completely different experiences. For example, empty versus an active place. Or thriving versus decaying. That's some cool contrasts to play around with. So how do we do this? We want to pull in as much meaningful data as we can to help visualize this. So what you guys are doing as pilots, as a collective, has influence and shapes the visual storytelling of EVE. Now, to take this concept further, we don't just want to add this layer onto existing assets. We want to rebuild the empires and start to re-envision the core assets. So empire hangars, they should have multiple different layouts and different sizes, with plenty of new angles to discover within each hangar. And if you have low standing, you're going to be docked in a dirty basement somewhere with no visibility. Right down there. I think that would be cool, actually.
Subpar clones.
Yeah. And while good standing will bring you to a super nice location, with really cool music, and you'll have your court banners and whatnot. It will be super nice up there. Pleasure hubs, yes. Okay, then. Thank you. I'll add that to the presentation for the next one. And with multiple parking lots, talking with your fleet members will become a super nice experience. So remember the list in the beginning of all the modernization projects we've done in the past. These are just a couple more. We'll get there. We'll get there. But building these assets in a modular fashion, using our layout system, is going to help us create this vision. And here's an early prototype for a frigate chamber within the Kaldari hangar. So just a small little area. And you would progress into larger areas once you can fly bigger, more powerful ships, feeling of progression for new players. So let's check out how this could look. I think this will just be super cool. Yeah, we're gonna get on that.
What is that?
So we want to take the same approach to station exteriors, modular and changing depending on various inputs.
James Von James, dude, welcome, man.
Visually, depending
Just
on
watching the FanFest stuff
or what is happening
for EVE Online. Lots of neat updates coming.
How that could possibly work. That's cool. So we've mainly been talking about Empire styles, hangars, stations, environments. I feel like we should talk a little bit about spaceships. Yes, just a little bit. A few slides on ships. So ships are always at the core of what we want to evolve. We just love doing these. And you can probably recognize some old concepts here and some new ones. Now, the modular system that we talked about before can open up some exciting new possibilities as well for visuals. For example, creating variations quickly, or create unique hulls for all Tech 2 ships, or even visual.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too, James Von James. I'm leveling a Warlock in WoW right now. He's level 62, so I need to like speed run it up to 70 so that by the time this expansion comes out, like my Warlock is ready to just raid log and I can just play it once a week and play EVE the rest of the week.
Passive modules, rigs, or just some modifications to your ship. So this is something we'll explore more when these systems become further polished. So I have a new concept here of a fairly large ship. We'll give you a very rough sketch of the Erebus. So it's just a very early stage, but something like this, some rough sketches like this, is enough for us to start exploring it further in 3D, where a lot of the design work happens. But I can see like there's probably going to be a power core unit in the center circular negative bit, and there'll be openings into a giant city in the back, and there will be some energy flowing to a new super weapon, and I can see it all happening. It's gonna, can you see it? It's gonna be great. And we have projects that are further along in the pipeline. Here's the Minmatar burst concept and the 3D work that's come so far. This little guy is looking super nice. And finally, here's the Abaddon, work in progress. Now, this ship is furthest along in the pipeline. And we stayed very true to the original design, as you can see. Just adding
Yeah, it's the art
animations and
discussion. So the
states.
updated graphics and stuff. Some of it is just like, look at that.
Give it a hand. Super cool.
Lots of really cool things that they're doing graphically in the game.
Like I said,
Updates
we
to
love
ships,
doing
updates
spaceships.
to space stations, the
best part.
interior of
It's the
space
best part.
stations.
Now these are, like
He was talking about earlier how the higher up you get with the rep, the better place in the space station where your ships will be able to park and stuff like that. It's really cool.
I said, slow burner projects that we jump on when we have time.
So like if you have really shitty rep with that particular faction, like you'll be like put in like the basement basically. But if you have high rep, then and have bigger ships and stuff like that, you'll come into like a different area.
We'll get these to you soon. So going back to the dynamic theme, another level we haven't talked about is the graphic design layer. Now this layer is quite static, but we want to have more of these elements and having them change with time and activity, and that's the goal. And we want to give you more options to show your colors in space. Now, with all of this in mind, everything that we've talked about, imagine a beautiful keepstar in all its glory. And with time, it perhaps changes as it takes on, as its lifespan progresses.
Maybe a little bit more modular, not.
And perhaps we could add some dramatic lighting to it. So, is it still missing something, perhaps? Should we maybe add a logo to it? Yeah. If there's any alliances here, we'll test out one. Oh.
Yeah.
Anyone from Koonsvorm here? There's a couple
There we go.
of people. I made a couple more. Should we scroll through a few? Only fleets. Hello, there you are.
There you go.
How cool is that? I'll keep going. These were fun to make. Elsie? No? Nobody here?
They're all on the stream.
On the stream. Hello on the
There are a
stream.
couple there.
I can hear them clapping on the stream. We're going to keep going. Hello, fraternity. Nobody? No.
Only Goonswarm's
Oh,
there,
sorry.
but Goonswarm's the most
Nobody
important.
here.
Don't worry about the rest. That is actually cool. If you are just joining us, they're talking about like updating the graphics to certain elements in the game, so like keep stars and stuff like that, to not make certain ones like look exactly the same. Different areas of the universe, like they are going to change. Little things like maybe make some of them look like they're decayed and barely in service, and other ones the lighting is going to be different and stuff like that, so that if you get to one that looks say like the same pieces, whatever Jita, you're not going to see the exact same basic station somewhere else. It's going to look different. I am in Goons, yeah. Karma Fleet specifically.
Ad starting. We will be back in 3 minutes.
Should we look at a few more? So these are getting quite wild. Remember the disclaimer in the beginning. We haven't committed to any of this. And when we do the customization, it might not look exactly like this, It might not be exactly.
It
But
just looks
anyway,
cool, man.
We're going to keep going.
Same
Couple more.
Same Keepstar, but
That's
my
too
God.
far, man. Who's going to make that?
It was
Oh,
so
jeez.
fun to make. I couldn't stop. I just kept going. Boss brutalism! I have one more. Last one. Test. I hear they could potentially look like this, but I hear they may need to take some soft first. Is that? I hear correctly. You can do it. I believe in you. Sorry. It's all love. It's all love. Final thought. I see Eve as a giant piece of living art, a collaboration, constantly evolving, where we create the assets and its boundaries, and you bring it to life and shape it.
We'll bring it to life.
It always amazes
The
us
Austrian?
to see what you guys get up to. How you paint these giant, beautiful, abstract paintings. It's just amazing. It's so cool. So it's truly an honor to be on this journey with you. Cheers to you guys.
See you later, Pickle Pike. Have a good night, man.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for attending. Hope to see you soon.
See you at the party.
Well, ladies and gentlemen,
So I think there's
we're
supposed to be
back
something
at FanFest.
they're going
How
to
you
talk
doing?
about.
Oh, I'm
Ship
doing good.
balancing now?
Lolo and that guy Toxic. We have so much to talk about, dude.
We have so much to talk about. That I literally have goosebumps for what was happening right there.
Yes. Yes.
You are definitely wanting to talk about certain Vanguard stuff that we've been held down by
Or are they going the
CCP
Frontier
almost at
keynote?
gunpoint.
Because I want to watch
I
that
know
too.
Vanguard does have guns.
At Gangpoint.
Yeah, right there. Yeah. Now that the NDA is finally over, we can finally be excited in front of you about the certain changes. Also, the modular ship designs. I'm so excited about the modular stuff.
We could
As a PvPer, oh my god, it's so good.
It's so good. Let's talk about that first, actually, because you were saying, and you're totally right, that like visually speaking, we've only been able to zoom in on like missiles or lasers, whatever.
Yep.
But now, since you do more PvP, take it. You can now counterplay. Go ahead.
Absolutely huge. Having modular ship design, so I can figure out if this Gnosis, right, most likely going to be buffer fit or whatever, but I can finally figure out if it has newts.
Have you watched the Frontier
keynote
keynote?
Some
Games, because that's
James
Bond James, because that's
like
coming
you do
up.
with Tier 3 Cs, where you can find out what kind of configuration it is. Being able to understand that is so big for PvP. I hope they don't. I hope it's kind of. It's easier to see. It's not super like you need to zoom in and then right-click and do that extra zoom to figure out what kind of Arbalast or Tech 2 rocket launcher or whatever. But oh my god, just being able to understand if it has newts and not have to like try and count
cunt what?
The gun points on the ship.
Yes.
Absolutely massive.
Huge,
So,
huge. Well, I was just thinking as you were talking, this makes scout ships way more valuable.
Yeah, Lura's pretty good at
because now they can be cloaked.
being a
you can
host
zoom in and go, oh,
slash
they're running
presenter.
XYZ configuration. Oh, these guys are doing this, that.
Yeah.
It's going to make the counterplay less, hey, we arrived and they got blob with 60 people. Let's bring 61 people. It's, hey, we have some. It makes it more about the information
100%.
instead of just about like,
As you say that,
oh, there's many people in local. Go ahead. Yeah,
information in PvP especially is completely key. Understanding all the stuff required, like information in Eve is key, right?
He seems like a nice guy. I've only talked to Luru maybe twice, and I remember one time it was just to ask him if I could watch his videos on stream, like just to kind of get permission. A lot of people won't even do that, but he was like, yes, please do. Like the more we can get people watching Eve content, the better. Like he was all for it.
And if I can just quickly click that look at your ship and just understand, okay, I don't even need to look at your Z kill. Now I know exactly what your fitting is. I can see your guns. I can see what systems you have on there. And now I can see if you have newts. It's just, oh, that's so good.
It opens up a whole new line of play style. It opens up a whole new way to actually engage, and also to look really cool. I mean, come
James,
on.
Are you in Goons?
Is fashion, ladies and
Did you guys see that that nice explosion at the end there?
What did you? It was like a magnate hitting like a
naglfar.
Like a naglfar, and it blew up in like
a green sort of.
Is that
8-bit style?
8-bit? We don't know. Is that a Skinner death animation? We don't know.
Yeah,
I'm talking to you, Chad. I don't know. So
exactly.
That's crazy stuff. So big stuff there. Ooh, we want to quickly mention, y'all, if you're at FanFest, these are dog tags. I'm going to talk here. These are dog tags. These are free with your character name on them. You can go to the second floor by the bar. It is a charity spot. It's all free. If you feel compelled to give, there's a charity there. You can give whatever you want, but these are free no matter what. There's a bunch of little like corp swag up there. A lot of the alliances have left some stuff for y'all. A lot of good swag, shirts, stickers, coasters, a bunch of stuff. Go check it out. It's free if y'all want to walk up and get your dog tag. But if you feel compelled, $5. We can all afford $1. We can all afford $1. So
exactly, 100%.
Yeah,
it goes to a great cause. Also, they do have pins and other stickers and other stuff like that, and they also have shirts from previous fan fests. So if you don't want to go over,
I need to start learning how to do PvP.
It's a great cause.
Combat
and
and
of course,
stuff.
you get some swag. So it's not really, I wouldn't complain.
I wouldn't complain, so.
Yeah.
And this morning, I was very jealous of Oz and Erst that got to report right after the Vanguard stuff. We started our segment with Vanguard.
I know.
Toxic and I have been NDA'd out of our minds since we went to London. That's right, because every time somebody like, Laura, what's the connection to Vanguard, blah, blah, blah. It's this, contraband, your implants, you can
Faction
get them back.
Warfare, yeah, I've had people tell me that, but for some reason I'm going to have to look at the rules in Goons again, but I could have sworn that there were some rules that couldn't Faction Warfare, because you might be killing other Goons or something like that. I have to... Or maybe it was NDS, or what is it called? NP, not purple, shoot it. NPSI. I think NPSI fleets we definitely can't join.
High grade snakes that you lost.
I'm going to be honest, I think NPSI fleet sounds really fucking cool. Like, where you don't really have some place that you're trying to defend, you're just going out and you're raising hell. That sounds like my type of gameplay, but I don't know how to do combat yet.
Where you can now buy them back, roughly speaking, we don't have all the details yet, with the contraband system, region-based, in Vanguard. Your items are now on planet. So your kill, when you kill somebody, if you see, oh my gosh, they had a bunch of purples, and they didn't drop, Loot Fairy said no.
Yeah, James, that sounds more like my playstyle.
Yes, when you go
like when I used to play MMOs before World of Warcraft and stuff like that, my guild was basically, that's what we did. And we played sort of like the fantasy version of EVE Online in the sense that the guilds and nations in that game actually built the cities and stuff like that too. And then you would declare war on each other, much like you do in EVE Online, try and take over the city and tear it down, basically. So that was basically like what we did. We had a city, but we decided to take on basically the biggest corporation in the entire game. It was a guild or nation. They vastly outnumbered us, and I just said, you know what? Fuck it. Let's just give up our city. Then we don't have to always keep coming back to defend our territory. We can just go out and attack nonstop. And that's what we did, and just tore them up. Like, it was so much fun, dude. So much fun.
The contraband in that area, and that
Like, I love the idea of being like this rogue pirate that just goes around, and you just use a certain space station as your main hub or whatever. And, you know, otherwise you're just roaming around with a group of friends and raising hell. I love that idea.
that's all we know so far.
I can already see the third-party devs in the game going absolutely insane.
Bananas.
I'm sure within like a week, maybe not even a week, of this thing being out, there is going to be some sort of web page out there to figure out what died in what area of region of space in terms of like price point, right? There's going to be, and then maybe it's going to be like how much do you think you can get out of this region? If they release any kind of information like that, it's over. Like the contraband stuff is going to be so lucrative.
Well, you saw that Emperor, I think it was a Corvette in high sec. They got ganked the other week with like a trillion-esque, 1.5 trillion. Imagine that doesn't drop. All of a sudden, now everybody's paying the Vanguardians, I see you in the Discord, thank you, to go like, hey, can somebody go in this area or something? This is something that no other FPS and MMO are doing, where there's actual connectivity to the games. And this
What they were doing with Vanguard sounds really cool. Actually, I didn't really have any interest in Vanguard before, but now suddenly it's like, okay, you know what? That sounds pretty cool.
What the Vanguards are doing, you know. I don't know if it's Vanguardians or if it's something else.
You know what is also amazing about this? If, like, I am fully PvP oriented in FPS games as well as EVE. This sort of gives me an out to make ISK.
Yes.
I don't have to do exploration or mining or something like that. I could go, you know what, I want to shoot people. I want to enjoy it. Let me go play Vanguard, and I can shoot people, get all this stuff, and sell it back to EVE. And boom, boom, boom. I don't have to do nothing. There's no downtime for me for PvP or action.
There's no downtime. You know, while I'm warping around, maybe I'm on autopilot or something. Don't autopilot, thank you, chat, okay. But if you're on autopilot with your lovely freighter, you can assume it's hull tanked, thank you. You can go into second monitor and go play Vanguard, or if you don't care about Vanguard, that's okay. This is my favorite thing about it, is the Vanguard players don't have to care about what's happening in EVE. They just know that some money's coming in for the contraband that they found. And the EVE Online players don't have to care about what's happening in Vanguard. They can just go, oh, you know, there's
I'm not a big FPS guy either. I just think it's a cool concept.
All the third-party devs are killing it.
Hopefully it works.
If you can't tell, we're excited because this is something we've been sitting on, the golden goose and the egg it makes, and now we can talk about it and how it's going to affect the whole realm of EVE Online. EVE is truly forever. Goodness gracious.
That time we spent in London together, the first
What is EVE Frontier next?
Was phenomenal.
I almost feel like skipping this.
CCP Colin, FC Colin.
Take a shot of your favorite energy drink.
Of Gortz. Gortz was fantastic, but listening to FC Colin talk about the game that he is currently making.
Do we skip this and get to the Frontier stuff?
Obviously, you know, things have happened in the past, so everybody's a little bit, you know, in and off. But listening to how FC Colin was talking about the game and how excited it was like, it gave us a rush.
It did.
It was huge. Even sitting next, I was sitting behind Laura at that moment, and he was doing absolute crazy stuff. He was writing in his, he was just like, all this content is going right there.
That's a video, that's a segment, that's a series, just kept going. And this is my favorite thing about this, is not the amount of content we're going to bring each and every one of you. My favorite thing is the interconnectivity the two communities are going to have without having to try. Seamless is the word I want to say, is that it feels like there's a backbone to Vanguard before it even starts. It feels like EVE just grew because, guys, think about all the people that are going to download Vanguard because it's going to be on Steam. That's huge. And then check out EVE for the first time, even if it's 1%. The amount of people on Steam are huge comparatively to the EVE launcher. And you, the EVE enjoyers, don't have to use Steam if you don't want to.
I think what they're saying,
you just want to use the EVE launcher. That's fine. You can just use
combined with the fact that they're going to have the new newbie starting area where people can try out the game without like worrying about getting killed.
Haven't even talked about
I think it's a huge deal.
The thick T2 carriers. Did you see the Thanatos, brother?
Okay, right. So I will say, out of the Tech 1 carriers, the NID is my favorite.
Fair.
I love the sleek. It looks like a house, and I like to live there. Okay. However, the Tech 2 Thani, oh, it's like it bridges the gap between the normal Thanators and the Nyx.
Yes.
It's got that nice, sleek surrounding, almost like a scorpion.
I think it's a great idea, Games One James.
Down, it's so good.
There's so many people that try the game and
like
stop playing after like an hour.
I have to LSI into it. Thank you, devs.
Seems like they've really recognized that they've got to make it a lot more friendly towards new players.
The fighter spec skills since they announced them, because I was like, well, they're going to have something, and I love me some carriers. But now, guys, we'll see what it is. I'm excited to see the stats, because when they mentioned mobility, that's what, I forget who announced it yesterday, FC someone. That's your new name. Thanks for the rebrand. You're welcome.
FC someone.
We'll see what the stats say. Mobility on a capital ship. I don't know what that means, but a lot of the talk around the water cooler,
well,
that's what they said.
Know about a hyper rag and stuff like that, where they just go inertials and they go hyperspatials and they land and they DD it and leave. Phenomenal stuff to do. There's been a few people on YouTube that has done that. You can type that in somewhere, but there it is. It takes so much skill to do that kind of stuff. Because you know, you get bubbled, you're kind of screwed. But a lot of people I've seen them like land in posses, and they'll sit there and they'll DD, and then they'll turn the pos back on and throw everybody away. Or even Shines, I spoke to Shines about it, and he a long time ago, he was in a Titan, he did that exactly, and then he changed the password for himself, threw his Titan out, and then bridged out immediately.
My man.
And I was like, oh, okay, you're cool, all right, sorry.
He's better than I am at
exactly.
the game. So some of the comments I was hearing around the water cooler at FanFest, okay? Mobility, what does that mean? Well, carriers can boosh, right?
Yeah.
What if it's like and we have no idea, they don't tell us anything. What if it's like a super boosh? What if it's like a long-range boosh? Because, again, Tech 2, we know that they've taken the NSAs and put them on the Nyx instead of the T1 carriers, the Thanatos. Super boosh. What if, because the NSA can go long-range, you can boosh far, however far is,
one of it's going to be multi-changeable, like you can do twice the amount of people, right? Because it's at 25. You can only boost 25 people. I don't know about the capital version.
I know the Bears are playing on Christmas. I can't remember who they were playing though.
Bring your entire fleet with you over here.
Is it the Packers?
You're doing a brawling comp and you need to be on those people at 100 from you. Boom, you're there.
And you just made me think of something. The carriers can
I have Christmas off if I keep my current job too.
Like rank 5, whatever. That would make sense too. What if the mobility is a conduit jump? Now you can go 50 people with the T2 and only 25 with the Tech 1. These possibilities are going to help, and I'm sure it'll tie into the force projection stuff that we're going to hear about. You heard that talked about yesterday. They're messing with Ansiblex's force projection. This is a big topic every year for a reason. And T2 carriers, I think they're going to be central to this. This is pretty sick. So, yeah. What did you see the Navy destroyers?
You know what? I was talking about it, but like obviously the Thrasher doesn't have it. The Vigil fleet issue is what immediately came to mind for me. For web range, right? Now is that going to be a bridge that is the tower going to have that web range? So you just load Javelin and you hold them over there.
Do we skip this, guys? Let's get to the Frontier stuff. They're just basically sucking up time.
Soon. We'll see you soon.
They're just sucking up time while the next presentation gets ready. So
soon.
Enjoy the keynote, guys. Have a good one.
Okay, here's the eFrontier keynote. This is the last keynote that I wanted to watch, and then there's a expansion update. That's another video that we're gonna watch as well. Here we go, eFrontier.
Progress observed. Riders engage with fractured structures. They respond. Restoration has begun. Not as intended. Not yet sufficient. Fragments of function return. Localized stability increases. Where there was only silence, activity resumes. Life persists. Expansion follows. Continue. The shear remains inevitable, but its reach may be altered. Awake eternally.
Welcome to the frontier! Where a great awakening is ongoing. What you will now see is only a glimpse of what you will have to overcome in order to merely survive here. Because this is a world of struggle. It's a sandbox for survival on all levels. As an individual, as a tribe, as a civilization, in a giant, unforgiving world. A world where you will die and suffer for a reason. Because what we're creating is a world of transformative struggle. As a great quote says, history is a constant race between invention and catastrophe. And here, you're provided with means for both.
Yeah, they mentioned that yesterday. This is like the actual
Because
keynote.
we're building on empirical
It's more
discoveries
specific
that we gained
into
over the years
Frontier.
of our experience with EVE Online. Discoveries that are known to some of you as friendship machine. An idea that under certain types of pressure, meaningful growth can be created. And this time around, we're building this idea into the intent of the project from the very beginning, which gives you, us, not a theme park or frankly even a game at that point, but a genuine virtual world. A world that we carefully optimized for, or rather against, the creation of civilization. And as any great work of science fiction out there, this is a prophecy. This is a genuine exploration of what's to come, what could have been, what to avoid, and what to desire. What's ahead for all of us. And taking it far, far beyond the bleeding edge into the domain of ultimate science fiction that we're known for. And what we find there, far over the horizon, is a universe that is dark and dangerous. And any hope that you have is the hope you build. And once you are awake, you will remain awake eternally!
Hello, FanFest. Incredible to see you all here today. I am FC Overload.
And I am FC Jotun.
When we spoke to you last year, we spoke about how far we had come and what we were working on at the time. We talked about how we wanted to build a game that was grounded in science.
Is that what he said eternally? I was like, I don't even know what he said.
And expressive.
A cruel survival experience where danger would not just come from other players, but from the very universe itself.
And an opportunity to rebuild a broken world, giving the players the tools and resources needed not just to carve out a foothold for their empires in a hostile galaxy, but to grow and to thrive.
And while we have certainly come a long way since last year, this year we wanted to do something a little bit different.
We wanted to take you through a journey in Frontier to show you what your first steps may feel like in this hostile universe. Along the way, we'll talk about systems, content, and tools that we're creating to bring this to life.
So, without further ado...
you had to hear it a second time?
It begins, as all things do, with an awakening. As you adjust to your new surroundings...
So for the non-EVE players, this is a brand new game that they're developing. It looks similar to EVE, but basically the gist of it is that it's a survival game. You awake, you have like a basic ship, and you go out into the universe, and you have to like scavenge for stuff to build up stuff. You can actually design your own modules and stuff like that. So you can start designing like your own spaceships and eventually space stations and space gates and stargates and stuff like that. So basically the players are building the universe, but it is and it's supposed to be a lot more spooky and dreary and stuff like that. It seems like a cool idea. I do have a eFrontier account, Games One James. I've only played it for like maybe a couple of hours, so I haven't really given it but I'm very interested. I think the idea behind the game is cool.
You hear something, not a
No,
voice.
there are structures in the game, but they're like structures from like an ancient civilization that for some reason abandoned the area. And it's, you know, so basically everything that's being built is being built from scratch by players.
But an intelligence of some kind, an algorithmic imperative. Remain awake.
Yeah, everything's
The
modular.
tools at your disposal are limited. A basic vessel to protect you from the void, and little else. You begin to navigate through the wreckage of this place, carefully avoiding the scattered debris.
Your first interactions when you enter the frontier are with your ship. It's the most fundamental aspect of the game.
Very
We're putting
basic
that
looking
control
UI at the
directly
moment.
in the palm of your hands with native gamepad and joystick integration.
Oh, you can play with the
As you begin
joystick
to
now.
explore your surroundings, you notice other creatures here. Biomechanical leeches. As their scanners pass over you, you begin to hear something else. Something wholly unnatural. They are decidedly not human.
The original inhabitants of the frontier are long dead, replaced by autonomous machines they left behind, fertilized over 14,000 years. New advancements
Yeah, they
in our
did,
NPC
Games
AI
One James.
bring these NPCs to life, allowing the ferals a greater range of interactions with players. No longer just found in dedicated sites, they roam across star systems searching for resources. They will raid player bases, stockpiling loot that they steal in their own caches. And they have a defined hierarchy where higher level ferals issue commands and receive intelligence from those who report to them.
You explore deeper into the cavern around you. It is immense, this space. What was it built for? Is there anyone left who even knows? As your mind wanders, your vessel scrapes against the wall. Your ship reports the damage, and the voice reminds you to be careful. Without shields, these impacts are dangerous. In the distance, you see a light. Forward, the voice says, and you oblige.
A grounded ship needs a grounded world to meet it. So we are bringing full mesh-based collision for all objects in the frontier. Tighter geometry means more intuitive interactions with the world around you. You won't just need to hold.
No more flying through things anymore.
You'll be able to trust that what you see is what you get. Everything beyond that point,
You can hide
well,
behind
that's a
objects and
skill
stuff like
issue.
that.
To hear more about the improvements that we're making, let's go to FC Paragon.
Overall, the goal is simple. Make flying itself satisfying, expressive, and skillful. We want manual control to feel intuitive from the very first moment. A movement scheme players immediately understand with enough depth to support true mastery over time. To achieve that, we've rebuilt how ships move at a fundamental level within Frontier, building from the ground up to deliver the ultimate sci-fi fantasy of commanding a spaceship, from small nimble craft to colossal vessels. Ships now move through real applied forces, not abstract rules. Whether you're piloting directly or relying on automation, every maneuver feels grounded, and when things go wrong, the result can be unforgiving. And with native controller support, direct manual control feels precise, responsive, and fully in your hands, however you choose to play. We've also rebuilt our...
You can buy an alpha account, Multifansic. I can't remember what the base one costs. It's like $30 or something like that, or you can, you know, buy one that's more expensive. But yeah, you can play in the alpha of this game. This game is probably several years before it comes out, though. Like it's not. It is a cool idea, but the game, and you can fly around in it and start to build stuff, and there's lots of players. They have fights and stuff like that, but it is years away from coming out.
Making impacts far more accurate and meaningful. The surfaces you now hit matter, each with their own properties, creating different outcomes depending on what you collide with. Ultimately, this is what unlocks true skill-based combat. Ships of very different scale shouldn't be played the same way, And this new foundation lets each one deliver a distinct combat experience. Small ships are about speed, precision, and nerve. Larger ships are about control, commitment, and the weight behind every shot. That gives every ship class its own identity, its own playstyle, and its own path to mastery.
Starting in Cycle 6, these controls will allow you to position your ship truly within the world as you thread narrow gaps and weave in and out of cover. We've also extended this layer of immersion beyond just what you can see into the audio system, allowing precise spatial audio that reacts to the world as you move through it. Take a listen.
Is it coming through on stream? It should be, because I'm listening to it in stereo. But there's directional sound. It's pretty neat.
As you come out of the cavernous space, you see it for what it is. It is massive and ancient. Something that once had a purpose, but that has long since collapsed into ruin. It is a tomb. Around you are drones, larger and seemingly better equipped than those within the cavern. Dangerous, the voice says, as a beam of light passes over you.
Excuse me.
You quickly slide into the shadows before its owner can come to inspect you.
In the landscape of information control that we're building within Frontier, visual identity matters. If something looks dangerous, it probably is dangerous. The same is true with feral drones, who will be receiving a number of visual updates as we introduce new feral clades and more drone classes to both enhance immersion and create opportunities for players to react based on sight and not just a pop-up on the screen.
As you try to find a path forward through the ruin, you come across the wreck of a mutilated hauler. You quietly hope whoever did this is not anywhere nearby. You aim your scanner at the wreck and reveal valuable resources hidden within those locked containers. Conveniently, one of the tools at your disposal is a cutting laser. You carefully aim it at the containers and pull the trigger, destroying the container and revealing the valuable cargo within. You grab what you can and flee before the ferals respond to the disturbance.
Manual piloting and accurate line of sight is only the beginning. We'll soon be introducing manual fire controls for your primary weapons, a system that will act in tandem with all smaller automated guns. Doing this massively increases the skill ceiling for PvP and PvE, allowing you to take aim and fire not just at enemy vessels, but at individual components of those vessels. Now, more than ever, the decision on which weapons to fit matters. Do you fire the less powerful auto-targeting guns, knowing that they will track and fire upon the enemy for you? Or do you rely on your own skills to gun down enemies? To add to the interactivity of the universe, we've enhanced the way you gather information by building on top of our passive scanning layer with an active targeted scanning system. This system allows you to quickly and efficiently reveal much more information around you. However, much like a lantern in a dark forest reveals the path ahead, it is also visible to whatever is watching from between the trees. Active scanning unveils the secrets of the frontier and simultaneously announces your presence to every eye waiting in the darkness. Every pulse is a beacon, and every sweep is an announcement.
Within the shattered wreck of the hauler, you come across something new. Your ship seems keenly familiar with it, a new component, perhaps. Your onboard crafting system reveals that it is a propulsion device capable of short bursts of incredible speed. Useful for crossing the feral-infested area around you, no doubt. You equip this module to your ship's hull and see it slot into place next to your other tools. Aiming at an open space between feral patrols, you activate the new drive and burn into the darkness.
First impressions matter, and we are conscious of the truth that your first moments in any new game can determine whether or not you decide to commit to the universe. We are constantly striving to improve our new player experience with the goal of creating an introduction to Frontier that is both evocative and informative, giving players the confidence that they need to enter this harsh galaxy.
You escape, for now. In this brief moment of peace, you pause to reconcile everything that has happened since your awakening. The things you've learned, the experience that you've gained, a host of new memories to categorize. There is something else, though. Feral corruption, something the leeches left on you in the ruin. You feel it creeping into the deeper recesses of your mind. You find a derelict shipyard, something you can dock to. Not quite a sanctuary, but it will suffice, for now. The voice speaks again. Ascend, renew.
In Frontier, progression isn't just something that happens to you. It's a system that you shape. Your vessel, your body, and the most intimate aspects of the self. Skills are not simply passively collected, but something that is gained with experience. You earn memories by acting in the universe, and those memories can be woven into metaphysical crowns that shape your character. This active XP system rewards engagement and allows you to develop the skills that you use most frequently. Through use, a shell gains experience, becoming more specialized over time. But shells can be broken, and to cement that development to the self, you must sacrifice the shell. As you ascend, you empower the self with a portion of the transient knowledge gleaned from the universe. To tell you more about this, here is FC Dead.
Progression in Frontier is driven by a simple path: face danger, adapt, and find safety. Players operate in a hostile universe, where every journey beyond the familiar comes with risks. To survive, you'll need to engage with that danger, venturing into the unknown to gather resources that keep you moving forward. But the environment pushes back. From extreme conditions to unpredictable threats, players must constantly respond to the pressures around them, learning, adjusting, and evolving with every encounter. Survival begins with the shell, the core of your presence in the universe. Protecting it is essential. As you progress, you'll build and upgrade new shells designed to withstand greater pressures and strengthening your impact in the Frontier. Surrounding it all is your ship, the system that carries, protects, and empowers the shell within. As your ambitions grow, so too must your ability to defend what matters most.
What happens if you
Crowns and the
die? Do you
memories
just
behind
lose
them
everything?
aren't locked to you. They can be grown, harvested, traded, bought, sold, or stolen. An economy of experience. Every bit of this, every intimate detail of the shell and self relationship speaks to a larger goal of more in-depth identity expression. So the next time you return from a mining expedition with a heavier cargo hold than before, you know it's because you committed the time and the effort developing the skills that got you there.
You live, you die, you live again. You awake this time in a vast field of asteroids. Your vessel alerts you that there are new tools at your disposal. Refineries, printers, network nodes, the means to not just survive, but to carve out a place for yourself. You need resources, and figure if the cutting laser worked on those cargo containers, who's to say it won't work on these asteroids? Your scanner illuminates a nearby rock. There, at its heart, a rich feldspar vein. Exactly what you need right now. You carefully cut through the outer layers of the rock, revealing the valuable metals within. Once you've collected what you need from this rock, you move on to the next one, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one.
Manual firing brings a new dimension not just to combat, but to also the resource generation layer. Scan an asteroid to find where the most valuable ores are located, then use your cutting tools to carefully break it open and take only what you need, reducing waste and making mining activity that rewards engagement.
On the frontier, some dangers are obvious. A prowling feral with red-hot guns trained on you, leeches that siphon away your vessel's energy and make your shell sick. Some dangers, though, are more insidious. On the outer reaches of a star system, you come across a crude rift. The crude matter extracted from this rift will power your vessel for days. You settle in and begin siphoning up the valuable crude when you feel something strange. Your ship's systems have become sluggish. The connection between your vessel and your shell is weakening. You realize too late you are very far from the system's sun and you are freezing to death. You live, you die, you live again.
Over the last year, we've introduced fundamental systems for how the universe interacts with you. In Cycle 6, we begin to build on these, making your positioning in space matter. For example, the shadow of a structure can hide you from the heat of a star, but let your ship get too cold, and your shell inside may be affected. And of course, while freezing to death is not ideal, burning alive inside your ship has more or less the same end result. We will also be adding visual indicators highlighting things like the frost ring in the system views to make it clear where some resources like ice would be found.
Until now, you've been fumbling in the dark looking for rocks, but now you have a map. Accessing it reveals how much you've missed even within this one single star system. Vast regions of metal-rich asteroids, ancient structures like your Genesis chamber, to explore and search for resources and the celestial bodies themselves, all available at your fingertips.
We introduced orbital zones, realistic areas and systems where resources can be gathered. And we're updating the system map to help you navigate and allow us to continue working towards system-level scanning. To tell us more about this, he is FC Laird Lord.
Frontier is vast and chaotic, but it's shaped by forces that underpin everything you see and explore. From vast stellar formations to the smallest anomalies, every region is governed by systems that define its identity. These systems make the galaxy a coherent place you can learn, read, and ultimately master. Within that structure, humanity had once carved out its place. These first sectors settled formed distinct regions with their own character. But those civilizations are now long dead, leaving them unanswered mysteries and treasures waiting to be rediscovered. However, not everything is visible at first glance. Discovery is an active process. Using scanning tools and exploration mechanics, players can uncover hidden information revealing resources, signals, and secrets within the universe itself. Crucially, what you discover isn't just for you. Players choose what to share, what to trade, and what to keep hidden, turning knowledge into one of the most powerful resources in the frontier.
You have done this many times. You awaken, you strike out, and you die. You are tired of starting over at zero. You want a place of your own. You have collected the tools needed for this task. It starts with a network node, the central hub of your base. From there, maybe a refinery or two, maybe a printer, maybe 3. You never know when you're going to need the extra production power.
For some, the cycle of exploration, ascension, and death may be enough to satisfy them. For others, their goal will be to carve out their own place in the galaxy. One person builds a home, then others join them. Soon, a village may form. What you see here are examples of bases that players are building together today in the frontier. We're continuing to build and develop the tools needed for players to put down roots, become a tribe, and build the first pillars of a new civilization.
Yeah, you get to design your own star bases and stuff.
To various base structures. So you can see and feel the vibrant buzz of an industrial powerhouse and witness signs of life in an otherwise dead galaxy as you work to build a future together. But we're not stopping there.
As you sleep, you dream of something new. Your vessel is your greatest tool, but it is not a perfect tool. You think often about how it could be better. If only its builder had thought to make it faster, or stronger, or smarter. You have collected pieces of ships, the rewards for your exploration efforts. They are just components, though. They are not a vessel in their own right. At least, not yet. And as you sleep, you dream of something new.
For as long as you've flown in the frontier, a ship has been a role. A frigate is a frigate, a miner mines, and a hauler hauls. The shipyard handed you a tool and you went to work. That's how it's always been. Every ship, a fixed purpose. But Frontier was never supposed to be a game of presets. So we asked a different question. What if the hull was a canvas? And what if the role was a decision that you made? System by system, piece by piece. Every component, every thruster, every reactor, every weapon hardpoint, every cargo bay.
And design your own
piece
ships.
That you choose, and a piece that you build. Not a class, not a role, your ship. The mining rig that bites back, or the combat frigate that's also a cargo smuggler, or even the capital ship that nobody's seen before because nobody's built it before. We are bringing modular ships to EVE Frontier. The ship is no longer the fundamental unit, the component is. Every hull becomes a foundation. Every loadout is a statement of intent. You won't pick a ship from a catalog, you will build one, piece by piece, until what takes flight is something that only you could have made. And in the future, you'll be building more than just ships this way. The dream of Frontier is a universe where the development of civilization is entirely in the hands of our players.
It is really cool that they're.
Where a growing community of builders works to develop the tools that will.
I just feel like it's such a big thing to try to do. I mean, it's also kind of funny that they're basically getting the players to build the world for them, save a ton of money in salaries, right?
Support these civilizations.
But it is a very cool idea.
Tools of creative, expressive shipbuilding in your
Let's not pay for an art team. Let's just get the players to make this stuff.
Is no longer limited by a handful of tools that we provide for you. You'll have the ability to design, build, and adapt your vessel in whatever way best suits you. Everything you've seen here is in active development, and this is only scratching the surface of our long-term plans.
Of course, none of this would have been possible without the efforts of our dedicated community of founders, some of whom are in this room, and all of whom who have been contributing to the universe we're building alongside them. Since we announced EVE Frontier as Project Awakening, we've been working hard to turn the Frontier vision into reality as its own distinct identity, taking us from this to this, a hardcore space survival game set in the EVE universe. And as you can see, that identity is more alive and more distinct now than ever before.
In 2026, we moved Frontier to SWE, and we hosted our biggest hackathon ever, with nearly 1,000 people joining us to help shape the Frontier. Through the power of smart assemblies in EVE Frontier, you were able to build some truly amazing things. Now, what is a smart assembly, I hear you say?
Yes.
Smart assemblies, like this storage unit or gate, are special objects within EVE Frontier. But they're actually not that smart. They're actually very stupid. Until you come along and connect their logic to whatever you want, giving them and you the ability to do things that we could not design for or imagine. Your gate network that only lets people through if the weather in Reykjavik is nice, you can build that. Want to exchange goods and services for the corpses of your enemies? Sounds good to me.
How about a functional, player-driven faction warfare system, where players can join one of two factions and fight for control of territory inside of a designated war zone? Or a flow graph-based
like a battleground
programming environment for smart turrets that exports and deploys move packages, making it easier for anyone ever to delve into the customizability of EVE Frontier.
How about an isometric walking-in stations marketplace where people can set up stalls and trade with one another, both in token and item barter, all built by you. And of course...
Oh.
Okay. Moving on. Yep.
It's weird.
To make it easier than ever before for others to use the tools that you make, we will be introducing new ways to discover an ecosystem of apps and SWE packages made by builders and install them on your assemblies in just a few clicks.
Now, before we hand it over to FC Bowman, we wanted to leave you with this highlight reel showcasing some of what you and our players have been up to over the last few months. Thank you.
We're at 98. Okay, we've done 1% of damage or 2% damage. This is progress. This is progress, baby. We're making progress.
Lock broken. Lock broken.
Yep, you have to relock. What? Try and stick around as long as you need to. If you get locked up at this point, you need to warp out.
Obviously, the graphics are going to dramatically improve. This is just like pre-alpha footage.
Now, where did that first drone go?
Is Eve easy to start playing? When you first start playing it, you'll be like, what the fuck am I supposed to do here? Let me give you a set of a link. There's a tutorial that you can start with in game. Please use that tutorial. What we're watching right now is Eve Frontier. It's a completely different game. But EVE Online, there's a playlist to a bunch of tutorials on how to do things in game. So if you want to learn how to trade on the marketplace or whatever, you can learn from there. And there's an amazing wealth of stuff on YouTube. But to actually sit in game, it's not intuitive in the way that other MMOs are, where you know that you need to go to, the starting, or you get put in a starting village and there's quests to pick up, and then eventually a quest will take you to another village or whatever, and then eventually you'll go to a capital town and you'll train skills as you level. It's not intuitive like that. The learning curve is extremely high, but once you learn the basics, the game will blow you away. And when you see me playing EVE Online, if you have any questions, just ask. I'm relatively new as well. Or you can go into the community in EVE is unlike any other community. You can go into any stream and say, hey, dude, I'm new. How do you do this? And I would be shocked if there wasn't somebody that would be like, yeah, this is what you do. The community is amazing. So play around with it. I will be back to playing EVE Online, basically full time in 2 weeks. And, if you see me streaming it, if you have a question how do I mine, or how do I do this, or how do I do that, or if you're watching somebody stream, just ask them, hey, what are you doing? I'm new to EVE. What is it you're doing? They will always explain it to you, man. The community is fantastic. There's no stupid questions, and every content creator in the community wants to be as inviting to all new players as they possibly can. I still have not found any jerks. Yeah, they will dogpile you with information. The spaceship in EVE Online does not use gas. The spaceship in EVE Frontier does. You actually have to get your own fuel source in EVE Frontier. So there is that in EVE Frontier, but in EVE Online, no. You've got I don't know, a nuclear engine or something like that. So you've got Oh, you've got unlimited energy to fly around. But it is an absolutely cool game, Zestroyce. Is this economile? What the hell is that? I don't even, you're using big words with me. I don't know. I don't even know what the fuck that is. Oh, economy. In this economy. Also, I thought that was an L. In this economy, well, EVE Online's economy is different. The war in Iran is not affecting EVE Online's community or economy, okay? I tried EVE maybe 15 years ago. At the point, I just remember having a tough time. It was probably more patience now. Zestros, there is like a new tutorial that you can play when you start. You can also play the game for free. You probably already knew that to start. There is, in about a month, there is going to be a new zone specifically for new players where there is no PvP. So it's like a starting zone in any other MMO where somebody can't just run up and kill you. EVE Online's not like that when you first start out anyways. The starting areas where you start in are relatively safe. Yes, you can get killed in them, but in the high-sec areas, you're relatively safe. But in this new zone that they're coming out with, again, chat, can somebody remind me of what the name is? I can't remember. But it's going to be basically PvP free. So you can run around, you can learn how to fly ships, you can learn how to mine, you can learn how to do exploration, all that sort of stuff. So basically, what I would do is log in, do the tutorial. I believe the tutorial Exordium or something like that, yeah. The tutorial is, I think it's a PvP free zone. I'm pretty sure it is, right, chat? I think it's, anyways. You can do the tutorial. It takes like an hour or whatever. Try a bunch of different things. Try how the quests work. Try how mining works. Try how exploration works. Decide what you are interested in, and just kind of like look on YouTube how to do that. And, you know, just keep learning how to do that until you become proficient in it, and then maybe try something else. But once you learn the basics of the game, it is an unreal game. And I say this as somebody who's been playing MMOs for almost 30 years now. So 29 years. 29 years I've been playing MMOs, okay? EVE Online is easily a top 5 MMO ever that I've ever played. I've only been playing it for like 6 or 8 months or something like that. But it ranks right up there with the best MMOs that I've ever played. I really wish that I'd played. And I would urge anyone who's interested in, hey, that looks kind of neat, give it a go. Keep with it, because it will do the tutorial and look up stuff on YouTube, like how to do this. There's a lot of basic tutorials on how to do things, and just keep at it until you like, okay, I've got the hang of mining. Mining's easy. I know how to do that for next time, and then do something else, and then just keep doing that, and then decide what you want to do. Maybe you want to be just somebody that mines, or is a trader, you know, buys and sells stuff on the auction house or on the marketplace to make ISK, or maybe you want to get into PvP or faction warfare or something like that, right? Like, there's so many different, you can do whatever you want in this game. So. This EVE Frontier, though, is basically EVE Online on steroids. Like, it's a little bit more hardcore. Yeah, that's just, and for anyone else that's here, my plan, after we've watched this, we've still got a couple of hours left of this, actually. 3.5 hours left, actually.
Starting. We will be back in 3
My
minutes.
plan, like I've said multiple times, after we watch all the videos on this tonight, I'm going to be jumping back into World of Warcraft. I need to get my character to 70 as fast as possible so that I can have it ready to raid, and then I'm basically going to be playing that once a week, and then the rest of the week is going to be EVE Online. So don't like come into my stream in 3 days and say, oh, you've quit EVE Online already. No, I haven't. I'm trying to get this character in World of Warcraft up to level 70 as fast as possible, so that then I can focus on EVE Online, because EVE Online to me is just a tremendous game. It is really a tremendous game. And having said that, I know I'm going to get I am Gabe in my chat in 3 days going, "Oh, dude, you've already quit, huh? You're done?" Twitter, exactly.
Frontier. It's a virtual world that we're creating together. We create virtual worlds more meaningful than real life. You've heard that before. For 23 years, CCP, Fenner's Creations, has worked to make this true. The Frontier...
I'm going to give you another playlist of videos. This is Luru Gaming. That link that I just sent there. He's got a list of like 23 videos of basically the basic instructions on how to do anything in the game. So each one of those videos, they can be like whatever. They look like they're anywhere from 10 minutes to 47 minutes. But they're different subjects, and this is how to play the game. This is how to do this in the game. So that's a course. I don't know, when did that start? When was the first video? That was a year ago. Then he's got another one. It's the new player experience made easy. So, whoops.
Well, not all activities in EVE Online are created equal, and only
one. So here's another link. Watch that video as well, maybe. And then there's several other content creators that are pretty decent as well. But you can just look them up on YouTube. There's some pretty good content creators that will teach you basically anything that you need to know in EVE Online or in EVE Online.
Our team is now creating our virtual world using new technologies to deliver meaningful player participation in the creation of civilizations.
Wait, what was this? Oh, I was like, I speak limited German, so I was trying to translate this, not realizing it's basically this. I just saw the German and started immediately trying to translate it.
To deliver meaningful player participation in the creation of civilizations. This team, real human beings, working together, supported by many, many others, are creating
Was it Korean?
Meaningful virtual world of Frontier. This is our world, all of us, the developers.
You see how spooky they're trying to make the game, right? Like it's almost like a horror space survival game.
Assemblers. We are doing this together.
I hope they can pull this off because it sounds pretty cool.
We thrive. Hopefully, we reach enlightenment. We understand the stage we need to build this, to allow this performance. We are building a stage right now. Maximum Cats.
But yeah, Zestrios, if you haven't followed, follow the stream, and next time you see me in EVE Online, let me know where you've got to, and if there's anything you're stuck on, I'll gladly just help you out.
Told you about
rebuilding
new civilizations. FC Overload and Jotun shared both our current playable world and where we are headed.
You watched me from WoW? Okay.
So what's the next step in building the stage? In our next cycle, cycle 6, we're increasing the challenges to survival. Your tools to respond to this come in cycle 6.
Hey, Shabby, thanks for the follow, man.
As Maximum Cat said, this world is a world of transformative struggle. Before you can build your civilization, you must survive the hostile galaxy. Not just against players and the ferals, but against the universe itself. You must manage the extreme heat, the intolerable cold, before it kills you. Shell and ship environment effects are in for cycle 6. You will discover new forms of artificially intelligent drones. The feral artificial life continues to evolve. And in Cycle 6, it can now infect your systems. To respond to this increased hostility, you will need to explore. There's a new system viewing and scanning data storage coming in Cycle 6. Now when you scan, that information's persistent. Travel is continuing to evolve as well. You'll need to reactivate long dormant gates to explore the new star systems efficiently. By far the most significant part of Cycle 6, we are executing on modularity. You'll be starting with a fragile, vulnerable ship. From there, hopefully, you'll survive by adding functionality to your ship, piece by piece. This will change
in the
the
beginning,
game
and
as
I
you
still love
currently know
watching people. Dude, you got to come and play, man.
But
Come
where
back
are
and
we
play.
headed after Cycle 6? Modularity means that we can bring in many, many new features.
I wish I
and
would have
give
started
access
20
to
years
the
ago. I got to
logic
go watch some. Be right
underlying
back.
the modules to everyone. The team will be delivering new and improved ship and structural modules and weapons, sanctuaries, collision damage, system-specific damage, and repair. There will be playable, programmable module behaviors, detection systems, countermeasures, social systems, system scanning, and data items. You'll also find drone industry and much more as we expand the frontier. The foundations of much what we've shown you, they're already in place. You can play today. With Founder Access, it's available. You can go in, you can start to survive, start to build a civilization. Manual ship controls, gamepad support, base building, shell extension, world bosses, those are all there now. In Cycle 6, coming on the 25th of June, Ship Modularity version 1, status effects, dormant gates, new feral threats, manual firing and skill shots. Your skill will matter. Beyond this, where are we headed? Modularity will continue to expand. It is the basis of all that we do going forward. Sanctuaries, social systems, AI drone industry, cross-system scanning, and counter detection. Your ability to hide will matter as much as your ability to fight. Thank you.
So, I am FC Goodfella, and I am the game director of eFrontier. So you've seen the vision, and you've seen the steps we're taking to deliver towards this vision. You heard about eFrontier's awesome community, and I can sincerely say this is the best time ever to join eFrontier. QR code's here. You heard about the impressive and inspiring things our builders are building. As the young people say,
Yeah, the blockchain has some people a little spooked, but
and for those of you here,
I think there's a video out there where they're explaining to people that it's basically a way for them to record who did what. Not so much as like a way to make money off the game or something like that.
Unique opportunity.
People usually associate blockchain with like crypto and stuff like that, but they're using this as basically a way for them to record who's done what in the game, because you can basically design your own ships and stuff, right? So it's a little bit different.
To play a future version of Frontier. However, there's only an hour left after this keynote, so after we're done here, I encourage you to rush to the demo stations to get your hands on it. Just be warned, it will test out your skills of flying a spaceship on the frontier. And to wrap it up, we want to show you eFrontier's Vision trailer. Some of you have seen it before, and some of you haven't. But the world deserves to see it again and again, because this is our guiding light. For us as developers, it helps guide our development effort in creating eFrontier. And for the people out there who don't know enough about eFrontier, you can watch it and see the experience we are hell-bent on creating. So, to everybody here in Harpa, and to the thousands on the stream, I want to sincerely thank you for tuning in to our keynote. See you on the frontier.
That link that I just sent is a new, it's not a new YouTube channel, it's a new YouTube channel for me, but it looks like it's interesting where you could get a lot of tutorials on how to do certain things in the game. So gamepad support, yeah, I think that's it's relatively new, is it not? Like you can have joystick control and stuff like that now, I think. I love how they're gonna try and make this game look spooky and like more of like a horror, like you don't know what's out there type of thing. Again, like I said, I hope they can pull this off. Uh-oh, drones. Didn't make it.
It is the end of a life. It is the beginning. You venture into an ancient world.
Haha, Kush. Haha.
In the void, you build a shelter against the cold. But as your ambitions grow, so too does your appetite for the unknown.
I love that it's like you're basically like exploring like an ancient, long lost like civilization, and you know, scavenging for stuff in order to like build up your ship, and you know that you're basically, the players are actually building this up. It'd be so cool if they could pull this off. Yeah, if they can deliver. Oh, they just announced it's like a year and a half or 2 years ago, Kush. Probably got several years in development. But you can like playing the alpha now. Like if you buy the package, I think you can get the cheapest one is like $30 or something, whatever it is on the website. I know Romanowski bought into it. I did. I bought the expensive package because I thought it was cool. But you know, there's people in the chat right now that have bought it, and you know, there's people that play it all the time. So, okay, I am Gabe. Okay. Okay.
Into the abyss once more. You will wake and remain awake eternally.
Thadrin is now following on Twitch.
Hey, Thadrin, thanks for the follow, man. Romanowski's playing Eve. Yeah, he doesn't play it as often because he's busy with playing a pole stripper.
Welcome back. How's it going, guys? I hope you enjoyed
a stripper
that.
in GTA. Plays a lap dancer or something like that.
As much as I do. My name is That Guy Toxic, and to my right is Lauro. So, how are you doing, Lauro? What are you?
I'm awake eternally. Maximum Cats.
It was pretty good, dude. You know what? The first time I saw that gentleman, wasn't expecting the voice to come out of it at all. That was guttural. It was guttural. It was
a surprise. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. You know, Eve Frontier, ladies and gentlemen. Now, it's new.
Yes, very.
It's interesting, and I'm sure you have a lot of questions because you haven't really checked it out before.
Definitely, I would say, if I'm being honest with you, I'm definitely ignorant to the game. Yes. I haven't looked at it a lot. Only recently, I kind of found out that it was a survival aspect of the game, and only here did I realize that you can now like actually fly your ship with a joystick or a controller or so, even a gamepad or anything like that.
WASD
and I
as
thought,
well.
You know, that kind of sounds cool. And any Eve project. The only thing that I will never, ever complain about is the art team.
Yes.
Art team, it always looks stunning. Even right there watching that with you guys, just seeing...
And a game after GTA 6, I wish them luck.
Just watching going through the structures and just looking out in this amazing space. I love it.
Okay, how long have these guys talked for?
Either. I've been keeping up with Frontier, as you know.
We're gonna skip these
I
guys.
love the ship coming out of the salvage. That was awesome. You know, a little bit of a okay. All right, we'll see. Because you don't have to
skip to the next part, but I don't know what. I think this is just like the
mod to still enjoy Frontier
closing ceremony. So I don't even know if we need to watch this part.
And the fact. Go ahead.
Sorry, with modding.
Yes.
Do you? Is it you're going to be for you to find out, or for you to reach out to things, or
it will be one server multiphasic, and the universe will be massive, like much larger than EVE Online. And I don't know if you've like opened the map in EVE Online. EVE Online is massive itself. They're expecting EVE Frontier to be much larger.
So you can make your game better, or is this going to be an interactive thing for everybody? Do you know that?
I think what they've said so far is that we're going to be able to see what's on the market, and the modders are going to be able to do it. But we're getting told we got some more stuff coming back on the main stage. Thank you very much.
I don't know what the next stuff is.
Pleasure, guys. 07s. Much love.
Y'all. See y'all soon.
Is this just the closing ceremonies about like what are they doing here? Or?
Expansive capsuleers, put your hands together for FC Okami, FC K1P1, FC Nikon, FC Hav.
Because I still wanted to watch the expansion unlocked video, and I'm not sure that's what this is. This is about the right length, although I think let's just watch.
And FC Mercury.
Hello, everyone. How are you all feeling today? Yeah.
This is the expansion part?
Don't know me, I'm FC Okami, the game design director for EVE Online. And before we get started, I just want to take a moment to give a special thanks to all of the developers, all the FCs backstage who have been making this all possible, because you get to see all of us up here doing the fun stuff. But there are so many people back there doing so much hard work, and I just want to show a little bit of gratitude for them. And in particular,
okay, I think you are. So So this is going to be a lot. I'm looking at the other video that I had queued up, and I think they basically just separated it, made a separate video. So this is the expansion unlocked. So I guess it's a lot of more stuff on the
To
expansion.
say a special thank you to FC.
It comes out in a
No
few
Hope.
weeks.
So can I get some 07s in chat if you're watching? Can I get a big round of applause for FC No Hope?
Who? FC No Hope.
All right, thank you, FC No Hope. Anyways, so I am the game design director, which means I spend a lot of time thinking about how to make your lives a little more interesting in EVE Online. And with Cradle of War, we're going to do exactly that. But I know what you're all thinking.
June 9th, so what is that, 3
mean
weeks?
for me? When do I get to undock? When do I get to shoot something? Or maybe when do I get to lose something expensive? Because at the end of the day, that is what EVE Online is all about. And everything in Cradle of War was built around delivering on that. We've grounded the expansion in 3 core ideas. Elevating EVE, pushing the universe to feel more alive, more immersive, and more epic than ever before. Impact from day one, making sure that from your very first moment, you feel like you matter. And progressive complexity, letting players grow into the depth of EVE.
So this here where he says impact from day one, that's for new players? Because new players often, they come into the game and they're like, well, these players have been playing for 20 years. They've got these huge spaceships. What am I going to do? Like, I can't do anything. That's not actually true. Like, you can actually fly ships within like a day or two of starting and actually have a big impact in like large battles and stuff like that. Like, there's certain ships that you can fly that will allow you to actually participate.
Instead of being overwhelmed by it. But instead of walking you through the features one by one, we'll show you what this expansion feels like. So let's do something a little different. Who remembers being a new Capsuleer? Yeah, okay.
This is where I'm assuming he'll talk about it.
Really think back to that moment. Really think back. Try to remember that time. Because we'd like you to imagine yourselves as a new Capsuleer, fresh to New Eden. And we're going to take you on a little journey. And let's start at the very beginning. Our brand new Capsuleer, fresh out of the clone vat. No ships.
Just swipe to get the best ship? Sure, you could do that, but you're going to lose it really quickly. You're going to lose your thousands of dollars immediately as soon as you undock. So go ahead.
No history. No idea what you've just signed up for. And you've probably clicked skip tutorial. We know who you are.
Do not skip the
This
tutorial.
time, you don't just wake up into chaos. You wake up somewhere new. Somewhere designed to prepare you not just to survive, but to take your first real steps into New Eden.
You freeze here? Picture.
A place where you
I
begin
got one
to
of those.
understand the universe, build confidence.
It's such
and
a good
start to make
idea that they're
impact
doing
from
this.
day one. Every journey in EVE starts somewhere. And our new Capsuleers, yours, starts in Exordium. And here is FC Havron to show us how it begins.
All right, see you later, Games on James. Maybe we can fly around and kill some people.
Whether you skipped the tutorial or actually played it, you are now in New Eden, and you can go whenever you want. For some, this is scary. What happens after I first undock? Who am I going to fly with? How do I sharpen myself before the universe sharpens itself on me? The ultimate military training awaits you in starter space. enter a new region of space dedicated to your training. Built to help new capsuleers master the foundations of life in New Eden. Here, you can focus on exploration, industry, navigation, and cooperation without the immediate pressure of player conflict. And systems such as war declarations and factional warfare don't apply. There are no duels, and you can't deploy any structures. This keeps the environment clean and focused on learning.
So good that they finally did this.
Are also in place to make sure that the region doesn't become the safe space for farming. You're free to come and go as you like, so you can explore at your own pace and leave whenever you feel you're ready. But what does starter space even look like? You begin in one of Air's new stations in Exordium, a new region of space jointly overseen by Air and Concord, designed to prepare the next generation of capsuleers for life in New Eden. At the heart of the region lies...
Thadrian, I've been talking about this on stream since I started streaming EVE Online, that they needed to do this. Like, imagine, like, if there's 100 new players that have start playing the game, what percentage of players do you think actually make it like longer than like a week or two at this point? Like a few percent maybe? Like, I think this is going to really help increase the player base. Like the player base has been very like, it hasn't really fluctuated a lot in the last, like, 10 years or something like this. I think this is going to help bring in a lot of new players.
Manifest, a central trade and logistics hub system overseen by Concord and connected directly to ULI. The 4 major empires are also represented, each maintaining its own embassy constellation. In these constellations, you will encounter their cultures, technologies, and philosophies, giving you a chance to explore the wider political
That's cool.
landscape.
Like, you're going to be able to actually go into the, like, these different empires space and actually kind of like learn to see what they're like, rather than just downloading the game, going to character select, and them telling you, okay, which empire do you want to join? You know nothing about them.
Of New Eden.
That is actually really cool.
As you travel towards career agents, you'll notice something important. You are not alone out here. All around you, other new pilots are making the same journey, warping between locations, docking up, setting out on their first missions. Some are figuring things out just like you. Others might already look a little bit more confident, flying bigger ships or moving with purpose. That's part of the experience. You are a part of a rising generation of capsuleers, learning together, testing yourselves together, and ultimately stepping into the wider conflict of the universe together. This is the Air Labs Trade Center in Manifest. It's your central gathering point, a place where pilots come together to prepare, trade, and connect. Here, you can
look at
browse
those
the market,
guides, multiphasic.
pick up new ships and equipment, and get ready for whatever you need for your next adventure.
There's a some skills called the Magic 14. Google that. Those are ones that you might really want to consider putting points into relatively quickly. Because they're used so vastly amongst other things that you do in the game. So the quicker you get those trained up, often the better. But if there's a, if you want to learn how to fly a heron or something like that, or what's the ship that's the tier 2 version of it? Why can't I remember the name of it? I think it starts with a B or something like that. But anyways, like, if you want to get into like exploration, get the next ship up, then fine, do that. But look up the Magic 14.
But
Buzzard.
there are more
the
things
Buzzard,
to
yes.
do in the new region. You can try out mining. Okay.
What was that? Hold on, I missed that. And the primary difficulty is the same as any MMO, which is to integrate into the community and find a corp. Yeah, you become social, get involved with people. Maybe join EVE University. Learn how to join a corp and then apply to EVE University. They're a great place to start to learn. I don't know that I would suggest jumping into a large corporation like I did. The one that I joined is fantastic, but it kind of limits you because, you know, you're playing with these people, and if you decide you want to go try something else, like maybe do not purple shoot NPSI fleets or something like that, you can't really do that anymore. So, you know, maybe don't join a large corporation right away. I would wait on that, to be honest, if I was to do it over again.
Whatever you need for your
But
next
they've
adventure.
taught me a lot of the game.
But there are more things to do in the new region. You can try out mining. Okay?
That's funny. That's what that was. Somebody shot that out from the side.
Okay. Take on combat sites or participate in home front operations with others. If you enjoy discovery,
Joining a new bro, null
exploration
set corp.
content is available.
My point, analogical goat, is like I joined Karma Fleet. If I leave Karma Fleet, I believe I'm banned from goons going forward. So I'm not saying don't join them, you know, after a while. I'm just saying don't join them on like day one. It would be my what I would suggest. Wait a few weeks. Garbage ass rules. True. Some of them I'm like, oh man, I can't join NPSI fleets. So, or yeah, an NPSI, right?
Along with
'Cause
missions
I feel
to
like that's
guide
my
your
game.
progress.
Like that's the type of game style I'd like to play.
What the hell?
What the hell? That's funny.
You can
that
also
they're
take
doing
on
this.
freelance jobs, giving you a taste of different career paths and ways to earn rewards. It's all about sampling what New Eden has to offer without the usual risks. Before you leave, you can enjoy a brand new epic arc, introducing New Eden's empires and taking you through the big battles and events that helped define their history. At some point, you will outgrow starter space, and that's a good thing. When you're ready, you'll graduate into regular space, where the full sandbox opens up. That means more opportunities, more danger, but also much bigger rewards. Starter space prepares you for that step, so that when you leave, you are not just surviving, you are ready to thrive. Each of the embassy constellations also contain a one-time use shipcaster, leading to the factional warfare headquarters of each of the empires, allowing players to join up and fight immediately if they wish to. All right. All right, FC Nikon.
Dude.
What's going on?
You fucking graduated, man. Congratulations. Congratulations. I was just going along with your journey and celebrating with you all the accomplishments you've made and marking off everywhere that could be an achievement.
All right, I'll leave you to it.
Thank you. Achievements. Something that most people know and love from modern games.
Yeah, this
Players
is.
have already been setting their own.
We can watch that. There's also the Warlock Industries video that he made for this new expansion as well that we'll watch too.
Goals
once
and
they're done
find
this.
their own achievements since the dawn of New Eden. What has been missing, though, is a way to formally recognize those moments. This new achievement system will help guide new players by subtly giving them a nudge in the right direction.
Now they're
From
bringing in
completing certain
achievements.
amounts of combat and hacking sites to making ISK on the market. Achievements will be there every step of the way.
And titles.
But don't worry, these aren't just for new bros in Exordium. They'll be available for everyone at launch in the new achievements window.
Only one woo?
We will have a selection of achievements available right away for all sorts of playstyles and of varying difficulty levels. A few examples are the High Noon for participating in duels, Marginal Victory for earning ISK on the regional marketplace, or my favorite, Ship Happens, which will track how many ships you've lost to other capsuleers. Now, let's dive into the structure of an achievement. Here we can see the details of Ship Happens. All the various aspects of an achievement can be seen. We have a name, a description that tells you what needs to be done, and if there's any flavor text to set the mood. Now, not all achievements are one and done. Some of them have milestones to reach along the way. And of course, any rewards that will be given upon completion. At first, achievements will give you skill points. Evergreen achievements will provide you with an achievement score, and almost all of them will provide you with a title. This one gives you Meat Popsicle. Now, these are a new type of title and are a way of instantly letting everyone know what type of capsuleer you are. Do you want people to know that you're a sightseer? How about a rock hound? Or maybe you're a pod breaker? You'll be able to see these titles that you can earn and equip in the decorations area in your character sheet. Titles can be seen almost everywhere your capsuleer's name is. A few examples is in the chat window and in the station listings.
Are you toxic?
By hovering your mouse over a capsuleer's name. We understand that some of you want the flexibility to control what information is visible on your HUD, so we've baked those considerations right into the design. Some titles will be easy to get from achievements, and some will take a little bit more grinding to receive. And some will only be available for a limited
goals
time.
in life.
Like those that are going to be exclusive to the military campaign achievements. But those, I have nothing to do with those.
No, wait, Nicole, we got this. It's ours.
Thank you.
Get out. Exactly, because K1P1 here and I, along with the rest of the team, have been working on a series of campaigns coming with the Cradle of War expansion in June.
Yes. Teammates, settle down. Yes, there's been a lot happening in New Eden over the past couple of months, not even to mention all the shit that you guys have been getting up to. But we've seen the Galente elections, we've seen the ushering in of the Moreau administration, and just earlier this week, we saw Jita gain its independence. Not to mention the utter catastrophe that is the Kaldari Navy. But I digress. The empires are gearing up and asking for your help in taking stock of what they have in their arsenal and prepping for military campaigns. So they have a lot of plans for YC 128, and they need our help. And in doing so, we'll see permanent changes to New Eden. So if we take a look at some of the campaigns specifically, the Amar, the Blessed Exchange, they want to turn chaos into opportunity. And so if they're successful, they will establish the DEOO, or the Deaconry of Economic Oversight Office, as well as significantly reducing taxes and brokerage fees. Because nothing gets me more pumped than increased government bureaucracy and decreased taxes. Am I right, Amarians? Woo! Taxation is good! Yes. Exactly. We also have the Kaldari campaign, where they want to strengthen their direct Stargate routes. So if successful, they will build a Stargate directly from Black Rise to Syndicate to strengthen their sphere of influence. The Minmatar campaign, the Starkmanir Restoration, is a rallying cry for the Minmatar tribes to take back Arzad and Azara that were stolen by the Amar many centuries ago, as well as to rename Arzad II to Starkman Prime.
Dude, I loved Guild Wars 2, though. I don't care that they didn't have that in the game. The server versus server PvP stuff was... I didn't even do anything else in the game, actually. I didn't raid. The server versus server stuff was amazing.
Its true name.
Oh, think about the propaganda. Yeah, the propaganda opportunities for the Minmatar Fleet Alliance.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Woo! They got a lot of opportunities, I gotta tell you. But also, they hope to reveal some ancient knowledge that will reveal some phased fields in Minmatar Highsec. So if successful, they'll share that around with the other tribes. And last but certainly not least,
so cool,
we have
man.
Operation Rogue Edge of the esteemed Galente Militia. And they aim to strengthen their military logistics by decreasing the amount of jumps between Dixie and Intaki to 6 instead of 10. And they're also working to develop new technology for a low-waste variant of excavator drones, if successful, or I should say when they're successful. Yeah. But the big question remains, how do we actually achieve these goals?
Well, in short, for all of this to become reality, you need to make campaigns successful. So you will need to contribute to military campaigns and complete a series of objectives. But before we take a look at it, is there a faction you would...
Pro company, I'm just taking a break, dude. I've been leveling, I haven't died, but pressing 1 over and over again on a Frost Mage as you level to 60 is you gotta do something else after a little bit. So I will get back into it eventually, but
like to support K1P1?
No doubt about it. I bleed green! Go Birds! So,
Ew.
Galente loyalists all the way.
He's an Eagles
you
fan?
really like try-harding, don't you? Okay, let's take a look at the Galente campaign. Here you can see you've completed 7 out of the 44 required objectives for the campaign to be successful. And on this overview page, you can see how many capsuleers are currently contributing and how many days are left before it all wraps up. But let's scroll down a bit, because this is where things get interesting. Each card on this page represents an objective that you can take. Each objective has 2 tracks, a personal one and a global one. The personal track represents your contribution, what you have achieved. The global track instead reflects the collective effort towards completing this objective. Once the objective is done, your faction will be 1 step closer to achieving their goal.
Okay, so it's a group project.
this sounds like it's am I one of those people that would be like, yeah, you know what, I'll let everyone else do this and I'll just reap the rewards? Rogue Edge? No. Where did you see Rogue Edge? I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't remember where. Oh, it's Operation Rogue Edge. So that's the name of their operation for the Galente.
Completing this objective. Once the objective is done, your faction will be 1 step closer.
Nothing I think I'd bother doing with.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I think.
It's a group project.
I mean, like I don't know. Like I reminds me of when the what is it, during AQ40, like the gates opening, where you gotta get get everything together and like donate it to help get the gates open. I'm like, nah, someone else can do that. I got better shit to do. I'm not running around and farming linen cloth. What are you, nuts?
Yeah. Pardon my obsession with ISK per hour, but what's in it for me?
So I'm really glad you're asking, because each objective rewards you with ISK and LP. And on top of that, you can see there's a boost to your standings for each objective.
Okay,
Meaning,
so there is
this is
a
a good
reason to
opportunity
do it.
if you're looking to repair your standings with a specific faction. So for example, if you're starting at -2 with Galente and you fully commit to the campaign, you might end up in positive territory, a +2 or even a +3.
That's not so bad.
Yeah, it's not bad. But it's important to note that these objectives won't all become available at once. They will unlock over the course of the campaign. And if we go to the upcoming tab here, you can see which objectives are scheduled and when they will become available. So this gives you an opportunity to plan ahead or simply decide what's worth coming back for.
Okay, so can I just pick any one of these Johns that's active?
Yes, you can. But since you're such a die-hard Galente loyalist, why don't we take a look at the factional warfare objective?
I mean, is there any other gameplay worth diving into?
Yes, there's plenty, K1P1. But let's take a look at this. So this one is asking you to go in the Galente war zone and capture or defend large to medium plexes. As you know, these sites already give you a payout, but if you decide to opt in into this objective, you will receive the additional payouts that we just saw.
Okay, So can I accept these objectives for any of the factions? I'm not saying sabotage, but I'm asking for a friend.
I knew you would think about sabotage. No, you cannot. You can opt in into different objectives, but PvP ones and factional warfare ones will require you to be enlisted with that faction.
Okay, that I guess makes sense. But that also does go really nicely with a lot of the FW releases that we've been doing since the beginning of the year.
Yes, it does.
So back in February, we removed derived standings in FW rank promotions, as well as we followed that up with removing standings lost for bubbles in Corruption 5 systems. That was a busy month because then we also removed derived standings from Final Career Epic Arc missions and removing the derived standings from level 1 FW missions for some of our newer players. Then in March, we removed derived standings from level 4 FW missions, for our veteran players, and we found a way to add modulated standings based on mechanics, added modulated standings mechanics based on locality. So you won't get as much of a standings hit if you're fighting around a Metanox versus if you're AWACSing in a Plex. And then just last month, we removed drive standings from level 2 and 3 FW missions to round out the group, and we applied an amnesty to Capsuleers that were listed in FW Corps, so that if you were below a -4.5, we reset you to a -4.5. I will say, though, that we somehow missed the very small issue of seagulling, and I was quite surprised that no one here mentioned that ever at all.
Never heard about it.
No.
Well, it's a good thing that in the next expansion, we have updates aimed at picking off those seagulls. Yay. We are rebalancing battlefield rewards to focus more on lootable items instead of just flat LP payouts, meaning that Capsuleers who actively participate and kill the NPCs on the site will be able to collect the majority of the rewards, including skins, skinner components, and some new modules, like for Keldari and Minmatar, the missile guidance pop-up computers, and for the Amar and the Galente, the drone hybrid modules.
Yes.
These are all new.
Yeah, I think that, these look pretty good. And I will say, we're going to start off with trying this out in the battlefields, see how they go, and tweak them as necessary. But then we can look at adding them to other types of sites, like ice heists for our pirate enthusiasts. So I've got then to keep track of my FW updates. I've got to make sure I know where the pirate insurgencies are that are breathing down my neck. And now I've got to have an idea of what's going on with these military objectives. What gives, Mercury?
I know, that's a lot. That is why we're putting everything together into one Theaters of War dashboard. This is a place where you can check the latest flips systems in the war zones, keep an eye out for pirate insurgencies and where the pirate FOBs have spawned, and also
there's so much of this game I've still got to learn.
Enlisted Capsuleer in factional warfare and the military campaign.
A lot of this, honestly, is just going over my head. Like, I vaguely know what they're talking about, but I haven't experienced any of this gameplay before.
From this hub, you can also navigate between all of the war-related dashboards.
Like, what is seagulling? I don't even know what that is.
That you already know. So the factional warfare one, pirate insurgencies, the enlistment, and of course, the new military campaigns.
Nice. Okay, well that does make it a little bit easier. So who do you think that you'll support in the military campaigns? Which faction speaks to you?
To be completely fair and not destroying the mic, I am not really fussed with loyalties. I would consider myself more of a mercenary. Basically, I go where the ISK is. So why don't we take a look at the opportunities and see what's going on around me? It looks like there are new sites hacking and mining in high-sec for campaigns.
Wait a minute.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that you can affect my factional warfare gameplay by doing high-sec Care Bear activities?
Okay, so first of all, these are very honorable activities. And secondly, no, these activities only affect military campaigns. They won't have an impact on factional warfare.
Okay, I was gonna say, thank you, thank you.
Yes, but this is good because these activities will be familiar for new players, especially those coming from Starter Space, but they will also be familiar to some of our veterans here, especially if you've played in the Shadow Wars.
Are you potentially teasing the idea that we'll see a return of the boosters that we saw in the Shadow Wars?
Yes, yes, you will.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, so you're going to check out these mining and hacking sites, but why does it say hack in Caldari bulwark? What is a bulwark?
Great catch. So these are systems that are bordering the war zones. It's a new paradigm. They are high security systems, and although they're not sites of direct conflict, they will have opportunities for capsuleers to participate in and help their faction succeed in their campaign.
Nice.
Yep, but these hacking and mining sites aren't the only new sites that we're adding in the next expansion. In fact, we are adding four new complexes.
Don't oversell it yet.
The first one is a battlefield. It's a battlecruiser and below plex. This plex is designed for 3 capsuleers, and it will give a lot of victory points. However, it will have a slower respawn time.
Is there any specific reason we went with battlecruisers?
Yes, so this is our first moderate-sized plex, and inside the site, battlecruisers will receive a buff to their skill level bonus, meaning that they will, let's say, if you enter with a battlecruiser level 5 trained, then you will be flying functionally a level 6.
Nice.
Sorry, what are they talking about? Is this like some sort of an abyssal or something? They've lost me.
Answering the age-old question of what would a battlecruiser level 6 be like?
Yes. We also have our first elite tech restriction complex for Tech 3 destroyers and smaller that we've affectionately dubbed the Chaos Complex. So this is exclusively a frontline complex designed for 10 people, but it has a bit of a unique twist. So every time you enter that site, you'll get a new set of 3 random effects that will be applied to everyone in the site, giving you always a somewhat different experience every time. So if you go to the next slide, we'll see a list of all the different types of effects. You'll always get 3 of them in a random amount, and you'll never know exactly what you'll get. So with these 3 columns, you've got about 396 different combinations that you'll see. So the optimal ship will change every single time. I hear the chatter. Take out your phones quickly, take a picture, or get it a screenshot.
There you go.
Yeah.
Our next complex, it's the first of 2 solo plexes. This one is for intercept.
Yeah, I don't know what a plex is. That's the problem.
This only, as the name says, it only allows interceptors to enter, and it has a capture timer
It sounds like it's some sort of a battleground or something.
of 10 minutes, and it will exclusively spawn in command operation systems.
Yep, and then last but not least, we have a 1-person complex found exclusively in front lines that allows Tech 1 attack and combat frigates to enter. It has a 5-minute capture timer instead of a 10, and it respawns faster as well.
That's nice. What's the catch?
What is an FW site? You're using another term that I don't know.
No, I mean, I knew that you'd ask. These FW plexes are, no.
Or I don't know what the abbreviation's for.
So the NPCs that guard this plex, they will spawn twice as fast or twice as frequently, and they're more than likely to have warp disruptors. So it'll keep the level of danger high while, despite the short capture time. So I do want to note that I know we're trying these out in the plexes, but in general, this is an opportunity for us to kind of take a risk and try out some new different types of content. They're not limited to plexes specifically, but it's more tools in our tool belt. So this time you see an interceptor
faction
only,
warfare.
but we could do another.
He's talking about faction warfare sites. Okay, I've never done faction warfare before. Yeah, no, it is. Yeah, faction warfare. That's exactly what he's talking about.
That would be a different type of hull. But so we're curious to hear what you think about them, so please give us your feedback. These sites themselves will take place of similarly sized complexes during the duration of the Cradle of War expansion, with more victory points and better rewards for the taking.
Yes. While we were taking a look at all these plexes, it seems like you've completed a couple extra objectives for the Galente, which has granted you the completion of the first milestone for the Galente achievement. No confetti?
Okay, thank God.
Okay. The first milestone has granted you a new skin and a new title.
Yes.
I hope we're done. I really hope so.
Yeah.
Yes. More? No, please.
No
Jesus.
more. Does anyone have a dodgy heart?
Yeah.
I'm just worried.
Yeah. But yes, so as you were doing your objectives, Capsuleers all across New Eden have been doing the same. And if everything goes according to plan, this is what you will see in the theaters of war.
Yes, I knew it. We can do it. Well, D-A-L-L-E-N-G-E. My kids are in the audience. I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you so much. Amazing. So good.
Yeah, right? She should take the moment of glory. Because if you ask me, I don't think you'll ever see the victory screen in game.
What?
Victory to the state!
Treason! I can't believe it! She's a squid!
You can go and file a complaint to HR. I think I've seen them in the back seats. But all jokes aside, you will have from June to September to complete all of the necessary objectives for a campaign to be successful. And if you do so, the aftermath will be tangible in the winter expansion.
Yes, and every Capsuleer can make a difference and turn the tide for victory, whether it's fighting over plexes in the war zone or even mining in high-sec.
Mining, hacking, yeah. Okay. You know what, K1P1? I think today nobody has mentioned anything about the new ships. We wouldn't actually release an expansion without new ships, would we?
It'd be a bold move, Cotton. But maybe Okami has some tea and can share some secrets with us. So let's get him back on stage.
Let's see.
D-Mac, you still there? Here's your new ships.
Thank you, K1P1. Thank you, Mercury. How do you follow up with that energy? Yeah, how about with some new ships? All right. So we've seen how your journey begins, how a new Capsuleer finds their footing and builds confidence and starts to take part in something bigger, but in Eve, you don't stay small for long. The deeper you go, the more New Eden opens up. You begin to understand its systems, its weapons, and the choices in front of you. And with that understanding comes more ways to fight. Navy destroyers. As you become more familiar with your tools, you unlock more variety in how you approach a fight. Different weapons, different tactics, and different ways to engage your enemies. Not just something you fly, but something that reflects how you choose to fight. Introducing the Dragoon Navy issue. Get your cameras out, come on. Be the first ones to farm some points with your corp. Get some pictures. Enforcing Imperial authority. It is a relentless warship built to drain, disable, and overwhelm its enemies. The Corax Navy issue. Robust shields, greater flexibility of fitting, and significant improvements to the force of its attacks. The pinnacle of Caldari excellence. The Algos Navy issue. Integrating superior weapon systems, web drone linkages, and a tougher shell as just some of the systemic improvements. Oh, and we're ahead here. The Talwar Navy issue, it combines a stalwart fortitude with the flexibility and efficiency that is, well, let's go back, let's finish that. With the efficiency that has made the caravans of the great wildlands uncontested with their home space. And that's not where the journey ends. Because eventually, you are not just flying in the fight anymore. You're leading it. And at the very peak of that journey, we wanted to create something new, not just a bigger ship, but a different kind of power. Tech 2 command carriers.
It's the old Chimera.
Looks like the old Chimera, that's right, yeah. These ships aren't just about damage, they're about influence.
Starting. We will be back.
A command carrier becomes the center of a fleet, boosting allies, controlling the battlefield, and shaping the outcome of the fight. Command carriers will have more, stronger fighters, and even more powerful conduit jumps. And they will have 3 command bursts that are the most powerful in New Eden. The Salvation, the backbone of the fleet, reinforcing allies with armor and battlefield coordination, while draining the strength from its enemies. Turning smaller fleets into something far greater than the sum of their parts. The Simurg, a mobile command center, strengthening shields, enhancing fleet awareness, and disrupting enemy systems through electronic warfare. The Gaia, precision and pressure, enhancing mobility and coordination while locking enemies in place and forcing engagements on your terms. Built for commanders who dictate the flow of the fight. The Ymir, speed, adaptability, survival, boosting resilience and maneuverability while slowing enemies and creating openings in the chaos with their stasis web fighters.
Also a fine wine, is it?
Designed for fleets that fight fast and fight together. So, from your very first undock to the moment you're commanding fleets, to shaping battles and leaving your mark on New Eden, this is the journey we're building. This is Cradle of War. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for the wonderful FanFest. I can feel all your love and energy, and we are going to make this an awesome expansion together. See you out there. Let's take a look one more time at Cradle of War.
This war reaches beyond the front lines. From the fields and foundries, the cities in the sky, to the borders, where empires clash like converging tides.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a big
Make
expansion.
yourself known, Capsuleer,
What little I know, but I think that
and
like the
enter the fray.
start area is going to be like, I think it's going to be one of those points in the game's history where people look back and say that was a really important change that they made.
Victory demands more than soldiers. It calls on you, the builders, hackers, and traders, to choose your weapon and turn the tide. Your deeds will become legend.
Well, I think it'll bring back a lot of people to try the game again or for the first time.
Your impact will be eternal.
Wow.
Welcome back,
Goodness
guys.
gracious. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That guy
That time
Toxic
will
and
tell.
Lure, your host, player, presenters at FanFest. And okay, so that guy Toxic and I are going to do something a little bit different there now because we're going to pull out our phones. We're going to look at the stats that we just
We're all
saw.
extremely excited like you guys. And I was doing my darndest to go through the stats.
Oh, you were
I
looking.
saw The Dragoon getting the nice little bonus
Dragoon.
there. The Tower is feeling a bit more like a Corum Navy.
Yes.
But with missiles with that shield booster bonus. I'm very interested in that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you see any of the other destroyers like
yes.
stuff there?
I really liked the Korax is all gas, no brake. Really leaning into those light missiles and rockets. You get bonuses to specific damage types and light missile rocket, just flat damage. And then explosion radius is huge because this means application. I'm big into application. I'm big into hit rating and other MMOs. That you're going to be way more consistent. And then finally, the light missile and rocket velocity. Rockets going much further into Korax. Get brawly, get kitey. Gonna look good. And we haven't even had time, chat. Did you hear how quiet it was in the hall
Absolutely
when they were
nothing.
showing the stats?
Everyone just fully picture right there. Yeah.
Just 1 sec, one for the gram, you know. So.
Oh yeah, I was taking
incredible.
pictures too. I had
And
no
which one had web drone bonuses?
That would be the Algos Navy issue.
Algos
Yeah,
Navy.
a
Web
full flight of
drones?
webbing drones.
Coming back, a little Myrmidon Navy coming. That's going to help the hybrid drones that just got launched. The new hybrid drones, y'all. And my goodness, see, this is going to change metas.
I didn't even think about
the new hybrid drones.
With the,
Okay,
with the
dude.
webbing and the damage. I mean, they're pricey, but like, ooh, okay, that's gonna be
worth. You know, now they are made of paper. I like the balance.
I mean, you have to have some sort of trade-off, right? They're expensive. They're brittle.
Oh, yeah. I love the balance. And just immediately theory crafting stuff. The tower, I think, had bonus to shield.
It did.
Which is big because in the PvE, in the Abyss, we've got bonuses to light missile rocket rate of fire, shield booster amount, light missile explosion velocity, and light missile rocket velocity. The shield bonus is 7.5% per destroyer level. What the heck? That's awesome. So one of my questions, and I'm not really seeing it, is are these, I don't know if they said this. Did you hear, Tox, if these were alpha or omega? I don't remember if it was delineated.
I don't think they said that. I did not hear it personally. I mean, type chat. If you did hear it, please type 1. If you didn't type 2 right now. We need a little bit of assistance here. I don't believe I heard it. So
I don't know. I gotta believe that the navies will be alpha friendly because most other stuff in the game, if it's navy, is alpha friendly.
Something like that. Yes,
we'll see. So I'm not sure about it. So those new things, just me theory crafting immediately. The Korax with the plus missile application and Navy Korax, excuse me, is going to be a really excellent ship for T1-ish Abyss. Going to be really excellent to do those new faction warfare complexes. Which, my goodness, we're gonna keep pulling out our phones, chat, this whole time.
There's so much information that just came across our desk as we speak, and I'm so excited about the names of the new ships. Sounds very, very nice. Obviously, this is all work in progress. Some of the information on these
I'm just seeing what's coming up.
This is all changing.
Yes.
The Simurg.
Yes.
The Caldari one.
Caldari one.
But the Salvation. I mean, that is probably the best name on there. Is like very nice. Salvation.
The Gaia.
The Gaia. Yeah.
I like how they kind of went opposite. Like the Thanatos is like the
what's
god of
left
death,
in
and then
this?
they have the Gaia is like life and stuff. Because it kind of fits the theme that Okami was saying. I think where we're gonna have to again theory crafters. I know they're pulling up Piffa right now. We're trying.
100%.
We'll see how powerful these T2 carrier boosts are. FC Okami, I said the right thing, said these are the most powerful links in the game.
Yes.
So now, man, the T2, I don't know, did he say T3? I don't think so.
Maybe I heard it wrong.
I don't know.
I was a little bit away.
I don't know. Maybe their buffs are just the biggest in the game because of their like stats and stuff.
Oh yeah. Instead of calling for links in the fleet now, it's just going to be we need that carrier link right now.
Yes.
Imagine that. I wonder how big's the bubble? Oh, like that little burst. It's going to be massive.
That command burst is going to be big, and the Ymir.
Ymir.
I'm saying it wrong. I know. I'm not
immediately
the best
think of the anime stuff.
Oh yeah.
Like Titans running down everywhere. At this rate. But
that's going to be good. I'm glad we could finally see the stats. I know that everything's going to be a buzz. Everybody's going to be theory crafting. Everybody's going to be checking out what can go where. And he was quick. He was quick. He said this very, very quickly about Exordium. There's many, many people that have been talking about how they're going to, let's say, use the rules creatively in Exordium to kind of mess with newer players. I love that. I think it was Okami, FC Okami, said the shipcasters from Exordium, the new player zone, going to K-Space.
Not only more players will stay, but maybe more will try the game out
really
too.
Good. It's a good balance. Yep. It's a really good way for the players to like get their jump into the new from the new zone to K-Space. But it's not something that existing players can use more than once. Sounds great. I like this.
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. Yeah. Did you see also the new player zones? They're now not just in the character creation screen.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Please.
I thought that was awesome that you actually finally have to, because I feel like everybody that starts the game, you have no idea about the the factions at all. Most of the time you get told, what is the easiest? Kaldari. It's an easier start because of Jita and all that kind of stuff. Having to play through an objective and do this thing to find out what is going to be your enjoyment is so good.
Yes.
Because everyone that starts the game is like,
I think
what's a
everyone's
Minotaur,
excited
what's
about
Namar,
this new
Kaldari,
starting
Galente?
area.
What does it mean? Anything? Like,
They don't know.
There will be some like
And this is why
OGs that are like,
it's
no,
really
this is
good
supposed to be
W
a
for the new player experience. They
hardcore,
keep
very hard
improving
to
the new
learn
player
game
experience.
and
Yes, with the
rough,
new Bro Zone.
rough
Yes.
on people.
With the new
Blah
Epic
blah.
Arc,
We
with
had
the
to
Epic
learn
Arc.
it. So should
That's
they.
how
You know you will get
your
someone like that.
side, it's not so much race anymore. It's
But
more
I think for the
side,
long-term
right? Because you can
success
now
of this
make a
game,
character.
it is
The character creation
vital
screen is
that they
probably gonna
brought
be
this
updated
in.
a ton too.
Oh,
Because
I'm
now
sure, yeah.
you can't like certain cosmetics were locked behind certain races. Now it's you pick a side. Man, this is going to change everything. It's going to be awesome.
Looking forward to it. And the new areas. The new
areas.
sites, dude.
Oh, yeah.
The sites with the Storm-esque. I can already feel a certain streamer going through the route because he used to love that kind of stuff, dude.
Yes.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to even forced polarization. I saw that was one of the things that immediately picked out for me.
Oh my goodness.
Forcing people to go into these sites and they have no resistances.
Yes.
Forced polarization, that is so cool.
And here, if that was a nice little, hey, what the heck is he talking about? They were just featuring it. We've got something fun for y'all for just a sec. We had a very interesting time at FanFest. We're going to cut to this right now. We'll talk to y'all in just a sec.
Did you hear that?
Ladies, did you guys hear that? Sounds like some Day Wanawanga stuff.
Yeah.
Did you hear that? I don't know. Let's see what they got for us, chat. Let's see about it.
Hey guys, my name is Crash Snaps. Just got out of the lava tunnels. We're taking a little tour around. Pretty sick boats. Let's go in there and see what's going on.
What's up? We're here.
Live from FanFest.
I'm such a big.
Someone was asking who Warlock, if someone was Warlock Industries. This is Warlock Industries. This guy in the white shirt.
Fat lower.
He's the one that makes all these spectacular videos.
I love your PvP. Is there anything you guys can tell us, the audience, about? Like, is there any secrets you can tell us what's going on?
I mean, some would say we're not semi-reliable. We don't really report straight from the front lines. I do know somebody who does.
You know.
Maybe someone right next to us, even this person right there, Warlock Industries.
Ooh,
yeah.
Would you know?
She sounds nice.
We're reporting live, straight from the front lines. Warlock Industries here. I'm here with a very fabulous man. I'm here with Eve Guru, Swarm's top intel guy. Can you guys tell us any secrets that could potentially be revealed? I know the expansion stuff's not out, but people are really eager.
Titans 2.
Wait! For those of you wondering how I get all my ISK for blowing up all my shit, I joined Eve Guru and I became a trillionaire. So thank you for that.
Yes, you're welcome.
Nice to meet you. Very tall. And he's very
Eve Guru is amazing. I'll tell you that right now.
sneaky. You wouldn't expect it, but he's very quick and
I
sneaky.
can move.
He can
I
move. Do you have anything to say about this cold weather?
It's quite nice.
Oh my God, I'm out of here. Crash Snaps! Yes. Crash Snaps!
Yes, hello.
I heard you had struggles at the lava stream.
A little bit.
I have a question.
Yes.
What are you expecting inside Harpa?
Lots of nerds. This place is amazing. Where's the food?
It's a secret. You're not supposed to tell them yet.
You heard it here first. Semi-reliable reporting. Titans 2? Two? What is...
Hey, actually, I take it back.
And knows very little about the game. Actually, his own. Who are you talking about? I don't know which one of these people are you talking about.
Titans 3.
Warlock Industries. I know he's been playing for a long time, but I think.
Wow. Amazing stuff.
Day Wanawanga.
Day Wanawanga, I tell you. And
always good to see.
A massive shout out, chat. We got to get some W's in chat for Warlock Industries.
Yep.
He has been killing it. Most, if not all of the socials you've been seeing, all of the amazing clips, the lava tunnels event, all the things. If it looked cool, Warlock Industries probably made it.
Most of the
massive,
stuff.
well done.
It's
He's
been really, really
killing
good.
it.
Meeting him
amazing.
at Eve London was phenomenal.
Yes.
Obviously, seeing the face of the semi-reliable man himself was quite a shock.
Yes.
He's a very, very...
He's going to have to
he's a
update his
handsome
branding
man,
because
dude.
he's
Handsome
not
man.
semi-reliable. He's very reliable, you know. He's going to
get a big head.
He's going to get a big head. So we were talking about before the new T3 Cruiser specific faction warfare sites. More details coming. We'll have to look at the patch notes.
Yep.
And the specific bonuses that were randomized as you go
Yes,
into
they
these
were
faction
randomized,
warfare
yes.
sites.
I think one of the ones, it was increased range of web.
Yes.
50% reduction in its...
strength.
In its strength.
Strength.
That's going to be an interesting one.
And you were talking about all resistance is zero.
All resistance is zero.
Everybody's
Force.
polarized. No questions.
There's just full damage all the time, every time.
That's amazing. All gas, no brake. Would you like 30% increase armor reps for everyone? Well, now you can. Would you like more hybrid weapon damage? And it's going to be interesting how these activates. We'll have to look at the patch notes, have to look at all how these go, because in the specifically new T3 Cruiser Faction Warfare site, there's going to be these are randomized, is what FC Okami was saying. How they're randomized, when they pop in, we'll have to see.
Is this going to be a time frame thing? Is this going to be a system-wide event that is only going to be for this, so you know it's a polarized thing, or is it going to be
Are they just going over everything?
Blindfolded?
I think they are. Do you guys want to watch this part?
The landscape, because what if I'm shield fit and all of a sudden it comes in that like, hey,
Yeah, I
plus
think they're
shields.
just going over everything that's happening.
1 second.
Hold on.
Jotun!
Okay, you know, they're keeping our prices low. That's how it works. So,
You love miners. You always got to love miners, and anyone that does production, because
They're talking about all the stuff that they introduced.
Welding ships or buying them because they look pretty if they're not made. Or
I think the next bit is basically like the
Miners,
closing ceremony.
you're doing just fine. Thank you very much. So, T2 carriers.
T2 carriers.
Navy destroyers.
Yes.
Like the very
military
final bit.
campaigns, achievements. Did we miss something? Oh, Jotun said Titans 3. Okay, confirmed. Titans 3. All right. Marauders, Bastion modes. Thank you, Jotun, for that. So, Warlock Industries, Crash Naps, killing it. FanFest continues to be fantastic stuff. And, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to keep. The modular ships. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh my word! Being able to finally see if that Gnosis, have he has 6 medium newts right there waiting for me?
Yes.
Or can I actually figure out if he's got a newt or nos?
Yes.
I wonder if they're going to add a difference between a newt and a nos, because that is huge.
Yes.
Understanding for if you're something cap stable or barely cap stable, understanding if that thing's got some nosses, that's not really going to affect you, or having multiple newts is pretty huge. So.
Pretty huge. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our segments. We'll see you on the main stage. Thank you very much.
Guys.
We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks very much.
I think this part here is the final bit.
To an end. But let's go out on a high note. For this year's closing ceremony, please welcome to the stage FC Jotun and FC Zealous.
My people! Hey! Hey! That's what I'm talking about! Let's go! Yeah, you! Hey!
Hello, FanFest!
Yeah!
I am FC Zealous,
Yes,
and I'm joined by...
CC... Oh, oh.
Great start.
Oh, you know what? This is going to be a tough one, and it's going to take a little while.
Yep.
Thankfully, I prepared a visual aid.
Oh?
If you'll join me.
Oh.
I am
Any awoos?
FC Jotun. Awoo! Hey, there we go. I am not wearing this all day, so we're just gonna toss this one. Yeah.
I think they want ears.
They want the ears. Okay, all right. If they want the ears, we'll do it. This is gonna look really silly when I do another thing here in a few minutes, so. Not bad. Sir, if you would.
So, we're back.
We are back.
Last year, we thought we had this fantastic selfie.
It was incredible. Honestly, this was the highlight of my year last year. Such a cool experience to be here in Elburg.
Yep.
With all of you, here in the stadium, or here in the arena rather, watching at home. But there was one other person who was watching at home who didn't get to experience this with me, and it kind of broke my heart a little bit. So if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna do something weird. If I can get the lights, please. Just gonna make a quick phone call. If you don't mind. Sorry, thank you.
You got a loudspeaker?
Yeah. 1 second. Hey, Mom. Just wanted for you to say hi to all my good friends. And you're watching yourself on the TV now. That's insane. Listen, I'll call you later. Tell Dad I said hi. I love you. Bye. All right. That was very fun. But I do want to get another selfie real quick. We were going to do this every year. This is insane. So if you all will join with me.
Give us a countdown.
Get up, get up, get up. Get those hands up. Let's go.
You need to change your camera, you spoon.
Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Insane. All right, you can sit down now. Beautiful.
Expertly done.
I just got a text from my mother. I'm sure she's like, what are you doing? All right.
So, during the opening ceremony, FC, Lumi, and Swift mentioned some of you should touch some grass. Right?
Desperately need to.
Yeah. So, it turns out you went on a bit of a tour across Iceland to try and touch some grass. It seems you touched snow.
Not grass.
Not grass.
No.
More snow.
Definitely not grass.
Still not grass. You touched beers and kegs.
You touched a lot.
Yeah, there does seem to be. I don't know how many people go to the Fan Fest. Like, it seems like it's a couple of thousand, anyways. Maybe.
A lot of beers.
A lot of beers.
Yeah.
You touched cards
That's
and
also
cardboard
not
and
grass.
wood.
Yeah, that's weird.
Still not grass. You touched sand.
It is one of the bigger events in Iceland, apparently, because it's like as far as bringing in people from outside the country. So
Do you guys know what grass is?
You touch boulders?
Okay,
Rocks?
that's closer.
You get each other? Yeah, well.
did they go to the falls that are famous from like the Viking Falls or whatever they're called? Can't remember what the name of
you found
it
moss.
is.
And it counts. In Iceland, that's grass. It counts.
Grass.
You did it.
Well done.
Congratulations.
Of course, we were also joined by our wonderful hosts this year.
Yes, our lovely hosts. If you didn't see, by the way, if you weren't watching, our hosts have been grinding. They've been on the stream. They've been over there on the other stage, working hard in between the sets. They've been out on the town, providing content and entertainment from here in Reykjavik to all of our fans around the world, including our very own Glizzy Gobbler. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Enjoying the local cuisine.
Insane. The throat goat, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause.
I don't know if I want to go that far.
I am. Please take this off the screen.
He falls like a good boy.
Oh, God.
Wow.
My mom's watching this stream. Calm down.
We also had the return of the LAN party at the top of the world.
They did. It was
hosted by both FCB and guest FC.
BJK.
Yep.
He's over here somewhere. I saw, there he is, the man.
We got a little video from that, which we're going to share with you.
Put up there.
Hey, we just saw Joe Lost was there. There he is, Mr. Joe Lost. I don't recognize anyone else immediately around him. Oh, no, I don't think that's who I think it is.
So we filament in, we immediately see a Concord crab beacon, we warp in and kill a dread, and then all chaos just let loose. Fraternity dropped a bunch of shit on us, but we got a dread kill.
How do you feel that the fleets you guys are running are only feeding to Frag?
Oh, it's just insane. Like, they've got very fast reactions, they've got very good people online. Well, like 3 fleets there in one go, like they know what they're doing. If we can roll that random filament somewhere else, I don't know, who knows, but they're pretty good spot. I'm gonna blame Bjorn B for that incident, for riling them up over Rev Navy.
How come you're alive?
Because I'm in Winterco and I'm being repped by the faxes that we're attacking.
What do you mean, who? Fraternity or Winterco?
What happens with this first fleet?
I hope that I get on FCB's kill mail.
Filament immediate chaos.
Not bad. I did not get on that kill mail. Tragic, I know.
There was an attempt, though.
There was an attempt.
Oh, I don't know who the blonde guy is. The guy with the long hair?
Listen, it's hot up here, okay? These lights are bright. Give me a break, guys. Sheesh.
I also want to give a small shout out as well to FC Convict. I love this picture. You see everybody getting all ready, shipped up. And Convict over here is on the laptop, ready to go. And by the power of enhancements, we can get even closer and we can zoom again.
Thank you,
He's
Google.
actually spreadsheeting.
Oh, look at that.
Incredible.
Yes.
Also, we want to give a shout out to our volunteers, right?
Yes, seriously. We say this every year, and it's not a joke. This stuff does not happen without all the people who come here and do this stuff for basically free, just because they love it so much, and they love you guys, and they love me specifically, but also you guys. So seriously, again, another round of applause for our volunteers, please.
So thank you to Grey Gal, Jana Brill, Nick Paw, Insidious Sainthood, Badkiss, Ines Jayanara.
Jayanara, yeah.
Sure. Raven Wolf Sinuf, Estraria. Sure.
Good.
That's a nice easy one.
The next
Boat.
one's easy. Yeah, that's good.
Runa.
Yep.
And Henry Katrin.
We also have Master Connie Arodi, Mrs. Insidious, Olaf Alier Rarigus, Siggy, Marshy Whitson, Gamelson Baboli, Lord Haku, and Iverness. Another
He
round
came
of
from your
applause,
corp?
please, and thank
Nice.
you.
But of course, it's not just
You know who I didn't see at all? Is the Mad Rambo. Like, well, why was he not doing stuff? I didn't see him doing anything.
them. There's also, I want to say,
Was he just too busy getting drunk?
special thank you to the Harper staff that have looked after us while we've been here, the photographers, and even the medical guys that have been helping up in the blood booth.
Thank you, medical staff.
So
what we asked you to do was very weird, and you did it swimmingly. Before we
Was
walked
Chaos
out
there
here,
as
by the
well?
way, I saw the stat. We had 700 blood donations to this strange arcane ritual that we're doing, which may or may not, legally speaking, I'm in the clear here, be used to create a horrifying flesh homunculus of everybody in the arena. So
that was a secret.
You know, listen, we're all about leaks here, baby. So yeah.
Not to mention, it may end up on the moon.
May end up on the moon. FC Helmar says it will end up on the moon, and if he says something's going to be on the moon, it's going to be on the damn moon. So I guess we'll see what happens.
We also, back at the Harper again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, it's so heartwarming.
Digging through all the activities here, we had nearly 300 people come and paint ship miniatures, 59 of which became submissions in the little competition that we had. So a few examples of some of the designs we saw, which was
actually
super cool.
like legitimately insane. Like honestly, extremely cool. Well done, guys. Seriously.
You good?
And we are, of course, showing this because, as you all know, the third best ship is craftsmanship.
Very true.
Yep. But
speaking of which,
there can only be a handful of winners.
Yes, there was 3 categories that you could win prizes for, which was Best Painted Model, Best Newcomer, and the Tiambra Award for the Best Ship Skin Idea.
Cool.
That was a really long title.
Yeah.
Where he's going to be trying to take the design and make a skin out of it, which is a pretty cool idea. So, to announce our winners, the first mini prize winner, the Varga, was Sycamoria.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Well done.
For the next one,
yeah, I know.
The best newcomer, Magpie Gonzo. And finally, for the Tiamba, for best skin idea.
Boat. Hell yes. Let's go, boats!
But yeah, on the other activities at the Harper, of course, we just talked about the donation of blood.
Yeah, that
Over
last
50%
one,
of the guests here
I don't
with
know.
that statistic donated blood. So
which is
thank you
I don't know
very
about
much
that
again.
Wow, well done.
You viewed your history in the history area, and you played your history in the Crucible area. You knitted.
Yes. At the Nittadel.
I love that name.
What a
So
great
good.
name. The best name of any station here. Yeah, very cool.
You pub crawled.
So much pub crawling, my God.
Do we recognize anyone here? Nope. There's FC Juten or whatever his name is. Probably leading everyone to the next pub. Look at everybody in like winter clothing, man. Like, I would love to go to this fan fest one of these days, but I don't know about taking off vacation time to go somewhere that's even colder than where I live in Canada. I mean, it's probably fun.
Led by a suspicious
What
person.
am I doing? Oh, God.
I love the shame here. It's like, I don't even want to be associated with this guy. Beautiful.
Love that for us.
But of course, there was also a series of charities going on
Yes,
here.
as always, and has always been expected, our community continues to go above and beyond to raise money for people who need it the most. You guys have been doing this over the entire history of our game and our universe, and once again, you've done it again.
The Icelandic Children's Hospital, which was our sponsor from last year as well.
Indeed.
Returned again. And you guys raised all sorts of, we had ways of contributing.
A lot of different ways of contributing.
Lots of different ways.
Yeah.
So Goon Swarm, thank you very much. Had your own little raffle.
Goons! Yes. Yes.
The volunteers were taking donations for swag just outside
swag.
here.
Yes.
And of course, the Wheel of Misfortune,
Of course.
as I keep calling it.
Yes.
But even here at Fenris, we had a charity dinner that was generating the money, as well as over at the data booth, where you could, request information and for a small donation. So finally, I just want to say thank you as well. Sorry for those that also donated in the silent auction. That was the other big one.
Yes.
But we have gathered the numbers.
We have the number.
We think we have the numbers.
We have the metrics.
We think we have raised,
let's see it,
based on the numbers so far, a whopping $59,000 US dollars.
It's like 3% of the output of Fountain on a daily basis, right? Yeah, something like that.
Something
Anyway,
like that.
Carrying on.
But also, I want to give a shout out to another group, Gorgon Alliance, who reached out to say that they wanted to raffle off a year's worth of Omega to a random FanFest attendee.
Yes. One of you is getting a random year, full calendar year of Omega.
We pressed the RNG button.
Indeed.
And can confirm the winning ticket holder is Spike N. Shastau.
Spike, are you here? Is this person here? Where are you? Are you up there? Okay, see me afterwards, because for you I have a giant plex. It has a code on the back. You use the code you understand how Omega works. Okay.
But also, going back to our favorite ships, we know the second best ship is, of course, Championship.
Championship, yeah, and you would know a thing or two about championships.
A little bit.
This is, of course, FC Thunder Daddy. Head of, yes. Leader of the, cursed, of course.
You PvP'd in the 2v2 PvP stations. You played some Vanguard. You also got some action with a joystick?
Yes. We brought out the most obnoxious monitors on God's green earth so people can try out the new manual flying controls on Frontier, which is extremely cool. We had a couple cool tournaments. Everybody has been competing over this weekend, both in our games, both in line and to get into different venues, both in how much alcohol they can put away, and by God, the spirit of championship is alive and well in Reykjavik.
But of course, we know that there is only one true best ship.
That's true. There is only one best ship.
You all know it now, right?
Yes.
Say it with me. 3, 2, 1, come on, French!
Whoa, hey, no. Hey, sure. We talked about this. The best ship is the Cenotaph. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what to tell you.
I know I shouldn't have given you this deck.
Okay. Yes. The best ship, of course, is Friendship. Yep. And this is, I mean, in all seriousness, and I don't want to get weird for a second, but I'm going to try to, because...
Try to?
I know.
Should I go a little bit this way?
Yeah, no. You know, to tell a quick story, back in 2019, I had just moved across the country. I was living in the States, and I moved across the country. I had moved from my hometown, or the town where I had been living in Bloomington, Indiana, down to a town near Atlanta. And I had been very close to my family when I moved down there, I was very lucky, but I moved away from all my friends. And I started playing EVE Online then, again, and I had been playing for a long time, off and on for years before that, just doing little weird stuff here and there, like joining tests for a year in 2016. Shout out to my dinosaurs. But, you know, I had an opportunity then to do something that I'd never really done before, which was get involved in a community that gave back every bit as much as I put into it. And I don't mean this in a way that is like, I don't want to undersell it, guys. This game saved my life. This was a huge deal back then. I mean, you can't understate how important it is for all of us, every single one of us in here, to have some place where we all speak the same language. And that's why I think FanFest is so important, because we can all come here, every single one of us. It doesn't matter if you're somebody who lives in high sec all day and station trades like the Oz does, or somebody who sits in a belt and mines all day. Or it doesn't matter if you're a suicide ganger who people complain about on Reddit. And it doesn't matter if you're some kind of one of those rats from Minmatar Fleet who hang out in low sec. Or
Waifu War Season 2 coming soon.
One of the waifu war appreciators like Liang Q. or even one of the snuffed men. It doesn't matter if you're a null secker, it doesn't matter if you're in tests, it doesn't matter if you're in goons, it doesn't matter if you're in frat, it doesn't matter if you're in the initiative with the Irishman, Mr. Shines, and it certainly doesn't matter. It certainly doesn't matter if you're a wormholer, by the way. Here is our people. These are our people. Look around the room around you. These are our people. We all speak the same language, and that language is space violence and being real cool to each other. So thank you, every single one of you, from the bottom of my heart, from all of us here.
Eve.
We are Eve. You are Eve.
Come here.
Come here.
Come on. Sorry, I just blew everybody's.
I was gonna say, I don't think our mics like that very much.
My bad. But yes.
Yeah, it's a good closing ceremony.
Will return next year, back at the Harper, 13th to the 15th of May. We'll put some magical QR codes up in just a moment.
What? Seriously, and again, if you can make it, of course, we want you to be here. We'd love for you to be here. Seeing people who I haven't seen before ever, putting a face to a name is insane. Seeing you all in this room, we'd love having you guys
I wonder
here.
how much like these people were paying for like a hotel room and stuff. Like how much did their trip cost?
One of your many local meets. Which you should do, by the way. These are so cool. The organizers are always super helpful, super proactive. There are a lot of really cool ones. People who've been doing this for a long.
Northeast. Toronto. No, there's Seattle. That would be close, but I'm not driving down to Seattle.
Long time, and you can meet cool people. They're people who are your people. I love it.
Yep.
Although apparently Eve Vegas is supposed to be pretty big.
We'll be there too.
Yeah, on occasion.
On occasion, yeah.
But of course, we also have FanFest partners this year, so we want to give a special
Eve Down Under.
thank you to all of them.
Okay, probably not. Here it is, 7th and 9th. Oh, it's actually for like several days. I thought these were like just one-day events. Did they say anything about the Eve Shooter Legion? No, the Eve Shooter is Vanguard, and yes, they did. Lots of stuff going on with Vanguard, Kenzoku. Lots of stuff. So you could probably just search for the keynote for Eve Vanguard, and you'll be blown away with what they're planning on doing with Eve Vanguard. It's like major updates. Eve Down Under is they changed the name again? No, you mean the shooter, like the FPS game? It's always been Eve Vanguard. Yeah, at least for the last couple of years, it's been Eve Vanguard. Hold on, let's finish this off.
Sometimes we'll be there too.
Eve Vegas, I could possibly consider maybe going there. I've been to Vegas so many times, but going there with a bunch of Eve players might be kind of interesting. Yeah.
On occasion.
On occasion, yeah.
But of course, we also have FanFest partners this year, so we want to give a special thank you to all of them.
Yep. Shout out to Sweet, of course, one of our big sponsors, Worldline, Iyayama, AWS, and the Business Iceland. All of whom provided a lot of the support for this event and would not happen without them. Thank you to the sponsors.
We do have a message from Worldline, though. They'd like to buy you all a beer.
They would like to buy me specifically a beer.
Just you?
Just me?
What about everybody else?
I guess they can have a beer too.
Okay.
Oh, we have to actually go to the Pulse Bar in Iceland.
But yes, this might be the closing ceremony, but
the night is still young.
Right after this, go out, grab foods, then be back here for like 1900. Visit the Pulse Bar just outside, where our partner Worldline would like to give you with a beer.
Yes.
I'm
going to tell you guys, if you don't come to the party tonight, you're going to miss me wearing a small lad on my back. Okay? What? There are like 3 people in this room who understand that joke. It's real. You're going to see it. It'll be on the dance floor. Don't miss it. My God, be there.
I have questions.
You won't get answers until tonight.
Small lad?
Not long after that, you'll have the Creator Awards at 1930. For those of you at home, I don't know.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the party yet, was I?
No, not yet.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. For those of you at home, I don't, just go do a dread ball or something.
Yeah, do that.
Looks like there's about 6 minutes left. Then we'll watch the new video from Warlock.
Feature lots of
He's made a special video regarding the expansion, so that should be really good.
Yep. We have this fantastic award that will be displayed.
Never did see what
passed out to several
the Vanguard stuff. We watched that stuff yesterday.
Really nicely named.
Yes. It's very stylish.
Yes, indeed. Then finally...
This is the one I was talking about.
This is the bit that you were getting.
I got ahead of myself earlier.
So, party at the top of the world.
Yes.
Anyone been to the party before?
Okay. Again, lad back. You got to see it. Be at the party. It'll be great.
Nice summary.
I'm telling you. It's going to be great.
Yes.
That it?
Yeah, that's it. Join us to celebrate the conclusion of yet another FanFest at the party at the top of the world.
We'll
see you there.
That's it. Go home. Get out of here.
That way.
That way. Goodbye.
And now there's something with Erst and that toxic guy. It looks like there's some. There we go.
Wow.
What's going on, guys?
Wow. FanFest. Here we are. It's a wrap.
All 4 of us together for the first time in all of FanFest.
For the first time in forever.
Finally get to meet you all.
I don't even know who you are.
Yeah, hi, dude.
Hey,
I'm Laurel.
I can see it. No, you don't have to do that. It's fine.
Oh, wait, I can just step back. It's fine.
Okay.
No.
Movie magic.
No, Erst, you didn't have to
Movie
duck
magic,
either.
Chat. We're here. It's done. FanFest. We've got a little bit more tonight. The Creator Awards. May the best capsuleer win. We'll see who. Ooh, I want to see you see the.
I just want to point out just congratulations to the 3 best ones right here. 100% video.
Toxic's going to win.
No.
We'll see. When Toxic sweeps, reverse sweeps, we'll have a good time with it. No matter who wins, the community does, in fact, win. Y'all, it's been a pleasure.
It's been so great. I mean, like, just hanging out with you guys, hanging out with all of these capsuleers, it's been an experience of a lifetime, really.
Yeah.
So much fun.
Yeah, as I mentioned before, in the evening, the smiling face starts to feel weird on your head, so you did good. So I'm happy.
We did good. We did good.
Yeah.
I'm excited for all the theory crafting.
I'm Kenzoku, I think they will, like a lot of the stuff they didn't announce today, I don't know if you watched it, some of the announcements for the new expansion is pretty amazing.
Behind us, party on top of the world.
And I think a lot of the stuff that they
to the dance floor. We all gonna
were doing was pressured. They were pressured to by their parent company, right? So
lifted.
What does that mean?
I don't know what that means.
Well, there was a rather small man that used to work for FC back in the day. So
FC Small Man.
I'm hoping there's something like that. I always can hope. Some of you in the chat, I guarantee, are posting a certain face.
Yep.
But I pray that it is him.
Yeah.
Like I feel like CCP was in the same situation that Blizzard was in when they were bought out by Activision. Like Activision basically came in and said, "Okay, we need you to monetize the shit out of this game," and force Blizzard down a road that they couldn't do anything about. And I feel like that was the same situation CCP was in. And that's why everybody thinks it's such a big deal that they were able to buy their game back and retake control. So we'll see how it turns out. But the stuff that they announced during this FanFest, like especially with the expansion, it was really cool. Like the new starter zone, I think that is going to be a big like key turning point for this game. Like people look back at this in 5 years or whatever and go, you know what, that was amazing that they brought this into the game.
We'll see about it. So as we close FanFest, as we're almost done, this has been an absolute pleasure. I know, I'm sure I can say this for all of us, that this has been amazing. We're very humbled and honored to be here. Thank you. I almost said CCP Games, but I didn't. Okay. Thank you, Fenris Creations, for the amazing time. Wow, we got so many things happening at the FanFest, and we're almost done, guys. We're almost there, you know.
Can't believe it, man.
Man, what was y'all's favorite thing? Favorite reveal?
Favorite reveal? I mean, Oz has got to be something to do with the market, of course. You know.
Well, for me, it wasn't a reveal because as a CSM, I knew a lot of these things were coming. But I'm happy that I can finally talk about the tax implications that we're seeing in the military campaigns. Because being able to directly impact sales taxes in a trade hub is a dream come true after 23 years.
Yes.
Yeah, my favorite one was the fonts, and from there the identity, and we
The
get
fonts?
to help shape them. Everybody, not just LowSec with faction warfare. That's gonna be great.
I think it's definitely the ships. I think I'm
Definitely
a man
the ships.
of the ships, man. I can't wait to see. I love looking at the ships and seeing how people use them. You know, so I'm looking forward to all these different ways that these new destroyers are going to be used in LowSec and even in Null. So and then of course, the best thing of all is seeing Erst in full color.
I know.
Which is unheard of.
Did you guys know he wasn't black and white? Did you guys know that? You know, it's amazing.
It's all.
How tall is he actually? Like he is actually standing on a box, isn't he? I don't know how tall he actually is.
Like it's post-production.
Oh.
They're really good at this.
Yeah, it's really good.
The magic of television, of course. I think my favorite thing is the fact that the content they keep putting out is about you, the individual, the capsuleer out there,
you
being able
suck
to
up.
play the game your way
What
and
a
getting
suck up.
rewards therein. This is just really great. I just keep seeing Eve improving, Eve increasing. Very excited about that. I do like the Gaia though. Ooh,
Yeah.
I honestly think people are going to look back at this expansion or this FanFest and realize that the new starting zone was the biggest thing that they're implementing in the game for this particular FanFest. It's bigger than the ships that they're bringing in. It's bigger than the fonts or whatever they're talking about. It's bigger than this tax thing that they're talking about. It is easily the new starter zone is going to be have the biggest impact on the game.
It looks great, doesn't it?
It's a good name too.
It is
Yes.
a good name. I mean, the other one that was Salvation.
Salvation.
Yeah,
Come on. It's like the
Laura's
Valravan, you know.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just rolls off the tongue. It's great. It's fantastic. So, which Navy destroyer are y'all going to take out first?
Algos.
Yeah, I think the Algos is going to be like probably the all-round special one. I think so.
Am I good at PvP if I agree with you?
Obviously.
You're the best PvPer I know, Erst.
You don't know many.
When you see a black and white Navy destroyer, spoilers.
Yeah.
It's Erst.
Yeah,
Okay,
right
it's Erst. So
We were talking about it on the panel earlier. The new drones, the new webbing and damage drones with the Algos. It's kind of scary. I'm interested to see how that will work.
It's going to get nerfed.
knock
They'll
on
come
wood.
out first. I mean, we'll see.
I will just be buying them all and trading them. I will not be flying them.
My man.
I'll supply them. I'll supply them all.
Yeah,
Oz
when you
trading,
see
crazy stuff. Oz trading. I was just like
Oz
yeah.
trading?
What?
Who knew it? When you see a freelance contract from Oz, that's work for the Amar Empire. He's trying to get better taxes. That's a great idea, actually.
Yeah.
You're welcome. See?
Thanks
He
for
already probably thought of that, though. You know, come on now. So,
Cool.
I love it. Well, we're almost done. We're almost wrapping up. FanFest is almost at a close. We got the party on top of the world. If y'all are there, come say hi. We'll all obviously be, welcoming y'all and shake your hands as long as you showered this week. We got you. We got you. Okay, thank you.
And make sure you
We'll
tune
have
in for the Creator Awards, because that's
Yes.
going to be not hosted by us, but by our CCP friends, Fenris friends. Yeah, there you go.
Drink
Fenris
your
friends.
energy drinks.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that's going to be epic, though. So make sure you tune in for that.
Yeah, everybody, ships are ammo. Fly.
Ships are ammo. Remember always.
Play
So,
the game and enjoy it. Please do.
yeah. Well,
All right, we're gonna watch the Warlock Industries. Oh, did I close it? Where is it here? No, this is the new trailer. This is the new trailer for the Shadow of the Empire trailer that Warlock Industries came out with. I have not watched this. It's like 6 minutes long, so. And he puts out amazing videos, so let's see what this is all about.
We are under attack. Repeat,
We are under attack. The Kaldari state has opened fire on us. This was a peaceful operation. Someone please help. We have civilians on board.
There were several different creator categories. He won one of them, I believe. Warlock Industries won one. I believe that Toxic guy won Best PvPer, I think. And there was like 5 or 6 categories. I can't remember who else won. For those World of Warcraft viewers, this is actually in-game footage, okay?
Ships, stay in your bays. Warning, warning, do not undock. I repeat, do not undock. Hostile fire is active. Lockdown is now in effect.
In all the years of peace and prosperity, the attacks came without warning. Pilots across New Eden were hunted down by the Empires, a blanket of death sweeping across the cluster. And some say that during the Gallente elections, a plot within the Amar Empire was devised by a cabal of spies to move beyond their faction conflicts and push the war toward the coalitions. But something deeper was hidden within this story. And it all started with a rock.
This is Scout Command 1 to Fleet. Initiating Sino for jump. All units, stand by for departure.
Delta Minor to Scout Command. Fleet is aligned. Systems are green. We await your mark.
All ships, final check. You jump on my command. Mark in 3, 2, 1, execute.
All right, everybody. Listen up. We don't know what causes this anomaly. But what we do know is that it produces the most valuable minerals known to man. This right here is a phased field. A rare anomaly saturated with prismaticite. A volatile resource that can be refined into any element in the cluster. Origin is unknown, and stability is uncertain. Stay sharp and keep your eyes open. We're gonna strip every fragment of this rock. Then, we're gonna get the hell out of here.
As alliances bled the anomalies dry, the Empires did not sit back. They launched an invasion. A new gold rush had begun, and they would drown it in blood to seize their claim.
Captain, hostiles are on D-scan. Enemy Sino detected.
All pilots, activate shield hardeners and get the hell out of here. Send out a distress signal.
Captain, something isn't right. You need to escape now.
Negative. My ship is in siege. I can't.
Captain, scanners indicate that it's a Cayman dreadnought.
A Cayman? Shit. I can't withstand a Lancer shot.
Get to the escape shuttle.
They have controls. Has opened fire on us. This was a peaceful operation. Someone please help. We have civilians on board.
After the events of the Gallente elections, nothing has been the same. The Empires began to push outward, not for conquest, but for control. Entire regions were brought to their knees before they could understand what was happening, all under the banner of security and stability, as if the growing coalitions had become something that needed to be contained. But beneath it all, something else remained. The real threat was never just the fleets that blotted out the stars. It was the anomalies and the cabal behind the shadow of the Empires. Now, the lines are drawn, and it falls to you to decide where you stand and what the real enemy truly is.
That's some crazy production he puts on, isn't it? That's crazy, the production value he puts in his videos. All right, guys. I'm going to call it there. I've got to get up relatively early for work for me anyways. Just to... yeah, so I'm going to call it there. I will be back. So for those of you that are here for EVE Online, which most of you probably are, for the next couple of weeks, you're probably going to see me playing World of Warcraft. Like I said earlier, I need to get a character to level 70 so that I can put it in what's called raid log status, which means I basically play the character one night a week. And then after that, besides that, I'll be playing EVE Online. So if you see me playing World of Warcraft tomorrow, I can pretty much guarantee that you will. Don't be like, oh, you quit EVE already. That's not what's happening. I'm trying to get myself through. I play Classic. I play TBC. But I'm getting kind of bored of it, and I basically just want to do the raids because I think it's the last time I'll ever play TBC. But I do enjoy the raids in TBC, so I just kind of want to do it one last time. But anyways, I will be doing that. I'm going to be trying to get my character up to max level as fast as possible. Kenzoku, thanks for the follow, dude. I'm going to be trying to get my character to level 70 as fast as I can, because I want to have that character completely in raid log status so that I'm more than prepared and ready for this expansion in EVE Online. So boost, I'm level 62. So if you haven't followed already, guys, I would appreciate a follow if you like the content. But otherwise, I will be back tomorrow. I am probably actually going to log into WoW and do a little bit now. But
following on Twitch.
Analogical Goat, thank you very much for the follow, dude. I appreciate that. I am trying to get to 15,000 followers. I am now 87,000 followers away. It seems that when I started streaming the EVE Online stuff, I started losing followers because my WoW viewers were coming in here and going, oh, screw this shit, and unfollowing, but that's fine. Too bad. Hey, yeah, we could watch the This Is Eve trailer. Watch that now. We can do that. I'm sure I think everyone's in here is playing EVE though, right? Like, there was also another trailer for like an expansion that came out like 7 years ago that I thought was really good too.
Okay, what we're gonna do, guys, is we're gonna sit 10K off a target, we're gonna blap it really quick, and then we're gonna warp to the run spot. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Outstanding. Okay, stand by.
So hey guys, here's the deal. They got their Prophecy fleet up, and then Razor also has an Oracle fleet. So we should have some interesting stuff about to happen.
So it's going to be like this. We're going to portal through, and at the same time, the triage carriers are going to jump. Just the triage carriers at first. Everyone clear?
Let me see. Oh crap. I think... Will we be able to take on Guardians?
Yeah, they got 4 Guardians. I don't think we should do this. I don't think we can do this. Don't worry about that.
Now we're gonna fucking play some fun games.
My heart's racing.
And relax. All wings align. Primary is the Dominix in 5, 4, 3, 2. Decloak, decloak, decloak. Torpedoes on the Dominix, Dominix, Dominix.
Orbit on me, micro warp drives on. We're moving.
Secondaries, Vipers, and the Omen.
He's in structure. Take him down.
Dude, that revelation out now.
All newts on the ramp.
Burn out towards that jump now.
All damps on the damnation, all damps on the damnation. Scepter, stay here and tackle prophecies. This is where we fight.
All right. So I'm carrying 100 times more than my ship is worth. There were some pirates chasing me. This one guy chased me through like 5 different systems. I need to get the fuck out of this system.
This little rock right here is worth about 166 million ISK. For some people, this might not be a big deal, but for me, it's huge.
Seller 4.2, pretty nice. Gonna produce 4 of them, 2 days, 19 hours, 11 minutes, 44 seconds. We can expect to make 8 to 10 million around there.
51 out of 56 grid. Okay, good. And we've got 5 modules to fit in here. The ship's speed is actually pretty good. It can hit 4K a second. We're gonna hurt that now by adding on some armor buffer.
Up, success. Yeah. Thanks, dude.
Yay, salvaged so much fun.
Oh yeah, such fun. It's almost done now. Like less than a week. Oh look. Okay, good. Oh, wow. That is Rick's and Gigs right there.
Archivian silos down, Archivian silos down. Go, 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 silos down. Portal, portal, primary.
Gate is green, gate is green. Sniper skills to long range utilize BSC. Timer gets idle and green, come on.
Oh shit, how do I work this something? E-War drone, all E-War drones on Scott. Where are you decloaking? Patch, so will be the secondary. Oh my god, that's a titan! Holy shit! Do not engage.
Let's go, get those fucking bombs out. Red group fire, gold group stand by. Come on, boys! Come on, come on, come on, yeah!
There was one that I was trying to find. I couldn't find it. Is it here?
EVE Online is a vast universe, alive with the unrelenting activity and
this one I think is really good
history
too.
of its players. Pursuing lives of adventure, warfare, and prosperity, they share this existence in the biggest single shard, free-to-play MMO of all time. Set 21,000 years in the future, EVE takes place in a distant cluster of over 7,000 star systems known as New Eden. It is a rich and diverse universe featuring densely populated havens of relative safety governed by 4 great empires. Hostile systems where player alliances make the rules. Even regions of anomalous and unexplored space that hold their own secrets. You play as a Capsuleer, a revered breed of highly trained pilot, having achieved immortality through the use of cloning technology. You navigate the universe encased in an armored capsule deep within your ship, where you have complete neural control and function as one. There are hundreds of ships to fly in EVE. Everything from small, nimble craft and versatile mid-range vessels to formidable warships and colossal freighters. Each has advantages and suited roles, but all are completely customizable as you decide how to equip and arm them. What you do in New Eden is entirely up to you. EVE's immense sandbox gives you the opportunity to choose between multiple professions and activities. The key to this unique customization of your playstyle is skill training. This is a passive process, and it continues whether you are in or out of game. As a new player, you can focus on one specific area in order to quickly reach the same level of specialization as a veteran. So be adventurous and explore new avenues of development for your character, as you can always change role and reinvent yourself if desired. If you want to fight, combat in EVE can involve solo missions against non-player adversaries, or small group skirmishes, while for some, it can even be the thrill of fleeting up with thousands of fellow pilots and battling over disputed territory. If you want to explore, then the discovery of uncharted space and ancient regions that promise riches, danger, and adventure await you. You can also engage in the business of prosperity, be it industry, mining, or even interstellar piracy. The beauty of life in New Eden is that all of these activities, and many more, can be done alone or with others. A unique in-game market, unprecedented in scale and degree of player control, is the beating heart of New Eden.
It's crazy the market system in this game. Players are responsible for the
manufacture of almost everything you can buy or sell. The gathering and refinement of resources, the building of ships, equipment, and even some space stations. EVE's players are core to how the universe is filled and how the economy thrives. Players in EVE can band together to form corporations where they can enrich their experience, learn new elements of gameplay, and share their wealth and goals. When these player-run corporations grow to become larger entities, they can merge with other corps to form alliances. Powerful alliances regularly compete for control and influence over large areas of space, waging wars and engaging in record-breaking battles. Even taking down well-defended, sprawling, player-built space stations. In the spirit of exploration and mystery, new content and experiences are constantly introduced into the universe, with over a decade of free expansions leading to continual development and evolution of gameplay. While every action and decision has consequences for the universe and its hundreds of thousands of players, the game remains very much about your unique adventure and story. A story that will forever be woven into the fabric of EVE.
I'm gonna be honest, I think this video is better than This Is EVE. Like, as far as like explaining what the game is like This Is EVE just, it gives like a lot of like big explosions and excitement and stuff like that. This trailer actually does a better job, I think, of if someone was to say, hey, explain to me what EVE Online is, this is the trailer that I'd send to them, not This Is EVE. I think this one does a much better job. Like the jukebox and the in-game browser. I've never even heard of that. Anyways, guys, we're going to call it there. That's it. I'm done. I will be back on tomorrow, and like I said, for the next week or so, it's going to be World of Warcraft until I can get that character to level 70. The faster I do it, the faster I can get back to EVE Online. So, anyways, have a good night, guys. I appreciate you so much for coming in and watching and keeping me company here. And if you haven't already, give me a follow. I would appreciate it. 07's in the chat. Thank you very much, guys. I really, really appreciate you guys stopping in. Take care, and in a week or two, we'll be right back to playing EVE Online. Have a good one, guys. Take care. Oh, there was something else that I wanted to tell you guys. There was a